Hmm. I guess we can definitely say it's been a while. Welcome to Doctor Faulkenstein's castle. Woo! Hmm. Who do we have in the building today? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, we have gathered here today once again to view the 11th, maybe even 12th wonder of the world, known as Charles Faulkner Jr. Oh, what a blessed day it is for Charles. The walk, definitely talk the talk, and talk his sugar honey iced tea. Such a blessed day it is, folks. Such a blessed day. Mm. Likes are free, but cash apps are not. And if you're not a bot, drop in the pot. We're going to sit here and drink our liquor, smoke our cigars, and then hang with our niggers. Such a roundy thing to do. Whew. Like, share, subscribe. Share this with your friends. Let them know where the happening is. Let them know where the place to be is supposed to be. Woo! Don't listen to all these other peeps. I'm going to show you what the way is. We're going to get down into the nitty gritty. That gritty. We want that nitty gritty, don't we? We want that nitty gritty. See, a lot of people don't want that nitty gritty. In the special forces. Try to look for this video, folks, so I can share it on my. Woo! Share it on my Facebook in case anybody want to come into Facebook. But who's in the building? I know we got 6 people watching. Holy. The guy with 6,000 subscribers should have more than 6 people watching. Come on now. Woo! Let's go. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Now, I know people, there's a lot to talk about today, people. There's a lot to get off my mind. Okay. Number 1, Shakai Richardson and her little boyfriend. From all the years of law enforcement, I think she should have been arrested to the fullest extent. She should be arrested for domestic violence. I don't care what nobody says. I don't care what happened. If she's caught at an airport where they have security cameras and every 12 inches there's a security camera, she's a super violent individual. She's violent. There's nothing you can say to me that will change my word. She's super violent. What's up, Cosmic? You here? She is super violent. She is super violent. Because if that was the man who did that, guess what would happen? He'd be locked under jail faster than you can hiccup. I don't want to hear nothing. Nothing about that. You can't defend it. She's violent. She committed a criminal act, and she was dealt with accordingly. Sorry, you're doing that in a international airport. Nothing but cops and security agents there. You're in that case. And she got away with this before because she was too flagrant to do it again. She didn't look around and say, "Am I going to get caught?" She was so angry, pissed off, and vindictive that she had to get her licks. And all because she thought he took her wireless headphones. Wow. That is ultra violent. That is super violent. Who the hell wants to deal with that shit? Then on top of that, being such a super Negro that he is, being such a super Negro that he thinks he should have been arrested. Motherfucker, she was fucking you up. You're lucky she could get hold of a damn iron pipe. She's an impudent child. A smug motherfucker, if you will. Smug. Smug. You have no agency above her hitting you. Smug. Smug. Don't even care about. You don't even give a damn about your own reputation. You spoil rotten to the core and repugnant child. This is the reason why when they look at the court system and they try to go by women being no, women are violent as hell. Women are violent as fuck, man. I bet you any black American man who's within 10 years above or below my age will tell you most of his ass whoopings were because of a female, probably his mother. Your mother, if you had an issue with school, instead of finding out why you might have a reading deficiency, she's most likely to beat the hell out of you, then to get you help. But yet, she's got all these supplementations in her body. She's a spoiled brat. She's a hood chick. She lives her life off of social media. When it's time to confront her about her actions, You think she's going to be honest? You think she's going to be very forthcoming? Remember, she's not one of those people who could be held accountable. You start to see this, oh, he's a narcissist. Don't be surprised if you don't hear the narcissist word come out. And it will. It will, baby. Yep, 12 people watching, something like, something. We should even have 12 people. We got 6,000 waiting in the wings. But this is what happens when you're truly shadow banned. Remember, and I had to tell this one chick, well, this narcissist, he disguised himself. A narcissist would never disguise himself. It would be beneath them to do so. They would see no reason to fundamentally change what, who, in the knowledge of what they are. Anytime you can go into a relationship and you ask a woman, what did you do? And she can never tell you what she did wrong in her relationships. You know who the narcissist is. Obviously. I want you to think about that. Don't be surprised if she comes out lambasting him, calling him a narcissist. Don't be surprised if she makes this look like it's all his fault when obviously he was trying to walk away. What's up, Kareem Austin? I want you to realize this, folks. Let me know who's in the building because the only person I'm seeing is name and Kareem so far. Let me put it to you this way, folks. I have a real issue with women calling men narcissistic because when a woman says, I want a man to pay all the bills, I want a provider, I want a protector, I want a leader, even though I should have the right to disobey and not listen to the leader. He should take care of me and my kids, regardless if those his kids or not. I want to see who the true narcissist really is. And trust me, she's got a lot of problems. Sorry about that. I want you to realize that a lot of these videos are making black men look like that Anita Baker angel, the one she sings about. How can y'all put up with these type of women? Corey McPherson. Whoo! What's up, bro? I want you to realize this. This is groundbreaking right here, right now. When black women ask why are they the least desired on dating apps, refer back to this video. If she was in Africa, the immortal and eternal piss would have been slapped out of her. I'm not a woman beater, but I think we need to get back to a little bit of fear. And when I mean fear, the same type of fear two men walking past each other. They give respect because they know if somebody busts a grape, something's going to get squashed. The same way you have reverent respect for that bear, the same way you have reverent respect for that lion, or whatever dangerous animal out there in the woods, you should have the same respect for men. Because there's coming a day when men are not being taught, don't hit that girl. What's going to happen when you push that man to that brink and he fires back on you? Well, you should hit a woman. Why shouldn't I hit a woman if she's hit me? Make sense of that. Don't tell me something that you can't do. Don't say some bullshit to me. LAPD SWAT 1 said, I learned from the Aborigines in order for someone to respect you, they must fear you in some degree. Exactly. That reverent respect that we call the fear of God must be invoked in front of people. When black women say she's the least protected, when you disrespect your protector, what the fuck am I supposed to do? How are you the least protected, but you disrespect your protector? Huh? What? Get busy? Huh? What? I want you to think about that. How on earth are you the least protected, but you disrespect your protector? I really want to ask that question. If you're so unprotected, why don't you follow your protector? we're gonna go by the eye test. Who looked like they needed protection in that video? Shakari or Christian? Somebody let me know something. Somebody let me know I'm not crazy. Something. Come on now. Young man trying to get out the fucking way. I mean, what's up, blood boiling? Been a while. Uh, when we look at these, when you look at these pictures and videos, what are we telling ourselves? We're telling ourselves that one person is guilty of a crime and one is not. One is the victim and one is the defendant. The craziness about it is that the brother had to show so much goddamn restraint. And I'm a patient man, and I know you beating me in the back of my head like you're stupid. Even I have my limits. I have my goddamn limits. So, and I'm pretty sure that's the same for most human beings. So we have another case of somebody tempting fate. When you have somebody tempting fate like this, don't tell me shit about your protection. You didn't give a damn about it. You didn't give one damn about it. You thought you could go toe to toe with this Negro. And if she's not reprimanded, I think it's bullshit. You're out there in the public, on a public flight. Oh, trust me, Ray. That's not true because a lot of females I personally arrested who committed domestic violence. They were shocked as hell. What did I called the police? Yeah, but you admitted this, but the proof, and that the fact that you pretty much testified on yourself that you assaulted the guy. Don't give me that. The entitlement trip. See, here's the problem. The Olympic Committee is going to look real frowning upon that. She's already missed a goddamn Olympic game, which she would have had a better chance, or she probably would have won this one because she would have had more preparation for the last one she was in. But once again, we get into this bullshit. We get into this bullshit of a lot of women thinking that they can utilize the system against their men. And when the system has to say fair is fair, wrong is wrong, now we need to throw this shit out. Would you say this for a man? The answer is hell and no. Yes, I do think they should go to the shadow realm. Hmm. I don't feel sorry for her. I don't feel sorry for her lapse in judgment. You know better. Your personality. You've been in the public sphere since college. Fuck out of here. That's the shit that makes me pissed off with black people. You fucking up the church's money. You should be hit just as hard as anybody else. Dumb motherfucker. How you gonna fuck up all that money? Gonna get there and you're gonna hit your boyfriend in the middle of a fucking airport. And every 12 inches of the airport is a fucking camera, you dumb bitch. I don't feel 1 ounce of pity for you. You lucky I wasn't your arresting officer. I'd have made sure at one point. Yeah. I'd have made sure. No, from Texas. The hood rat. The hood of hood rats. A hood bitch, yeah. A hood rat is a hood rat is a hood rat. Got more tattoos than a goddamn 12th century pirate. Well, she's not cheap. She looks like she ran into the track wall. She looked like a dirty, she's like a Kiki. I mean, yeah, she's a track bitch. She probably not ran it through, but like Kiki. Probably not. She's bisexual. I'm saying she probably not ran it through like Kiki. Kiki was on the. I don't think you don't even. I don't think you even grasp. I grasp. No. Because you only know the people that was on the teams. No, that's the part that scared me. Exactly. I grasp that. Bro, I know people. I know my niggas like. Oh, you talking about her? My man, Kiki got more. Kiki got more. I'm like, damn. Kiki got more bodies. Kiki got more bodies than Arlington National Cemetery. No. Okay. Ain't that in Virginia? Yeah. I know exactly what you done. She got more bodies. No. She got more bodies than a little bit. Like, and that's the point that I'm telling my audience about. She was cock blocking, coach. You know, I seen her around Dutch Village when I was hooping around the friendship court right there where Northern used to be. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm talking about? Northern Park. I know where Northern is. My sister graduated from. Yeah. So, yeah. I'm go up and past Dutch Village through the gas station right there. Then a McDonald's and a gas station right there. Crown Parkway, whatever it is, McLean Boulevard, whatever it is. But yeah, I'm up the hills, Ellington. Yeah. I'm walking up the street and I see her next to a brown skin, like a Dawson. Not the brown, she was Dawson, but she looked so bad. The ugliest bitches be having the baddest friends. Yeah, because they make their bad friends look better. But the ugliest bitches or the fattest bitches be having the baddest homegirls. I'd be like, because why don't you hang with bitches that look like you? Because they're purse holders. You ever been to an event like a jazz night or a club or a lounge? There's always a bitch that got hold of everybody else's purse because everybody else dancing and getting all the niggas. She's going there proximity to get liquor off of the cold girls. Well, if you get me and my friend a drink, I'm gonna get you. I can give you my number. That shit. It's like, you ever seen the one dude who drives? At least niggas got a better system. If one nigga drove, everybody got to at least get the nigga in, or at least pay the gas. Something. Like, but them bitches are cruel to each other. You look at people like Shakari. Shakari's a broken woman. You know why? She's bisexual. So that means double the amount of fucking pussy. If she ain't getting piped, she getting the rubber. So there's no such thing as not enough. She's so fucking confused that she can't take. She's either going for donuts or she's going for twig and berries. I mean, I want you to think about that. I want you to think about that. A girl like Shakari, first of all, if I was her dad or her uncle, I'd have slapped the shit out of her for fucking up that possible money. Because you gotta get a penance for this shit. Now we got artists of MC in this motherfucker. Darkness. Oh yes, you gotta invoke the darkness in this motherfucker. Darkness. Shout out to Artists of MC, probably the best damn comic book, sci-fi, anime. Uh, what else? If you into that stuff, go to Artists and MC's channel every fucking Sunday, every goddamn Sunday, the hero's goddamn journey. And if you into the sports, you better go look up the goddamn man of style and profile, a snowman, multimedia. See, you gotta understand this. When I talk about this shit called domestic violence, at first, women thought they had a one-way trip to get your ass out the house. But we had this word called, do me a favor. We had this word called equality. You hit him, bitch, you going straight to jail. What you mean? But I called. Yeah, but you committed a crime. You dumb motherfucker. I swear to all that is holy and all that is sanctified. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. Whoo! I know it's a Monday, but I gotta put out a cigar with my niggas. It's something that's a fundamental flaw from a person who actually have done an extensive career of military law enforcement and security services as long as I have. And by the way, it's nearly been 30 years, almost 3 decades of this shit. Let me explain this to you. You hit your boyfriend in a fucking place like this, your ass goes to jail. And I don't feel sorry for you. Sorry. Because if it was me and I'm doing the same shit to a broad, they're gonna have guns drawn on me. I'm 5'8", 280 pounds, 5'10", 280 pounds. They're not gonna want to fuck with that. It's not gonna be a pretty sight. That's why a lot of times with these fucking domestic violence things, don't get out, get the fuck out. What's another thing y'all want me to talk about that's been in the news? Uh, let me talk real quick about this man loneliness shit. There's no such thing as man loneliness. Men can hang around other men and not talk about bitches. Surprising, right? We can talk about drugs, drug dealing, drug catching, drugs. We can talk about anything. Sports, the teams we hate, the teams we don't like, the athletes we like, the athletes. Here's the secret about men for all the women. I want you to come close to the speaker. Come real close to the speaker. Men are not boring. You are. If you didn't have what's called a vagina, 99% of men would not speak to you. I had this one girl I was talking to on and off. She said, "You mad because we don't even care about y'all." No, y'all mad because we don't care. Guess what? Madden comes out this week or next week. And then when GTA 6 come out, hey, dating is extinct. You can't get if you don't get that nigga down when GTA 6 come out, you ain't gonna get a nigga ever. You gonna be see tumbleweed and shit out there. Oh Lord, what happened to Fridays? What happened to Ruth Chris? What happened to the Cheesecake Factory? Oh man, a bitch would take a Chinese carry out right now. A bitch would take Family Dollar, a supermarket run. So when we look at this fundamentally, we're not the ones whining about loneliness. We don't care. Any man who had a good number of women, if it wasn't for your biological urge, 70% of the women, you probably would have had a better time beating your dick like a UFC fight. Sorry. Well, you never gonna get none of this good pussy. That's a lie because you spread that shit like joy. I mean, god damn. We gotta be real honest about this shit, folks. Niggas, I mean, think about it. Even Goku wanted to train more than he wanted to get pussy. It took Naruto damn near to be a Hokage before he got some. Damn near. And he had a bitch chasing him all through the series. What, you think Clark Kent gonna stop being Superman if no one says no? Fuck out of here. Okay? There is no such thing as male loneliness. Men are the more interesting of the sexes. That's the reason why y'all keep coming to our spaces. Woo! Woo, woo. Oh yeah. And I gotta bring some sad news into the fray. A good friend of mine, a snowman of mine, the guy who got me, one of the half of the guys besides Snowman, who got me into this live streaming business. Matt Granahan. Rest in peace, man. And this is my next segment that I'm going to go into. Men's health, men's mental health. I don't even want to just talk about men's mental health. I want to talk about the physical, the mental, the emotional, and the spiritual for a second. You got to excuse me. Sometimes it's time of night. Allergies kick in. Nobody ever gives a fuck about a man if he sees his children regularly. Nobody truly does. Okay? And unfortunately, the way he passed, it might have been self-inflicted. Nobody asks men if they're doing okay. Are you stressed out? Do you need help? The world will bend backwards when a bitch is late on her fucking credit card bill, late on a cell phone bill. But nobody want to say shit to a nigga when he's going through some major problems. I just had a man who apparently offed himself because of stress. But nobody cares. Nobody cares about the court systems. He talked about the battles he had to go for his daughter while he was doing his business, also pro wrestling and trying to see his daughter. Nobody gives a fuck about men. Nobody gives a fuck about the nigga coming fresh out of jail who just want to get an honest job. Nobody gives a fuck about the guy who never went to jail trying to get an honest job. You know why? Because the world looks at a black man as just one big nigga. We don't give a fuck if you got a doctorate or you live in a goddamn cardboard box. The world looks at you as just the same one big nigga. Imagine that. You can do everything right and wrong in the world, and the world still looks at you the motherfucking same. Tell me what other race of men get that. I beg of you, please. I beg of you. It might match Granahan as a white guy. So you can imagine what the fuck. Excuse me. Do you know how many people who went to Iraq saw horrific shit and took their own lives? Nobody tells you that story. By all fucking accounts, I shouldn't even be here. By the ratio of suicides. We're not going to say unalive, YouTube. I'm a goddamn law enforcement professional. I can say the fucking word. Thank you. Nobody gives a fuck. That's why all these women want you to do everything for them. Get married. Look at what happens in life. You get married, you work like a fucking horse. You buy a house, most likely for an ungrateful bitch. And unfortunately, some of us have been around women who got the loyalty of a New Orleans prostitute. And what happens? This country will allow her to get a divorce. This country will allow her to get a divorce. Take your children away. Not only take your children away, manipulate the motherfuckers to turn against you. And then what? What do you get out of that? You might luck up and get a 2-bedroom apartment. You might luck up to get an apartment. You got to work overtime just to pay your child support, which I think is so fucking criminal. So fucking criminal. Then she's telling her boyfriend, the new boyfriend, how little of a man you are. But she doesn't tell the fucking bullshit story of how much you brought her out of her bondage. But this dummy is going to get her pregnant as well, so she could take him to the cleaners and she could double up. But yet, we supposed to take all that shit in the chin. See, that's the reason why 2 years ago, Sister George didn't want to answer a nigga when I said, would you allow your son to play a sport where he loses 80 fucking % of the time? Y'all thought I forgot about that shit, huh? Nigga mind like a steel trap. But yet, you supposed to man up. How many times you heard of stories? Nigga found out the babies aren't his and the mama telling him, his mama and the other mama, these kids, you the only father they know. You got to stay in their life. Would they do that for the mother? Why would I reward a whore for her bad behavior? But y'all think, a lot of y'all probably think that a lot of these times I come on this YouTuber StreamYards and it's hee hee ha ha. Some of you got to imagine, I've gotten emails and phone calls from people who want to take their own lives. Okay? But this the shit the mainstream media don't want you to hear. They don't want to talk about how much the black manosphere is lives. They don't want to hear that shit. How much we kept men from killing their wives. They don't want to hear that. How many young men we kept in school and relationships with good women? They don't bring that up. The worst motherfucking thing ever is what? Selective hearing. Yeah, yeah. Where's all the detractors now? Where all you motherfuckers are now? Y'all know the fucking biggest sexual assaults happen in prison? Well, how many times people make a joke about don't drop the soap, right? It's okay for a black man to have to suffer. What's the point? People say, yo, you got it easy. Two people they find it hard to give a job as a serviceman and a fucking ex-con. Two of the main people hard to get a job. You pay your debt to society one way or the other. Hmm? Hmm? You hold your debt for society, and guess what? There's no forgiveness. There's no faith. There's no love. There's no forgive. There's nothing. People praise your downfall, but they hate your resurrection. I know what the fuck I said. People praise your downfall. Oh, you gonna get it next time, nigga. But they hate your redemption. There's a reason why you live long enough to be the villain. It's because everybody hates you when you become a better person. You're not a fool anymore. When a man doesn't find a job, there's a certain way he looks at himself. I've been there. I'm pretty sure some of you. They don't mind that. Let me make a joke about that shit. Oh, you just this broke ass nigga. You ain't shit. You ain't this. You think you are. How am I broke, but you asking me for money? Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. I'm broke, but you need my money. That's like Lois Lane telling Superman, I'm good, but lava's about to kill her. Riddle me fucking that, Batman. Riddle me that. That's why it's everybody's mission to ask if another black man is okay. You know why? Because you're usually not. How you going through it, black man? I need a job. How you going through it, black man? I need to see my kids. How you going through, black man? I need a house. I'm homeless. How you going, black man? My ex-wife left me. How you going through, black man? My kids hate me. Only because they heard one side of the story. There is no crime that a black man is above redemption. Supposedly. There's a reason why chicks date homosexuals. The same way pretty girls have ugly friends to feel better about themselves. Feel better about themselves. The only way a low class bitch can feel good about herself is she get a man doing worse than her. A man that's in a mental war zone. See, black men are nothing but refugees of a fucked up system. Black men are the only refugees of their own fucking country. Make that make sense. Black men are the refugees of their own fucking country. Everybody benefits off of your work and labor and your ingenuity. But you. Does that make you mental? But like the OxyClean man says, wait, there's more. There's no promise of me being a father, but have you ever noticed that bitch? I hate to call them bitches, but guess what? My father and my mother taught me to call things by their proper titles. Yes, Lord. That bitch. Once again, that biatch can get the government to force you to always be a father. You know, Chris, you listening? I want you to listen to this very carefully. The courts can always force a man to be a father, but they will never ever force her to be a mother. Am I making sense, folks? I gotta still pay bills at your house that I don't live. I still gotta pay shit. I gotta give you money for pussy I don't use anymore. I still gotta make sure I can still pay for the tuition for the kids in court orders. But the courts can't make that bitch cook for you. They can't make that bitch accountable to you. As a matter of fact, the courts won't even make sure if she's spending your fucking money meant for the kids actually on the kids. And you don't think this plays into men's mental illness? It's good. So, when you think about this shit carefully, a lot of these bitches love you. Of course they love you. They love you for what you do, not for who you are. Remember, what does a man get for the cost of his life? That's the number one fucking thing I ask any fee. What the fuck do you give me that cost me my life? If it's not, if she doesn't answer my total obedience and loyalty, what the fuck do I want? Here's my thing. I've asked Stephanie, who will not be named, when we were talking, if we had kids, because obviously Peanut was here, and if we and her actually got to stay together and actually had kids, somebody came downstairs and broke into the house, and I go check with my gun or guns and probably a knife in my mouth. Shout out to Zoro. One Piece. What is your job? Well, I'm gonna come down there with you. Wrong. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Your job is to protect my legacy, which are the motherfucking kids. If you come down the stairs and get shot with me, who's protecting them motherfuckers? You are supposed to make a fucking ladder out of some fucking blankets or something and get the fuck out the back, call the police and let them know there's shit going down in the house. And you take the other gun and you protect the kids with your life while I'm protecting everybody with mine. That's the least you could do. And get a fucking big ass painting and put it in the middle of the goddamn house that says, that's the motherfucker if I die. You know, we used to have honorable women back in the day. You know how honorable them motherfuckers were? If the man died first, she never marry again. You know, my great aunt said, who was my godmother, you know, my great aunt said about my great uncle, who was my godfather, when he passed. I asked her, why you not crying? And I want y'all to listen real carefully to this. Real carefully what she said. She said, how can I cry when God blessed me with such a man? Damn. How can I cry when God blessed me with such a man? Them motherfuckers were married at 15. He died when he was like 81. You do the math. You can't even get a bitch to fuck you make a peanut butter jelly sandwich after you did 16 hours of overtime.
Since you got married.
15. They were both 15.
How old was you?
My great aunt still living. He died at 81. Do the math.
So,
81 minus 15.
how old was he?
Hmm?
How old was he?
81. 66 years of marriage. There are people on this earth who don't live that long. That's how. What does she say? How can I cry for God bless me with such a man? That shit hit me so hard. I had to go to the bathroom and drop some tears. Not just from what she said, but from the realization I will never have what she had. See, I'm not one of these guys on the internet who will not tell you when he cries. There's certain shit that makes me cry. Great acts of heroism make me cry. Huh?
The grandparents got married when she was, because they got married. She was 20.
Mm-hmm. That's
my mom was 5.
Mm-hmm. How did he die? Old age, nigga. Well, my grandfather died from basically just went to the hospital for a checkup and something happened and he had a cardiac arrest. But this is my great aunt and great uncle, my godfather and godmother, married for 60 plus years.
So he passed old age.
Basically. He was 81. So think about that. Men can't even die and their wife still honors them that much. You're dead. You're in the funeral of the casket. And your wife says, how can I cry when he gave me such a man? You can't even catch a cold without your woman calling you a bitch these days. Even when my grandfather died, his wife kissed him in the casket in the viewing. She asked for a goddamn comb because she knew the way he wanted to comb, he liked to comb his hair. That's how much you know you particular about that person. She combed his hair in the casket and kissed his lips for 10 minutes. I will never find that shit. And I'm okay with that. I made my peace with it. This is my struggle. We're not talking about Mein Kampf, that Hitler shit. This is my struggle. The real struggle. The real struggle of the manosphere, that I'm going to tell you this, is not the manosphere speaks hatred of women. It speaks love of life, love of self, love of community, love of brotherhood, love of their women, love of their children. But what do you receive in return is the fucking struggle. When you sit down and think about that shit, it drives a grown man to tears. But they say we have such misogyny. How can you have misogyny when you work yourself to death for your family? Last time I checked, that's the absolute opposite of misogyny. Remember that shit on that groundbreaking live stream? Snowman, Matt, and myself talk about the struggles of being fathers. 2 black men and 1 white man. Common shit. You think that white men have it easy? No, they don't. He wanted to see his daughter. This motherfucker was the manager of Stephen Bonner. He's done pro wrestling. Hell, if COVID hadn't happened and I didn't get sick and hurt, I'd have had a charity pro wrestling match against Dan B. Severn because he was good friends with Dan Severn. I don't care if I would have won or took the job. I don't give a fuck. Hey, who could say in their lifetime, hey, I had a pro wrestling match with Dan B. Severn? But what he talked about was the love and admiration for his daughter. See, when we talk about deep hitting subjects like this, I'm not going to get 100 views. I'm not going to get 200 views. Who gives a flying fuck? What does that say under my name, Namer? What does that caption say under my name? I don't even have a name, only a purpose. You know how fucking hard hitting that shit was when Conquest said that to fucking Mark? I don't even have a name, only a purpose. That's the quintessential sin of black men. That's black men in a nutshell. If I can't provide for you, I ain't shit. What did Tommy Curry say? You're not a man. You're not a human doing. You're not a human being. You're a human doing. If I can't do, then I can't be. If I can't be, then I cannot exist. If I don't have a purpose, what life do I have? That's your mental issue break right there. Namer, I need you to be the scriber tonight, and I need you to write this shit. Men, especially black men, stop seeing your masculinity through the eyes of women. I'm going to say it again. Stop seeing your masculinity through the eyes of women. If they don't give a damn, then why should you give a fuck? That's what I look at when I see mental illness. When a woman treats me like an option, I treat her like a suggestion. After a while, you being a suggestion, you might be a slight mention. This is the reason why simps are evil. Misguided, but evil. Because a simp will throw into a father's face that he's stepping up only because he's listening to a wayward bitch. A real man would never ever allow that man to look like a fool in front of his son. If I got to slip money, even if me and Angie's, she has 2 sons. If their father looked weak, I'd be like, yo, come here, bro. How you doing? Slap the money in his hand and give it to him. Because I know how that feels not to be everything. An honorable man, I'd rather be an honorable man than a disloyal motherfucker. The next subject, which steamrolls into that, do you know the difference between a nice guy and an honorable man? A nice guy will take it on the chin. An honorable man knows when to leave gracefully. An honorable man is not nice. He'll give you his word, but what he might do is not nice. He might have to do some nasty shit. He's not above fucking you up. A nice guy is loyal. Excuse me. A nice guy is a sucker. An honorable man is loyal. But an honorable man knows his loyalty has to be repaid. When you start seeing, going back into this shit, when you start seeing a simp who's dating your child's mother or ex-wife, trying to act like he's stepping up and doing so much, first of all, respect him. I'm glad you said that. An honorable man has principle and ethics. A nice guy can be manipulated. Couldn't said it better myself. Because a nice guy is not doing that shit out of fucking out of what's the word I'm looking for? Out of charity. He's looking for kudos. That's why he's a simp. He wants that there pat on the head like a goddamn puppy. He treats pussy like Scooby snacks. Can I get another Scooby snack? Do you know how many times I got in arguments with ex-girlfriends? I ain't gonna let my child see their father. I said, bitch, you better. What if I don't? I'm leaving you. Huh? That's what an honorable man say. I'll leave you. If you don't want to see him, I'll walk the child out. I'm like, hey, here's your daddy. And I've done that before. Fucking done that before. But remember, a bitch never gonna talk about the honorable men she dated. She ain't gonna never mention that shit. Notice, a chick will always talk about the assholes. Chicken will always talk about the assholes. But yet, you go to a very strange time in your life, and you're going to realize this when your mom said, how was your dad? Well, he was an asshole. So wait a minute. Sometime you're going to be kind of intelligent, and you're going to make the observation, okay, assholes get pussy. Because how many times has asshole fucked you and yours? I'm just saying. Super just saying. I'm just saying. If you get the pun, and I think everybody does. Where's the goddamn chart? Now, anybody want to give their 2 cents into this shit? It's Monday night. Let's get raw. See, that's the main thing, Namer. Dating a jackass will give her plausible deniability. Dating an honorable man keeps her accountable. Because if she really dated a guy with some substance, they're gonna look at her, not him. Wait a minute, that motherfucker put you in a house? Yeah. That motherfucker fed the kids? Yeah. That motherfucker brought groceries? Yeah. What the fuck did you do? Huh? Get busy, huh? What? You know? Huh? Even a goddamn cat had a job.
Just one? I'm sure he had three or more.
Hey, the cat got a job. He got to make sure everybody's comfortable, to bounce out the house,
Mm.
and to make sure when new people come to the house that they got good spirits or not.
Oh,
You ain't know cats for that smart?
hey, dogs are the same way. Well, certain breeds.
Mm-hmm. You got a
I mean, you
bad soul.
cannot. Hmm.
3 people will tell you if you have a bad soul. Old people, kids, and animals.
Yeah, well, I got some bad juju in me. I got to get that sorted out. But hey, that's another discussion for another time.
I noticed my viewership went down.
Uh,
I guess I'm
Fuck
talking
them.
with some heavy shit.
Hey,
You
listen,
know?
it's better to have it's better to have a loyal few than just have a situational horde.
You know what I say? Fuck 'em.
Like the old Snoop Dogg. Hey, speaking of which, I'm glad you brought up the whole thing about disloyal women and everything like that, because there's been something that's been going through my mind since the last time I was on AB's Coliseum. Because the discussion was like it was a clip that AB put up. It was of Anton Daniels,
Fuck 'em.
and yeah, I'll never understand that, brother. I don't hate him for what he is. He is,
Let me let
but
me
the
let
clip
me let
was
me tell
him.
you why. Guys like
Okay.
Anton can't tell me shit. You
Hmm.
basically married a woman as a virgin. And when I was on the same panel with you and Dennis Sperling, and I told you what the real world was, you like every other fucking soup clean, soup fucking fed nigga from a
Hmm.
female. You didn't believe shit that I told you about the real world till you brought them ignorant bitches on your show. And I laughed at your dumb ass. Now, and even with him, because he's a fool.
Hmm.
I understand why BGS plays his shit because broken clocks could be right twice a day.
And it's also good teaching to the younger dudes what not to become.
But what can he tell me about women? You only been with one.
I've
You only
met,
been with one.
mhm. I have met honorable men in my time who are married to the same woman, and she proved to be a good loyal woman. Those are the lucky few.
Lucky few.
Even
I
though
don't
they
even know if
understand. No. Hear me out. Hear me out. Those are the lucky few, I would say, because they're on their purpose and they got the right person backing them up and everything. And even though they understand that everybody's getting fucked up, they count their blessings, and they know it's not easy to maintain a marriage, but they understand the sacrifices being made and the fact that everybody's appreciative of them, and it gives them more of a reason to keep doing what they're doing. But at least they don't neglect their health in the process.
I mean, here's my shit, right?
Go ahead. I'm here.
When I try to give the man some expert advice, look, you can't tell me about women if you only dated one. You feel me? What the
I
fuck
feel you
experience
on
do
that.
you got? Huh?
No, I feel
But
you on that.
you can't tell me shit about. I can't get advice from you about women. Well, my
No.
wife. I said, but guess what? Here's the thing about your wife. You, like I told him on the show, your wife holds you by your balls.
Ah,
If she wants to
he's not a
if she
stand-up guy
wants to
like
get,
that. Good point.
if she wants to get, huh?
Good point. Good point. I can agree with you on that.
If she wants to act foolish, the United States still abides by that. They still affirm that shit. Now, do I wish him still be
Mhm.
married and have fruitful? Yes. Never gonna tell a man not to have a good marriage. But notice the game isn't built for you to win.
Mhm.
If you
It's
lucky
like the
enough to get a
house.
win, if you're lucky enough
Mhm.
to get a win, you get that win. But notice,
Yeah.
you ain't gonna if she wants to act a fool, she's fucking certified, stamped and approved by the United States to do so. Why do you think I told Sister George all them years? Why
Mhm.
would you tell your son play a sport where he's gonna lose 80% of the time? Well, why would you tell black men that?
The game is rigged, and they depend on you to fill their coffers.
They
It's
they what
basically gambling.
so basically what you're telling me is that you want black men to play the patsy.
Bishop Bullwinkle. Should black men continue to play the patsy? He's saying hail to the nah on that one.
You want black men to play the patsy. It's like if you look at a lot of these dating sites, right?
Mm-hmm.
And please, if anybody want to come join, even the detractors.
All are welcomed. Just remember to wipe your feet before you come in. Wipe your feet
Because
at
if
the
you're
door before you come in.
if you're a detractor, especially if you're not making sense, I wipe my feet on you.
Hmm.
I'm going to tell
We
you
will
how
not
rigged
have
it is.
no. We will not have no. Wait, hold a second, Charles. We will not have no. Oh, Dave Chappelle or Charlie Murphy, Rick James sketch in here. We come in here with muddy boots, trying to grind them on the suede couch here. None of that. But go ahead. Excuse me for the interruption. But continue, Charles.
Because here's my shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
I look at a lot of women out here, and I'm saying to myself, what makes you worth it? What makes you worth it? Because if a man knows his voice, what he's worth, what is he gonna do? See, this is when they say men don't want relationships in the black community, but we got almost 1 million more marriages. In the words of Dr. Umar Johnson, I beg your pardon.
You don't find that suspicious? You don't find that suspicious? As he would also say.
Mm-hmm. What's up, Sarah Hill?
And Sir Ham was good, which begs the question about, you know. But anyway, as far as Mr. Daniels goes, we were listening to this
Oh
clip where he was
fuck!
responding to,
Why the fuck?
oh,
Why the fuck do
this
this
is
shit?
common sense. What's good,
How,
man?
do, how the fuck do
What?
I get this stupid ass StreamYard's banning people? I hope they don't come back in, Mister Sirham. Oh, God damn it!
Shit.
I didn't mean to do that shit. Ugh, fucking stupid shit. But it, it, it's
Alexa,
it,
can you play Shit Can Happen by D12? But go ahead.
here's the craziness about it, right?
Hmm.
You know, when you get people into space. Sorry about that, Sarah Hill. This dumbass on StreamYards. It's only 300 seconds. I want you to think about this. And that's basically, what's up, babe? In all honesty, it's mainly liberal females that are fucked up. Yeah, you're right. He says hi. Hopefully you're feeling better,
Hmm.
babe. This is the part where liberalism kicks females in the ass. You've been tricked by your grandmothers, your mothers, and some of you, your aunts, your older sisters, your cousins,
Hmm.
and even your great grandmothers into buying into all this bullshit.
Or the mothers of your friends, or the friends themselves, because everybody be talking.
Mm-hmm.
However, I have to give a little pushback, but I have to say this though: we cannot be painting the conservative women as saints on the flip side, because you'd be surprised how many of those conservative women are on some shady shit. We can't be, like I say, quote unquote, red pill for liberals and blue pill for conservatives.
It's the same thing I told black men. Don't be red pill to black women, and then now you're blue pill to every other fucking woman. Don't do that
Touche,
now.
touche.
Don't do that now.
Nah, we cannot be selective like that. You can't. You gotta always keep your head on a swivel, your eyes and ears open, and be very mindful of your surroundings. Like Dave Chappelle once said, first of all, what is a black man without his paranoia intact?
Not a man at all.
Fear and paranoia are not bad things when you think about it, folks. They're parts of you that helps you stay alive. Your instincts, and people forget about their instinctual drive. Your gut feeling about certain things. If you're someplace and you get a gut feeling that this is not a place you should be, get the fuck out of there. That's telling you you're in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I mean,
Shit, there've been times where I've had to trust my gut instincts in certain places. And in the long term, realize, yeah, it was a good thing I left that place.
what will life tell you? Come back. Come back. Take this abuse.
Hell nah. I mean, there've been a couple of times I was like that. I was hanging out with a friend, and I realized it just caught a bad ill vibe in the place. I realized, let's get up out of here. Something about this place. I'm getting the bad vibe. Get up out of here. Come to find out, we got out just in time. It's because some shit went down afterwards.
Yep. There's times like that's another thing. Being in the
Hmm.
black community, unfortunately,
Hmm.
a lot of people will want a black man not to follow his goddamn common sense.
Which is why they say common sense isn't common. But like someone says, how the fuck are you supposed to grow up when you weren't raised and taught to know better? Like certain things you know innately wrong. You need to know innately wrong and right, but some people just do whatever they want for short term gains. I mean, how many people teach their kids to like prolong gratification or think long term of what they're supposed to do? This is why, or learn about actions and consequences. This is why it's important to teach kids like to play games like chess, checkers, or a Chinese game called Guo.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Let's count this up real quick.
What's going on?
How are you going to teach a kid to do something you're not willing to teach? If 80% of your kids are raised by single mothers in the community, you think they're going to sit there and play some goddamn chess with their kids?
Nope.
They got to find another sucker to pay.
No, they want them to do it for free. I remember it was in another conversation. I remember I was asking like it was on AB. He's during this Coliseum. I said, how many mothers are involved in their kids' school's PTA? How many even willing to come to the school on parents' night and talk with the teachers?
You got parents?
Shit. I mean,
You got
do you
parents?
remember? Yeah. Do you remember Sade had a song called "King of Sorrow"?
Mm-hmm.
You ever saw the music video for it?
No.
Oh, you should have seen it. I mean, because in the music video, she's basically a single mother who mainly works as a singer at a nightclub of a hotel, and she struggled to make ends meet while raising three kids.
Hmm.
And you see her, the day to day. There's a reason why in the song she says, "I'm crying everybody's tears, and I'm already paid for all my future sins." That was a powerful song, man.
Anybody else who wants to join, come on up.
But to finish my point about Anton Dennis, we were just talking about a clip he was responding to. It was his son, some young chick. She was like, "Gotta be a dumbass Zoomer, or maybe Alpha," where she was saying some retarded ass shit about what happened. An incident that recently happened where it was an old man who had a sugar baby. When he found out the sugar baby had her boyfriend living in the crib and doing all this, that, and the third, he went off and just, he murked them. Now, this young female and this young woman who was like showing how dumb she was, how nuts she was, said he should have just, kept paying her, kept it going this way. And Anton Daniels, he was like giving his 2 cents, but he was right on certain points. But the way I looked at it was like, nah. Because first of all, you can't, when you are with a man in that kind of, and you have that type of arrangement, you got to remember you cannot try to renegotiate the terms once you say yes. And they don't. A lot of young women do not want to understand. There's a difference between a guy is tricking and a guy being a sugar daddy. And Bay was there when we were talking that conversation because I remember bringing up Donald Sterling and what happened in that situation, if you remember.
Yep.
She paid the ultimate because what's his name, V. Steviano. She was off code when she leaked that video, that audio to TMZ, embarrassed him, embarrassed everybody. And she thought, she was going to come out of this with no consequences. No, because remember, Donald Sterling's wife, she had old Donald go see 3-4 different neurologists, and they all came back with an Alzheimer's diagnosis, which meant because she's, Rochelle Sterling, as his wife, had power of attorney. So she sit his ass down and made sure that one, the Clippers were sold to Steve Ballmer for $2 billion, and then afterwards she sued the sugar baby or the mistress,
Mm-hmm.
and she lost everything. because the duplex she was living in, the cars and everything she bought on his credit card was under Sterling's name, and she could legally sue her, the wife
Mm-hmm.
that is. But that wasn't the end of it, because she leaked that footage and she did all that shenanigans where you saw her like roller skating with that big visor and everything, and people doing interviews and whatnot. She showed people in the upper class that anybody who want to mess with her, she cannot be trusted, because who knows if she might be secret recording their conversations. And I
Yeah.
remember and I remember seeing a clip of her doing an interview with Katie Couric, trying to claim, she wasn't a mistress, but his assistant and everything. And Couric was like looking at her like, bitch, please. You little fake ass Journey Smollett little knockoff. You know what you were. Don't be trying to claim that you like. Don't be trying to feign concern for his ass. You know what you're trying to get the reach back, but no, it ain't happening. You went from the duplex to the projects. Or as the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes used to say, she went from the penthouse to the outhouse.
Yeah. You thought that it was gonna be
And she's no
easy.
longer welcome those circles, man. She's no
And see,
longer welcome those circles. Go ahead.
she could even play. See, this is how a lot of these modern bitches are. They're too stupid to even play a hoe.
Another prime example was Tiger Woods. Because once the scandal broke and they found out, yeah, he's been stepping on his marriage, most of those women started coming out and saying, yeah, I was Tiger's mistress here, I was Tiger's mistress there. I remember listening to Patrice O'Neal when he was on Opie and Anthony talking about that shit, and man, did the boy go off. First of all, he had to explain, one, Tiger was a fucking novice in that situation. He was not mature about it. If you're gonna have side chicks, you gotta let them understand. Look, you can never be number one. A lot of them thought, came in there big headed thinking they were going to replace the wife. That's not how it works. Number two, most of them started doing interviews, and I'm sure they were probably getting paid like maybe 4 or 5 figures. But they ended up, making themselves persona non grata in certain circles,
As you should.
because you exposed everybody. Because now others who see you can think, okay, this is somebody I need to stay the hell away from. If they had
See,
kept their
women.
mouths shut about the whole thing, but best case scenario would have been like Tiger would have introduced him to a friend of his, one of his friends, and they would have possibly gotten married.
See, women. A lot of women. A lot of women don't understand how to shut the fuck up because they raise y'all to saying you have a voice. Many times you don't. Many times you don't.
The only time a woman has a voice, usually the older women know, hey, pick your battles. Pick your battles. Sometimes this is why they say silence is golden. This is why they talk about code of silence.
Depending on the depending
Take your
on
time,
the
babe.
depending on the circles, you
Mm-hmm.
talk, you got disappeared. If you know what I
You
mean.
talk, you got ostracized.
No, you
You
got
talk,
disappeared. You got
ooh,
disappeared.
sleeping with the fishes.
Okay? See, when you play with big money and you fuck up big money, see, you thought you could hurt Donald Sperling. And this is the stupid
Sterling.
shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is the fuck that they did. You made him sell his team, and he got more money than what he bought it for. Way more.
He bought it for he bought it in 1980 for 2.5 million, and then within the first 4 years, because remember the Clippers were originally in San Diego, but
Mhm.
within 4 years he had the team relocated to LA. And remember, it was the wife that made sure, because remember, it was the wife who came out on top ultimately, because she made sure he was get diagnosed with Alzheimer's, and he didn't do himself any favors when he did those interviews in response to the leak audio, because he ended up showing how senile of a man he is. And goddamn, that man's still alive, 91 years old. I'm
Mhm.
sure his wife is still alive, and they're like been married for like 70 years now. This year, 70 years.
Hey, you know
College
what's
sweethearts.
funny?
These guys are. Yeah, go ahead.
You know what's funny? She didn't even leave his.
Hmm.
She didn't even leave. He was cheating, and she didn't even leave.
You know how what she did? Besides, having get diagnosed with Alzheimer's, she probably she probably had him sit his ass down and refrain from saying anything by threatening him with divorce. Because remember, they live in California. California, 1969 and 1970 became the first state to have no fault divorce. And she has always been an integral part of his real estate and law business. She might have been pushing 80 at the time, but she knew all the ins and outs. She knew all the bodies were buried.
Hmm.
She wasn't just some dumb housewife who was just there for appearances. She worked
Nope.
behind the scenes. In fact, they met while they were both in college, if I'm not mistaken. They were college sweethearts back in the 50s.
Know what they say? Every other woman goes to college to meet a husband, to meet a man. Black women go to college to
That's
say, "I graduated despite of."
what is wrong with y'all. Your priorities are back. This is what BJ always says about black folks in America are operating in opposition of nature. Good God. I mean, the frustrations a lot of men have, as far as this whole male loneliness thing, I can understand some guys being lonely, but most guys, here's the thing: men can find enjoyment in their own solitude. A woman can't stand being alone.
I mean, remember what did I say about man loneliness? Man's
And
lonely.
I've heard songs about loneliness, and they made me sick to my stomach. I mean, that's why Screaming Jay Hawkins had a song called "Constipation Blues," because he basically said, of all these people singing about love, heartbreak, loneliness, being broke, nobody's actually did a song about real pain. And to prove his point, when he was on tour, he even performed that song "Constipation Blues" while sitting on a goddamn toilet on stage.
It's like it's
What do you mean by male loneliness? What does that mean?
because they're trying to say that men are lonely. There's a men loneliness epidemic. When we know good and goddamn well, men never like men. Men can always be what entertained.
Yeah, men can find fulfillment in their own solitude. They don't need to have a woman to find fulfillment necessarily. Women need men, even the invisible ones.
But all types
I
of
mean, this
men
is
are
why. Yeah, I mean, why do you think James Brown had this song called "This Is a Man's World"?
This is the thing. Men don't care.
Don't care. We got two, and we understand what this world is, and we understand the world doesn't care about us. We understand how cold and cruel this world can be, but we don't allow it to destroy our humanity. Hey, Sir Him's out of jail. So how was it dealing with the 300 like a Persian?
Sorry about that, sir. Hill.
Spartans! It's like, Spartans! Lay down your weapons! Persians! Come and get them!
But it goes back into real shit.
Mhm. Look, we're aware of our humanity and we understand who and what we are. We also understand how cruel this world is. And yes, we have to be tough. We have to be strong. But we don't let it destroy our humanity in the process. Just like Nietzsche said, when you're fighting monsters, you have to take heed not to turn into those monsters. The last thing you want to be is to become the very thing that you hate. Do you remember the movie Blade?
What
No,
you
no, no, sorry,
think?
not Blade. Not Blade. Sorry, Spawn. Michael J. White and Spawn.
What you think?
Yeah. You remember, like at the beginning, the intro of the movie, not where what's his name, Cagliostro was explaining this to the backstory, and he talked about how at one point when he was fighting the darkness, he almost let the darkness consume him, but he fought to free his soul.
See, what happens in a lot of these things, man, people
Mm-hmm.
don't have a lot of souls. People don't have a soul.
Mm-hmm.
What you mean we don't have a soul? We don't. You're a nasty, involved motherfucker. And I'm talking about the men and women right now.
Some people are gone feral, so yeah.
I'm talking about the men and women. Your
Mm-hmm.
children are left to live in fucking squalor. It's sad. You rather have your children live in the projects, have them live in the worst conditions, than the plot for their greatness. Because a lot of people, let's just face it, a lot of these new parents are jealous of their kids. I
And
said it.
hate.
Oh, look who's here.
What's up, man?
What's up?
Yeah, what's up,
Not just
man?
not just jealous, but also hateful. Because a lot you have to
Oh,
understand with a lot of these. Well, I'm okay. There's a percentage of these kids who were born to be a paycheck. You understand? They were born to be a paycheck, and with the new laws that are going into effect concerning welfare
mm-hmm.
and Section 8 and everything, those children are now a liability after the age of 7.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be a liability. I mean, you heard what they were saying, how the women were bitching and moaning, whining and complaining when they found out that after the age of 7, they couldn't claim the kid as a dependent. Well, what they supposed to do? Get a job? No. You're supposed you know you've got 7 years to improve your life to be able to afford taking care of those children or child.
Otherwise, what becomes of those children? They go where?
To the streets, even more so than they are now. I mean,
Or foster care.
look at what's going on right now. I mean, us as black people we're so stupid. And I'll say this in the general sense. We're so stupid that because crime is so rampant on the streets of Washington, D.C., Trump is putting the National Guard on the streets. And what does the black female mayor and other black people do? What did they do? Even MSNBC. What did the black people on MSNBC, what did they do? They got up there on TV and tried to say that crime isn't a problem. Crime is down.
Which is a lie.
Of course it's a lie. Like, so what you're telling me is that the nation's capital, where the White House sits, where Big Balls at 3:00 in the morning gets jumped by 10 YNs, males and females, under the age of 18, because they were trying to carjack some old woman. That's normal to you. That's normal to you.
No crime here.
And it's like either.
And the mayor's not doing anything?
Oh no, she's the one that said that there's no crime. Crime numbers are down. Yeah, because of how you quote unquote defunded the police by lessening the charges of serious crimes or just crime in general. We're still under the rule that anything stolen under $1,000 is not even worth calling the police for. They won't even make a report. We're still under that law, the George Floyd law. We're still under that. So yes, crime is down because you're not charging people. The statistics are a lie.
But how hamstrung are DCP Metro?
They're charging police.
No. That's not my question. To bitter truth. How hamstrung are DCPD, by the way?
It's not just DC police. There's all police.
All police are hamstrung in America because there's a shortage.
Right. Because of the laws. These defund the police laws. The theft is the number. Charles, you're a cop. Theft is the number one crime that police get calls for, is it not?
One of the top 3.
Yeah, normally done by teenagers.
And your carjackings are getting off the fucking hook. Now, one time in my career, you barely heard of carjackings. The later part, it's so common occurrence that all your carjackings are done by fucking teenagers.
Right. You had the freaking DA down in New Orleans running with his 80-something-year-old mama. Both of them look like track stars. Look like FloJo and Carl Lewis running from gunshots because him and his mama got carjacked by 4 YNs coming from a play. Coming from the playhouse. The chick in Minnesota with the hot pink Jeep. She was a defund the policer. One morning she got her kids who were under the age between the ages of 6 and 8, putting them in the car. Mm-hmm. She gets carjacked by 4 YNs. They pistol whipped her, broke her leg, and stole her pink Jeep. Luckily, they at least let her get the kids out the car.
Talk about a crash out.
There was a case in Baltimore where I know I hate to sound so irritated, but I sound irritated because I'm irritated. I'm always irritated when I talk about these stories. But then
you're an irritable motherfucker.
right there in Charles's neck of the woods, you had an 11-year-old boy who stole 13 cars in a 2-week span, and the police were saying that the toughest thing they could do to this little boy was drop him off at home to his mama because of these George Floyd defund the police laws.
And they couldn't whoop his ass for it?
No, that's police brutality. But do keep in mind, though, it's not like they ran the plates. Oh, this is a stolen car. So they pulled him over, took him out, and took him home. No. He's 11. He don't know how to drive. So how do you think they were catching him? Just take a wild guess.
Tell me.
He was crashing the cars into other people's shit.
I wouldn't be surprised if this kid plays GTA. Even though he's not old enough to be playing that shit.
So I asked the question, why do black people act like being stopped for committing crime is racist?
It's only racist when it's a white cop and shit stopping a black person, right? Get the fuck out of here.
I'm going to just say this because, one, most black people in the modern day are anarchists. I said it.
Well, that's why that guy in Florida got cracked in his jaw 2 times. I felt nothing because I saw the whole footage. Did y'all see that whole footage before he got cracked in his jaw?
No.
Did y'all?
No.
Nope.
He did get pulled over for not having his lights on in the rain. It was an overcast day. I don't know why people act like they couldn't see the water on the car from the body cam. You act like just because you're looking at it through the lens of a camera. The lens of a camera will brighten up the sky. So they're saying the sun was out. No, it wasn't.
Keep your headlights on.
I have a dash cam. When I look through my dash cam on an overcast or near night day, when it's dusk, the dash cam brightens everything up because it has to record it. It needs the ultralight in order to record it. But at any rate, the cop pulled him over. He hanging out the car. The cop asking him for his license. Why you pull me over? I need a sergeant. It was like, wait a minute. That's fine, but give me your license. Of course, as we found out, license suspended, driving without insurance, had weed in the car. And in Florida, you can have weed, but you got to have a card. You got to have the weed card, or else your ass is going to jail. It was already bad enough he was going to jail for driving on a suspended license with no insurance. Now you got weed in the car. The knife, you can have a knife in the car. It's Florida.
No vehicle registration. And probably his tags were possibly his tags were expired.
He riding dirty as hell. Knowing he going to jail.
Dirtier than a millionaire.
And what killed me is that black people really think that calling the sergeant is going to get your ass out of going to jail.
No, don't you just dig yourself into a bigger hole? But he was just trying to call the motherfuckers bluff.
What
you
bluff?
Can't get out. You can't.
Call. There's no bluff to call.
Let me tell you something. Let me ask something. This was a brother most likely raised by his mother, so he was probably talking like the female. Yeah,
he most definitely was. He didn't appear delaying, and then by the time the sergeant got there, at that point they pretty much kind of really when the cop run your plates, everything on your plates come back. Charles knows this. I don't even know why I'm saying it, but you notice he ain't saying nothing because there's nothing for him to correct. Your plates come back, all your information pop up.
Or the worst thing, if nothing comes
back.
I
got family stateside. Wait. I got family stateside, so I know how it goes down.
Well, the absolute worst thing, nothing comes back. You really in trouble because those are fake.
Yeah. So, yeah, you ain't have your headlights on and you're not wearing a seatbelt. Let me see your ID. Oh, why you?
Yo, in Norway, you get busted. Let me tell you something. Up here in Norway, you have to have your license. You know, you have to have your first of all vehicles, no matter what time of the day it is, the headlights have to be on.
Well, if
Even at the high, even at the
depending on the model you get, those daylights are always on.
Yeah, the headlights have to be on, even at the height of day, even at the high noon, the headlights always on for one reason or another. But secondly, have to have your seatbelts on.
Well,
and a child, the kid, and they have security cameras and they got cameras all over the place. Make sure that you got your belt on. Oh, there's a chip in the car to let you know that you had your seatbelt on. Third, I remember he was a Dutch immigrant. One time he got busted for drunk driving. This was his first offense. First time, you get your license suspended for a year. Then you got to retake the test because they don't fuck around.
But the whole point, get back to the whole point, was that he caused that. He pushed for that to happen. Personally, like I said, I understand why the cop did it, but in all honesty, instead of punching him in his face, he should have maced his ass. He should have maced. Getting maced is worse than being punched.
I know how that mace will burn your eyes and everything because I know what they use. They use cayenne peppers and shit, but
because you need to teach people like that a lesson. Stop being a fuck boy. Stop being out here with your mama's brain and just comply. You know you riding dirty.
Bitch made.
You're right.
Quit being bitch made. Try to man up.
You know you riding dirty. My supervisor is not going to give you a wrist slap and say, "Well, you put him over. This was an unlawful stop, so therefore you can go away." No, the supervisor ain't doing none of that shit. What's going on here?
We ain't playing with you like that.
What's going on here, Officer Faulkner? Well, he, suspended license, no insurance, refuses to hand over the ID.
Most supervisors are not gonna, even though you can call a supervisor to the scene, no problem. Most supervisors are not gonna interrupt you. If you got enough probable cause to search, you got the same probable cause to arrest.
Right. Stop calling for a damn supervisor. The only thing that's gonna do is that you're gonna get your ass whooped in front of an audience.
That almost happened last weekend.
Shit.
Almost happened for 3 months.
Hey, I mean, you think that's worse? Imagine if it's if it's like a Karen or something like that. As entitled as they can be, you try to stop them, they're going to try to speed off and cause a car chase in certain cases if they're that entitled.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But you feel entitled. You feel the problem is you got the bitch madedness from being raised solely by your bitch ass mama. It's got you to a point where, in all honesty, I'll be looking at these body cams and I'll be like, we need to go back to the Obama level of policing, because the indignant attitudes of these people is ridiculous. Like, it's like, I see this stuff and it's like, you should get punched in your face. You need a slapping. Especially when these people square up with cops. You want to square up with a cop?
Oh, you're fair game then.
Yeah, fair game to get your ass kicked.
You're fair game, but first let them throw the first punch, because right then you can charge them with assault on an officer. That gives you more than probable cause to whoop their ass. Because now you can say, I had to subdue the suspect. He was getting physical. I thought he was reaching for my gun.
He took a defensive
I shouldn't condone it, but yeah.
He took a defensive stance. What am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
Please, sir, don't do that. Please turn around and put your hands behind your back.
Hey, Charles, ABM's in the back.
We have cookies.
ABM's in the back. Want to come in? Yeah. You don't want to be like the cops in Demolition Man. Simon Phoenix, lie down on the ground with your hands behind your head.
That's how they have them out here. That is literally how they have these cops acting out here.
I mean, you got To me, I think it's a disease called bitch assness, and you get the police you
Bitchitis.
want it. You get the police you want it because when we
Mm-hmm.
got the crime under like 170, 180, you didn't like it.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't
What,
like it.
shit got too boring? Shit got
You
too
didn't like
boring? They need
the
more excitement
citizens.
in their lives? Get the fuck
The
out of here.
citizens did not like it.
There needs to be a return of a healthy fear. There needs to be a return of a healthy fear of police officers. A healthy fear where
I mean,
yes sir, no sir, here's my license,
mm-hmm.
to where it's not, oh, what the fuck you put me up for? Oh, fuck you. Oh, you racist ass motherfucker. Like, if I'm so racist and you so scared of my racism, then why are you acting like you want me to fuck you up?
Because
You
I want to
scared, so
prove
why you acting like you want to fight?
because I want to prove that you were right.
It, let's just call it what it is. First of all, how y'all doing, man?
Hey, what's
What's
up,
good,
baby?
man? How the family, man? How you been, man?
I'm fair, but let's
All
just
right.
call this what this is, man. This is a difference of the generations because back when I was young, we had that healthy fear of the cops. Cops would fuck you up.
Shit.
Get out of line if you want. They will fuck you up, dude.
Shit.
See, this generation today, all this body cam shit and everybody talking all this Black Lives Matter and everybody think they some type of fucking freedom fighter every time you get pulled over. Just like Bay was saying, dude, you're riding fucking dirty. Dog, just
You
get
have to
out of
get fucked up.
you can't say anything. Just get out of the fucking car at this point and call you an Uber because they're towing the fucking vehicle. And that's if you lucky. Because they could lock you up.
Mm.
But it's the
No, they
fucking
would. They were
entitlement.
definitely gonna lock him up. No, they were
It, it's
definitely
it,
gonna lock him up. Remember,
it, it
because remember.
it's the fucking entitlement.
Mm-hmm.
It's the single mother raised. This is what you watched your mother do all your life. That's how she handled every situation. She's in the grocery store. There's a dispute about the receipt and what she does nothing but yell and scream and curse. That's all you know now because that's all you've seen. And just like your mama, you expect everybody to kiss your ass.
And life
It
doesn't
don't
work that
work
way,
like that.
sadly.
You're not a female.
And
What
even with
works
the
for your sister
females,
doesn't work for you. Okay, go ahead.
that shit doesn't work like it used to.
No. Sandra Bland, anybody?
So, that shit does not work like it used to.
No.
No, that black fatigue has destroyed that whole, you know. Oh, she's irate. Let's try to calm her down. And no, motherfuckers is now whooping your ass.
It's like when I told about Anton and his cooning ass. He didn't believe shit that I said about a lot of this behavior. I said you can't tell me about certain shit. And even like you said about the black fatigue, people don't like this shit. What's up, Jesse? What's up, Jesse in the building? People don't like this shit.
Jesse?
People like a refined person to be around. At some point, yeah, we could be on some down home shit, but we like actually being cool. We don't like that loud bullshit. Some reason,
Mm-hmm.
black people got it up in their heads thinking that somebody owed them something.
Yeah. To ABM and to Beatrice's point, I was raised, but I was raised right. Even though we had a lot of our, and this is back in Eritrea, folks. We had our Pookies and Ray Rays and Ratchets and whatnot, but we were all on code because every once in because like I said, because we know we have military service, but we also have people who try to draft it, who try to duck the draft and everything. And we all understood the importance of having our ID cards on us at all times whenever we left the house. Whether it was going to the grocery store or if you were going to school, something like that, you always had to have, if you were a student, keep your school ID with you at all times. If you were going somewhere else, keep it, any ID you had that could prove who you are and everything. Because you could get stopped at any minute. And you had to play it cool because sometimes some of those officers, they were just looking for any excuse just to want to whoop your ass.
Yeah.
Only that, you never
And
know.
this is a third world, my dudes. We didn't have that free. This is a third world we're talking about, dudes. You can't just get away with stuff. I know a homie. There was one guy who was like who came with a U.S. passport. Even they had to learn how to keep their mouth shut because they don't give a fuck. You know, yeah, you got that Western passport, but you're one of us. You're back home, so you have to be on code with the rest of these motherfuckers. But go ahead.
I am the captain now.
You know, bunch of
Look at me.
motherfuckers.
Look at me. I am the captain now. I am the captain now. Shit.
I got a female friend over in Africa. She done got her ass kicked 3 times. Over there
Which
running
country?
she's in Ghana, running her American. Yeah, she gonna got slapped up twice. She gonna got slapped up twice by their police soldiers and once by a business owner.
LEMTs,
running her damn
MPs and
mouth.
everything. Yeah.
She got some money. She think the last time she reported on that was 3 years ago. She calmed the hell down after that.
Shit.
Like you over there with real patriarchy, girl.
Shit, I grew up in KSA, man. We weren't, because you have to worry about the religious police or like the cops just looking at you sometimes sideways. You try to be as cordial and as discreet at all times, no matter where you were.
And that's the point Bay was getting at. So many of these chicks, they don't think that shit is supposed to stop. You just gonna carry that same mouth all around the fucking world with you. And I've said this in this space before. The rest of the world don't tolerate the same fucking thing black men in America tolerates.
Nope.
They just don't tolerate that shit. I saw one video years ago. It was Nigeria. I want to say it was an airport, but I ain't 100% sure. Bunch of people walking around, and so the security camera got the footage. The woman is going down the steps. The man is coming. No, excuse me. The man is going down the steps. The woman is coming up the steps. They bump into each other. The man keeps going. The woman turns around at the top of the steps, and you can see her say something. So the guy comes back from around, because you know how the staircase take that turn and continue to go down. He came back up the fucking steps and he slapped the shit out of her ass, knocked her the fuck out, and kept it moving. And so did everybody else. Nobody helped the woman up. Nobody did shit. He just knocked her the fuck out and kept it moving. I mean, other cultures don't play this shit.
Y'all remember last year, or was it early this year, where some black woman who was a trucker from Texas. She went to Dubai.
Dubai, yeah.
The one she went to the car rental. She said she lost something in the car rental, and then she just went off at the people at the front desk instead of talking to them cordially.
Hey,
you don't do that.
Locked her motherfucking ass up. Locked her ass up, and rightfully so, because again, you got to understand the cultural difference. First of all, you over there playing around with the Arabs. You got to understand what you're doing.
Hey, you're in my backyard, man.
There's virtually no crime in these fucking places because the penalties are severe. So, if they think you're trying to pull a fast one or something, they're going to investigate. They don't just fucking kiss your ass like in the States. They're going to do it. They're going to do it on their time. They're going to investigate you can't just walk up to these people with, "Hey, man, I forgot something." Okay, well, you got to go through the proper procedures and channels first. These people don't fuck around. And she got frustrated because, what she's used to is smart ass, curse words, insults, and she gets her way. They threw her stupid ass in jail.
Because they asked her for the paperwork. They said the receipt and everything. Because the person that said, which vehicle was it? What did it look like? Do you have the paperwork to show you had this? Because they could have cross-referenced and helped her out easier. She's like, I don't have that paperwork or anything. Well, we can't help you if you don't have that. And then she just went off at them. And the people at the desk, first of all, most of these people work at the front desk. They're not Arabs. They're mostly migrants from South Asia. Most of them are on spot. They're there because they're there on work visas and whatnot. They're not fucking around either. So they're going to handle this with the proper channels with the cops. And thankfully, because it's in Dubai, because if this was like in one of the other Emirates of the UAE, or if this was in KSA or in Bahrain, her ass would have been all kinds of fucked up, even worse. And I don't understand what the appeal is with Dubai, man. I mean, I understand it's big and everything, but I've been there once, and I experienced sensory overload at one point because
the appeal is very simple. It costs money to go there, so people want to go there so they can put the pictures on Instagram and say, "Look at me, I went to Dubai, so I must got money like that."
Like Monte Carlo, it's like Monte Carlo in Europe.
I just spent my kids' tuition just to go to Dubai.
Get the
My
fuck
kids
out of
struggle
here!
with their math scores, but hey, I'm in Dubai.
My kid can't count past one.
I mean,
Three is like the Royal Rumble.
Shout out to Sandog because he's in the UAE.
And then you got to realize a lot of these bitches be hoeing in the fucking Middle East. They literally get shitted on. I mean, not shitted on like a nigga shits on them, but shitted on.
Yeah, that's why you see a chick.
Those IG shit, yeah.
A chick out in Dubai, you already know what the deal is. 9 times out of 10.
Shit, I mean, it's not just in Dubai. In Dubai it's most known, but in other countries within that GCC, you might hear similar stories. I'm like, you don't want to fuck around like that. I've got people down there who live and work there, and most of them got white collar professions and everything, and they understand those circles. There's those types of circles that you don't want to be in because there's a price for admission and there's a hefty price to get out. So know which circles to be in, which circles to be not to be in.
Yeah, that was the last Dubai story I read that some white chick was found on the side of the road with her spine shattered. Like her arms and legs were broken and her spine was shattered. She was still alive, but she was dumped on the side of the road. You want to go out there and be tricking in Dubai and you don't want the camel to fuck you? Well,
gotta let the camel fuck you.
I mean, they be doing some really depraved stuff out there,
because they look at black women. They look at black women as less than. Okay, listen.
Yeah,
let's put it out there. Black women have a. This is how they look at them. They look at it as concubines.
You hear about celebrities going out to. You hear about celebrities going out to Dubai, like Beyonce went out to Dubai to do a concert for $5 million, but where was the footage of the concert?
Exactly. Because it's some depraved shit going on.
There, I can tell you, growing up, been born and raised in that part of the world, people don't even bother to know the half about the history of slavery there.
That still goes on.
They don't understand what. Doctor Faulkenstein, I think, said that. But anyway.
Yeah, I mean, what was the first thing that happened to Gaddafi's people after he was murdered. What happened the next day?
Human trafficking was back in full swing. First
And
of
the
all,
UN did absolutely nothing about it. Did absolutely nothing about it.
dude.
Nobody
You ever
did
heard about
nothing.
do you remember the story of the 350 people who were on a boat that capsized, and then they had to have and then when they recovered the bodies, there's like something about over. No, it was like 360, but about 350 people died, and they had these big funerals like in Lampedusa.
Go
Most of
on.
those people were of my ilk, by the way. And 11 of those coffins, because most of the adult coffins were brown, but they had like a group. They had like about a dozen white coffins with teddy bears on them to represent the children that died.
We still got
And
close to almost 300,000 children. They're recovering children right now here in the United States. I think they so far recovered about 6,000 children simply by finally responding to the tip line. Like these kids were given these cards. If you are in trouble, call this number. So now that they actually hired people to investigate the calls, they're finding a lot of these children who are being
trafficked.
Being trafficked, both sexually and
traffic.
laborally. They're finding children through actually following up on these tip lines. But at the same time, you still got hundreds of thousands of children missing.
Like, yeah. When I work at Columbia Mall,
Kidnappings and everything. Yeah.
when I look at Columbia Mall, you should see what some of these girls got on. And I'm like, you think somebody, and it's a very high Muslim and foreigner culture. You think they're not going to kidnap your ass?
That's why you're
People
told to
don't.
stay next to mommy at all times. Stay within where I can see you, or hold mom and dad's hands.
People don't realize this. You 14, 15, built like a grown ass woman. You think a motherfucker not going to try you?
In a foreign country too, you're legal.
And not even in a foreign country, in this country. Especially when
Oh
you have
yeah.
a high foreigner rate. People don't leave their fucking traditions, okay? They're gonna look at your daughter and be like, how much?
The dowry, the bride price, and whatnot. Hell no. Shit.
Or
That's the number one crime committed by these illegals from South America and United States is rape
yeah,
of a minor.
yeah. But when Trump says something about it, that ain't going on. They're not eating dogs and cats.
Oh,
Motherfucker.
Bitter.
he just wants
Yeah.
to. He's just racist.
Motherfucker. They show pictures of them cutting up ducks and fucking shit in the park. They show
Bitter.
videos of this shit.
Mhm. Bitter. You'd be surprised how low the age of consent is in South America.
There is one?
I
Going back
believe
to like the
I
18th to
think I
19th.
read somewhere in Mexico that it's 14.
Like, if they can crawl, they're legal in some of these nasty ass countries.
Some countries is 15, some countries is 14, others 13.
Yeah, because who was the little Hispanic chick on and she's cute too. She's really cute on 90 Day Fiance.
Never seen that
Apparently,
show.
that's
Where's she
fine.
from?
She's from Colombia. Matter of fact, she's still in
Let me go.
Colombia. Her white dude
Let
moved
me go
down there.
check. Let me check the age of consent.
Matter of fact, I can show you. Apparently, her aunt was pimping her out. Her aunt was her pimp. Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, her aunt was her pimp. And I'm like, what? Because the dude married her at she's like, I think he married her at 18. But she was a prostitute. Let's see her.
Let me look it up. Age of consent in South America. Introduction. Summary. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Okay. Colombia. The age of consent in Colombia as of 2008 is 14, regardless of gender or sexual orientation.
Don't go to. Well, now you're going to see a whole bunch of weirdos go down to Colombia.
The weirdos are already in there.
They have had weirdos going down there forever, man.
That's the white boy passport heaven.
14. Hey. 14.
In Chile, it's 8. Let's see. In Chile, they say it's 18. Brazil is 14. Bolivia is 14. Argentina, let's see. No restrictions on sexual activities at 18. However, they say minimum age of consent is being 13. But it's a little confusing on that one. Ecuador, age of consent is 14.
Here we go.
Ooh.
Paraguay, it is 14 for straight folks, but for gay folks, it's 16.
like 2 years to make a difference.
Oh damn, Charles. You have to let links up.
Oh,
Who's up? Yeah.
He had to approve links on his
Yeah. Uruguay, it's a bit of a mismatch. I'm not sure here.
Here's the link for anybody when I come up.
Yeah. And Peru is 14. Suriname, it's 16. 16 if you're straight, 18 if you're gay.
Wow.
Basically Dutch there. In Venezuela, it is the age of consent is 16.
So if you're throwing dick, you could be 16. But if you're kind of taking it.
In Suriname, the age is 16 if you're hetero. If you're gay, it's 18. But in Venezuela, it's 16 regardless.
What if you're bisexual? What if you're bi?
Can you see that?
No. Some reason it won't let me see.
Yeah. If I put it in the back chat, will you be able to? Oh, better yet, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
What am I doing? Hold on.
Yeah, the back chat. Usually it lets me see it in the back chat.
Yeah. There you go. All right.
Guyana at 16. Wow.
Wow.
Hey, where I'm at 16.
You see it?
Yep. Like, who's that?
That's the chick. She's one of them 90-day fiance chicks.
Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm just like, wow.
Yeah. But apparently when she was, her freaking aunt was pimping her out.
Wow.
Damn.
You will get this pussy. What? You got something that's worth more than gold or silver.
Show your audience. They probably like, what the hell?
Yeah. I'm on the phone. Like,
okay. All right, hold on. I can do it. Hold on. Let's see here.
You gonna let you.
All right, go ahead. I just need to share.
You got something special under you, girl. Oh boy. Let's temper her out. Wow.
Damn.
That should look like that's a Lolita.
Remember, it's always the men that make y'all feel hoes.
Yeah, some little white dude. He moved down there, married her. There he is, right there. Yeah, that's her husband.
Mi esposo.
Yeah,
As she would say.
he damn near bankrupted himself. You know, like he paid for this car. He opened up her a little boutique and everything or whatnot, decorate the hell of it. It looks good, but luckily for him, the shop took off. You know what I'm saying? So now they got money. Luckily for him, they
If
got money.
everything's in his name, so long as everything is in his name, he's good.
Well, I
But she
mean,
can't leave him.
in most foreign countries, you have to split the assets. You know, like you can't buy a house and land and own a business unless you go 50-50 with a native.
Well, good point. In this case, she needs him as much as he needs her.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you get a divorce, I mean, that 50-50 turns into 100-0. Like real quick.
Yo, judging by her face and everything, she's definitely had some work done.
Yeah.
She's had work done. Ugh.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know what she had work done? She had work done on her chest.
That's why we got to give it up.
If you look at old photos of her, she still looked the same, except she's, she went from like a barely B to this C cup. I'm sorry, what was you about to say, Odu?
No, I was going to say that's why we got to give it up to the Chinese, because the Chinese got rid of that taking a man's asset shit after the divorce.
Yeah.
Just another thing the Asians beat us on. They beat us at everything.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah, see, this is her shop right here that he paid for.
Wow.
It's beautiful inside though. That shop is nice. I'll give it to her. She got style. I mean, you see it. She got style.
So it's a successful boutique. What city is this in? Where in Colombia is this? Which city?
Hold on. I couldn't even begin to tell you. Wait, this might be it. The May Gold store. No, that's not it.
Fair use, folks. Fair use.
What are you screaming fair use for?
Some people are about this shit. You never know. Just keeping the bases. Just make sure the bases are all covered. You know what I'm saying? Can you blame me?
It doesn't say. But I mean.
So most likely it could be in the capital Bogota. Maybe they're in Medellin, Cali, or Barranquilla. Barranquilla, by the way, is the hometown of Shakira.
I think they might be in Medellin.
Medellin, home of Pablo Escobar. El Patron. Medellin.
Monaco.
Damn.
Monaco.
There's a place called Monaco? Okay. It
was right here, Monaco. Yeah, this is her spa, her little nail salon and everything. All that little women stuff. So she cleaning up. She cleaning up because it's nice. It's nice. She cleaning up. Plus she on TV too, so women are eating that up.
Hey, she's selling people a dream. Because how many Colombian chicks? I mean, she said, hey, she got the exposure from the show, and she's on the gram. She's selling a lot of good women that dream. You get with a whale, you get with a blanco, your life gets better. It's that mejora la raza thing, man.
Trying to find more. There's more videos of the shop. I mean, as you can see, she's very vain.
What's the name of the show again?
It's just what 90 Day Fiance. Hold on, let me see. Hold on. Let's see here.
90 Days.
If you just look up her name, you'll see what season she on and all this stuff. But I didn't really like watch their segments because she does have a 18, 19-year-old's mentality, like beyond a shadow of a doubt. She's still a freaking child in the mind. So like her segments it was like nails on a chalkboard for me. The dude that was trying to explain to her, hey, look, I just can't pull money, because he told her he had to go back to the United States to, in order to, make more capital and everything. But she wanting shit being done right now, that microwave mentality. But I need it now. I need it now. I need it now. Like, bitch, chill out. You know what I'm saying? Damn, it ain't going nowhere. Let's see. Love. Okay, so you can watch the Love in Paradise. You see that right there.
That's where they are? Love in Paradise? Okay. Okay, hang on a second.
Yeah, that's one of the shows that they on. Well, one of the things, yeah. Oh, season 4. Well, wait, what season is that? Was 4 yeah, season 4. Yeah.
Of Love in Paradise? Okay.
Yeah, I mean they done got so many spinoffs of this show, and a lot of these chicks, they be having like OnlyFans pages and whatnot. It's pathetic. All right, I'm gonna close that out, y'all. So what about y'all boy? Oh, where's Charles?
He'll be back.
No. So what's going on with y'all boy?
Which one?
Y'all Lord and Savior that y'all love so much, love to defend, Dr. Umar.
Babe, I know you look at me, you tease me because I'm your little brother and all, but you gotta plug me with this shit, with that shit? Come on now. Do I look like a panda? Do I look like I know my mom slapped the black off me when I was little, but do I look like a panda? Do I look like a pandering motherfucker? Hell no. Hell to the nah.
Oh, I got you. Okay. Pander. I thought you were saying panda. Pander. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that too. That too.
Look.
What do you do this time?
Everybody named Mama doing videos about his downfall, but that's because that it was a long time coming.
Yeah. Oh, what do you do this time? What happened?
You're not hip to what happened?
Break it down for me.
His bank accounts are frozen.
Oh.
And he's got 20 days or to the 20th or 20 days to pay off. I think he's got like $30,000 to $60,000 in debt in the school, and like back taxes and whatnot. He's got 20 days to pay that off, or the state is going to seize the schools and sell them at auction.
Shit.
Yeah, because they're he's getting taxed for them being derelict buildings. He's got land tax. He's got past due bills, utility bills that he hasn't paid, and everything. And everything takes me back to that Lloyd Jamar interview, where Lloyd Jamar was telling him, "Hey, look, I got people that can help you," and Umar pretty much told him, "Fuck you, I don't need your help." Even though Lloyd Jamar, his father-in-law and everything, they've opened schools, and he's look.
I'm listening.
Here's my theory is this, because the FBI has been watching him. They just eventually let you build your own case against yourself. That's what
let you play yourself. All right.
Unless you've committed a felony, like a serious violent crime, they let you build your case against you.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? This is what took Dwight York down. Was that eventually You know, one of the girls got away from the compound, and actually it was two of them, and they went, you know, to the police. So it wasn't hard for them to gather evidence and you know, do what they do. But with him, this is a financial crime. So basically, they just waited for him to put himself in a check-based situation, which is what he's in. You supposedly raised, at least on record, $1.2 million talking about building a school or opening a school. You bought some derelict buildings for $400K, had the nerve to lie and say these are modernized buildings. Well, after looking at his living conditions on two separate occasions, then, you know, somebody that looked like they live in a trash can, I guess those are state of the art, beautiful buildings. You know what I'm saying? Holes all in the walls, ceiling tiles missing, you know, floor all crunchy, needing a new HVAC. I guess that was Shangri-La to him. At any rate, based on
Go ahead, sorry.
Based on the timeline that he gave,
What I wanted to say was like, where the hell was Bill Duke when we needed him? He should have sat Omar down and been like, you know, fucked up now. You know that, right?
Well, that might be coming.
You know, fucked up.
That might be coming.
Yeah.
So,
hey, we're good, Edward.
Goddamn Candy Graham.
Oh, you got Ed? What's up, Ed?
What's up, Ed?
Candy Graham Mango.
I blame the Pan Africans. Yeah. I blame the Pan Africans.
Based on the timeline that he put down, okay. The first, he said that it started when he went to Africa on that Africa trip. Now, those South Africans, they don't like him. You got people in Ghana and South Africa that don't like him. They done called him out for his, you know, him talking about educating children and how he loved black women, but you know, they called him out on being a baby mama maker.
Ooh.
You know, and then he went to South Africa trying to talk that racist bullshit to them, and they like, nigga, what is you talking about? Like, this ain't the United States. We run shit. In case you didn't notice, our president is black. You know what I'm saying? What are you talking about? So, you know, so I think what happened was, because if you look at his speaking fees, the most he charges is $10,000. When he went to Africa, he went for a month because he had 2 speaking engagements. What I'm thinking happened was they paid him in money orders that were fraudulent. Okay.
Oh.
And he deposited them. He deposited one before he left, and he probably took out, because you know, if you deposit a check or a money order, you can get half of that up front. You know that, right? Right. So he probably deposited one, took out the 10, and then deposited the other and took out the 10 again, because he put one in what he says the FDMG account and then the other one in his personal account. So he done took out $20K in cash, probably knowing that these were fraudulent money orders, but trying to get over on the bank. So they froze his account, because if he had the money to cover the $10K that he took out, you know what I'm saying? Or the $20K that he took out, at the least $10K, they just would have deducted it from his account. Do you understand? They wouldn't have froze it. They just would have deducted it, because you got the money to cover this. Be like, hey, you know, this was the fraudulent money order and you took out half of it, so we're going to take our half back. And you good. You know what I'm saying? You just out 10K. Like, you traded out cash for fake. So, but we're going to take our money regardless.
We're going to get our fucking... We're going to get our fucking pound of flesh.
Right, we're going to get our pound of flesh. But instead, he didn't have the funds. So you done dropped 2 fraudulent money orders in your account. So we're going to freeze your account until you come up with this money. And by the way, if you don't come up with this money, we'll just report this to the federal government, to the IRS, and we'll let them deal with you, because this is felony money. This ain't $200. This ain't $500 overdraft, dude. This is felony. This is fraud. This is fraud. Remember the chick Lene said that on his desk there was a folder with an FBI insignia on it, and he quickly hid it from her? Right, because he was already and even he admitted that he was under that they kept auditing him, and he was under this investigation, that investigation, or whatever. So he running, ducking, hiding. But now there's nowhere for you to run or hide. The city is getting ready to take them buildings from you for non-payment. Non-payment. Matter of fact, this weekend he up in New Jersey. He up there asking them to help him find another school, of one with at least 25 rooms, or something that costs $250K or something like that. Nigga, what? Nigga, what?
Think about it, right? At what time did he have something that he could show people? Like,
well, this is what killed me. In the Lloyd Jamar interview, he said, well, what y'all want me to do? Put the school's bank account on YouTube? Yes, nigga. Yes. Yes. You need to be transparent with the money. So yes, I guarantee you, if you to put the school's budget on YouTube, all right, y'all, I got 1.2 million. I just spent this much on the building. So now this is what the HVAC, all of this stuff gonna cost. So here, I'm showing y'all what I'm doing with the money. I'm literally showing y'all the bills. This is what the amount in the bank account. These are the invoices. You know, if you showing people that you actually doing some shit outside of painting them fucking walls 20 times, you know what I'm saying? People would be like, oh, okay, well, yeah, he is trying to do it by himself, even though there's no fucking way you can one-man army this shit for as big of a project or what you was doing. But
here was all my question. My ultimate question was always this: if it took you this much time and effort to raise the money to buy the quote unquote school, right, that you still haven't got up and running because of all the other shit, then how was you going to handle the day-to-day operations of said school?
Boy,
where in the fuck was that money going to come from?
From the students. Well, from the parents of the students. But you in Della fucking where?
But it's the parents. Again, I mean, this is what I'm saying. So you're going to have to pay teachers, because nobody's going to do it for free, right?
Nope.
You're going to have to pay a water bill.
Do it for free.
You're going to have to pay an electric bill, supplies, any other maintenance that may happen, a leak or something goes up, whatever. So, dog, you can't even get the fucking doors open to the fucking institution. How the hell was you going to do the day-to-day operations of the institution?
And was only doing grades 4 and 5.
It was never going to fucking happen, dude.
Like, he only did 4 and 5.
Yeah, he changed the grading the grades he was going to teach.
Who's going to put their kids
was grades 4 and 5?
Who's going to put their kids in a school for 2 years?
Yeah, one thing that annoys me about all this is I'm really getting tired of these what I call credibility scams, where people are calling themselves. I'm not even talking about Umar necessarily calling himself a doctor, but you know, Cheyenne Bryant, that Fontenot chick is talking about, 70,000 ain't enough, which whatever. There's a commentary on that, and then Umar with the credibility of his school. I mean, school, once he got away from really talking about black boys, his asset to the community, quote unquote community, kind of really went down. And the problem is he wants that easy money from the sisters, but he kind of locked out his ability. The sisters never going to help him get the easy money, like directly. If anything, if you got black women on your side, you can maybe get money from NBA players and stuff like that. But the problem is like that. He never got over that the stripper situation. That's because he actually had a dude or two that was willing to deal with him on that, and that stripper situation messed him up. And that was before, like, when now NBA players are getting way more money. They were still getting money then too, but now, I mean, they got the money a blow. But now Umar is kind of like a hazard as far as certain stuff he gets into. The Sukiyana thing, I don't think helped either. But black women don't pay him for no school. They're not gonna send their boys to that school. They pay him for, you know, him telling them it ain't never their fault. Now, I will say this too. Where Umar messed up is a couple of things. I'm like, as far as just the whole vision, like y'all said, there's been people that put schools together, so this is not the first thing that they've done. But the problem is Umar want to do something completely different. He don't want to do an academy for boys. He want to do like he almost want to do some military training, Pan-Africanist fantasy. That even if you want to do that, you have to build your way to that. He could have did a lot of what he did online. He didn't want to do that. He could have did a summer camp that people paid into, you know, kind of like a Bible camp. Not obviously not Bible camp, but you get what I'm saying. Like a Pan-African camp, because that's much of a less of an ask to get for women to send your kids to summer camp than it is. It sounds small, but he could have did a lot with that, to be honest with you. You could add other people coming in, and even with the volunteer stuff, that becomes more likely because it's 2 months. You can get credit. It's different stuff you could do with that. But he just got to his stuff, his ego crafted what he ultimately wanted, and he didn't do the steps. Like, you have to build your way to the type of stuff he was trying to do. And he didn't want to do any of the smaller steps because his ego wouldn't allow him to do it. I don't know if it's that Philly shit, that chip on your shoulder shit. I don't know. But yeah, I'll leave it there.
It's typical digger shit.
I think he just talked himself into something that he probably knew from day one that he was never going to be able to do.
Well, I mean, yes, and that comes back to his ego. Like, I think he
You know
thought
what I mean?
more support that he ended up getting, but you're not the first person to try. Other people have done these stuff. Other people have done these things successfully. I forget the dude that's opened 3 schools, 3 black boy charter schools. People have done it successfully, but you want to,
Yeah.
he this is what happens when you act. You want to be rogue too much. Like, Umar is always want to be anti-church. That's fine. But say what you want to. The churches definitely know how to get money out of black people, and they definitely know how to build churches. So they know how to at least put buildings together and ministries and stuff together. Now, we can argue about what they do in there. Obviously we can. But as far as at least the buildings there, that's not abnormal. You've got what's his name? Kevin Crosby, which, you know, I was a big fan of him up until he started hating on Dion. But Kevin Crosby did basically use his mega church in order to reactivate Simmons College when it lost its accreditation, and that school is doing pretty well. And he used his church and the congregation in his church in order to work there for like temporary until he got it to the point where he was hiring people, which was fairly quickly, because he's got upscale people in his church, black people. So, I mean, even the thing about some of the stuff he's saying, it's been done. It's just the problem is Umar is not that dude. The biggest thing with Umar is one of these dudes where it's like, on the one hand, he a street dude, which is not a bad thing, right? But on the other hand, he's educated. But on the other hand, he's got this thing about like brothers that are square or well-to-do. And I really believe he has this thing where he don't want to, it's like he want to do it without those type of brothers, not understanding those brothers know more about commercial real estate. Those types of brothers have connections. And, yeah, he's got that street bullshit, and even with Lord Jamar's a street dude too. It's a cannibalistic thing where it's like you don't want help because your ego, and it's like, dude, none of these people, even the dude that put together 3 schools, I'm blanking on his name, he didn't do it by himself. He's just the face of it, but there's a whole bunch of stuff that goes along. I mean, truth be told, he could have got. I'm not gonna say he could have got Robert Smith, but it's literal stuff that he could have did that people could plug into that he just did not want to do that. And so
one chick called him the woman who did the film, who did the movie about him, and he didn't want to sign he never signed the contract. She called him a financial rapist.
I mean,
because
I wouldn't call him all that, but
Well, you have to understand what he did to her. Like,
oh, well, you talk about what he did to her. Okay, I thought you meant
yeah. No, he like she wanted to do a documentary on him. He didn't want a documentary, he wanted a movie. So, I mean, you have to listen to her explain it as far as on Lennon Horner's channel, but they got it shot within 3 days. She also had to pay the main actress $1,000 because Umar tried to grape her in his hotel room. You know, even though she had a boyfriend, had her come over there.
I mean, you throwing
under false pretenses.
Yeah, you throwing a lot of real heavy stuff out here right now.
I'm telling you what the woman said.
Her channel, but all right.
Yeah, I'm telling you what she said out of her mouth. She was the producer. It was her company. So she said exactly what happened. He lured the woman into his hotel room under false pretenses, talking about going over some lines, and all of a sudden she got a call 1 o'clock in the morning from this girl's agent, because what Umar tried to do some funny stuff to her in his hotel room. She had to pay the chick $1,000 to, keep from suing. All right.
Yeah. Also, keep in mind, Ed, keep in mind, Umar, because remember, his full name is Umar Abdullah Johnson.
No,
his
a
Muslim.
Full name is Jermaine Shoemake.
Well, I mean, I came up here. I mean,
no, Umar, that's the thing about the anti-church thing. That's what I'm trying to get at. But go ahead.
Well, that's not why he's anti-church. Like in the African American community, it's not even so much the Christianity part is really the power base that the Black church has traditionally had in the African American community. And you have, because the Nation of Islam have their own thing. They're not necessarily anti the Black church unless the Black church do, except the BS that the Black church does. But but Umar, what you have with a lot of pro-blacks is so first of all, we got the people that wrote the books, like what you're talking about, those folks, and then we got the YouTube pro-blacks. So I want to be real clear when I say this, but you got those folks, YouTube folks, that they have this jealousy. They have often railed against the Black. And look, I'm not defending the Black church, but they have railed against the institution of the Black church because part of it legitimate grievances, but a lot of it is they're competing. They want power. They want some of that power, and so
and influence.
Yeah, and so what happens is, what Umar, when you give them that power and that influence and that trust, this stuff looks sloppy. Now we know what a lot of Black church does, but at least that crap doesn't look as sloppy. You at least see a building. That's why they can get usually more with more BS versus with Umar. It's kind of like a lot of pro-blacks can't even work together, and Umar is actually a real big example of why that is. He's one of the worst of them in that way. And I remember, what was it, SETI? When he's about you look like a white man, and like just goofy shit like that. When it's like that gets in the way and then obviously Lord Jamar ain't light skinned like that, but still Lord Jamar, and look, I disagree with Lord Jamar, his fucking flat earth bullshit, but I can put that aside. That's easy to put aside for the stuff.
Shout out to Creflo Dollars with his bullshit.
Well, yeah. There's degrees to, like, Creflo Dollars, like worst. There's degrees. Jamal Bryant. Those are like the worst.
Baltimore apologizes for Jamal Bryant.
Yeah, so there's degrees to how bad some of these mega pastors can be, and Jamal Bryant's like one of the worst, just like Creflo Dollar. But it's not
the reason why he's down in Atlanta now.
Whose church he took over.
Oh, there's a lot of money down here.
Yeah. Well,
it's a lot of money, and plus he got ran out by the hood niggas during the riots.
Did he?
So actually, I ain't trying to redirect, because the thing is,
Black
men don't support Umar anyway like that. So that's between them chicks. The chicks will still give him money. They fucking stupid. There's other pro-black dudes. Because my thing is, there's other pro-black dudes you can give money. go give money to if you want to throw dollars at that, you know. So I mean, shit, you might as well give it to. I mean, Tariq Nasheed. I would say people can say what they want about Tariq Nasheed, but I mean, if it's a choice between him and Umar, that ain't
At
no
least
choice.
Tariq produces.
I mean, that ain't no choice. That ain't no choice. I mean,
Yeah,
I
at
was
least he produces.
I was joking around on my stream, you know, because he did that song years ago, that "It's Time" song. I said he need to bring that back out and make it like a ringtone alarm. I said that would actually make a really good ringtone. You know, sell that for 99 cents. I mean, at least
What
he give
song?
you. It's a song Tariq used to do, like "It's Time." You ain't heard that song? I gotta sing that song because it's funny. He did like
Yeah, you had to send it. I abandoned Tariq like damn near 10 years ago.
it's a good song too. But it's a great alarm. But anyway, I kind of came up here. I know y'all just shooting the show. I wanted to talk about, you know, either, you know, you got Shadur Sanders going on. You got and the white people.
I got to do my Browns thing.
You got obviously Tyler only selling 3,700 copies, so you know we get to see what happens when you don't kiss the gynocracy ring, even if you know if you because that's going around now because she sold 3,700 copies of a
What happened?
So the singer Tyler, right?
The South African chick.
Cute little South African
chick,
chick
with water. She's got like a 4-song EP that she launched last week. Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
that's pathetic. But anyway,
I don't know why they did it because she actually has more hits than that, like Denford. So I don't know why. But
this is just an EP.
Long story short, it only sold 3,700 copies. It's first week.
Maybe she just ran her course. I mean, the only song I know of her having is the one where she just, you know, all the girls were just shaking their little hips to, you know, that.
It's called Water.
No, she's got like 5 songs. She's got like 5 songs.
She's got a few other songs. You know, she's been doing this shit.
I'm just saying that's the only song I know. So, you know, I mean, it's almost to me, it's like the Vanilla Ice effect.
Well, the reason, because they're trying to have her have a career like Rihanna. So it's not, she's not a one-hit wonder. They put a lot of money behind her. So the reason why it's a big deal because they had her win that Grammy. They had all that stuff going on. You know, her showing up, all this stuff. So only sold 3,700 copies. And South Africans are blaming Black women for it because they're upset that Black
Why don't they buy it?
Well, this is in America. Apparently, this is in America. Like it was launched in America. So
why don't they buy it?
Wait a minute, do people still buy albums?
Wait, hold
on. Everybody went to streaming.
Wait, hold on.
You'd have to ask them.
Okay, it's just like the WNBA. You're complaining, but yet, bitch, where's your season tickets?
You know what I'm saying? But the thing about it is, I'm assuming that, you know, the EP wasn't put inside. I'm assuming they're not counting whatever's been purchased in South Africa because she has a fan base there. They're talking about the fact that Black Americans are not supporting her. And so there's this kind of, it ain't even real. Honestly, it's not even really FBA versus, you know, African. It's really more so Black women because it's mainly Black women that's got a problem with her. And then her fans are like really going after Black women, which, you know, that's not going to work. Right. Because, you know, what they don't understand is Black women don't care. And Black women, if they love anything, they love being a victim. And don't let Black women have the more superior position because they you already know what they're gonna do with that, especially with some foreigners. They ain't got no access to their money and you asking them for something. I mean, that's the trifecta for Black women. They love that. And so you got all this stuff on TikTok. It's more on TikTok and YouTube where they're going back to the Breakfast Club interview that Charlamagne did, and they're talking about how they told Charlamagne what not to say, and Charlamagne said he wasn't going to do that. Like he's going to ask what the questions he wants to ask. And apparently they didn't tell Tyler, and they just sent Tyler there, and that's why she was looking back, you know, at them because I don't know if they told her he was going to ask that, but yeah, it's just a whole bunch of stuff got her looking stupid, and now Black women ain't fucking with her. Like I said,
I see.
Yeah,
all right. So she sold 24,000 units. She's ranked number 24 on the Billboard 200. All right, Water. Okay, Water became number 1. It was a TikTok sensation. All right, let's see here. Yeah, I mean, 24,000 is even 24,000 is terrible.
Yeah, apparently that's counting like everywhere. That's not, and if you look at just at the United States, they saying 3,700. That's what everybody's saying. So
yeah, I get it.
yeah, so she does.
SZA, who is this SZA?
That's
They
SZA.
did some album called SOS.
Yeah, that's SZA. I mean, she's that chick that did. She's done a lot. I mean, she's everywhere. I mean,
All
that's the
right,
black
she's
girl.
number one.
Yeah, that's the black girl choice. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
SZA's,
Okay.
whatever. SZA's the chick that did what's the, the song?
I'm not trying to downplay what you're saying. I'm just
Yeah,
throwing the
no,
outlook I
no.
saw.
I don't like SZA personally, but do you know the song with Black Panther? At the end of the movie, the end of the first one, All the Stars.
No.
Well, that was her. But anyway, she also she's done a couple of stuff with Kendrick Lamar, but so that's a dark black woman at the top. But the issue with Tyler is black women can't get past that colored thing. She said she refuses to say she's black, and black women.
She's not. She's mixed.
So let me be very clear here. In the United
Right.
States, there's the world and there's the United States. In the United States, Tyler's black. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what, and I'm just gonna be very just straight up about it. That's why white people don't ask her, because that was one of the points. White people don't ask her because you would look goofy as hell saying you're not black, to white folks. So they need to ask.
I get that. But in South Africa, where she's from, the same thing goes with what's his name, Trevor Noah.
She's not.
They have a separate class. I get what you, Ed. Hold on. I ain't trying to fight you, man. I hear what you're saying, but this is a South African woman, and they do have a different racial classification and shit.
So,
it goes back to apartheid. But I get your point.
What he's saying is black women in America don't give a shit.
So and that's another thing. Like people, one thing is people act. Here's the thing: we know what that everybody here knows that they have their own class. Like Brazil has their own classification system. We know that. So this is not a ignorance like people don't know thing. This is you are trying to sell music here. Black women have a particular thing about colorism. They have held black women from America accountable to this. Lotto started being called mulatto. That's what she started as. Black women said, change that shit or you're not going to have a career. She didn't want to at first. They put their hands around her throat. She changed it. Light-skinned Keisha, you don't hear about because she's still called light-skinned Keisha, even though she's talented. If you don't get in the black community, if you in the music industry, male rappers are different. You just got to make it so the women don't hate you. But if you're a female artist, if the women don't fuck with you, you don't have a career. So
Ice Spice, for example.
So what I would have told exactly, and it was a dark skinned chick that kind of took her down because she was being stupid. What I would have told Tyler's team, and then I'll move on from it, is if you're going to do, because really I blame her team. This is her team. This isn't really her. Her team. If you're going to be in America, this is what you have to do. The white people are not fucking with you because they're pushing Sabrina Carpenter. They're pushing their own people. And Sabrina Carpenter and Tyler are very similar as far as they're like the white and black version of each other. And so they're never going to give you, that's why they put her in those Grammys. They put her in the black categories. Because when they put her the one time they put her in the white categories, she got beat bad because white people don't fuck with Tyler like that. White people fuck with Rihanna, but white people don't fuck with Tyler. They don't care because they got their own people. So if you're going to come in the black community, you're going to have to go through black women when it comes to music. Like, the dude that's from Liberia, that dude that had the Shea Moisture, he found that out the hard way when he pissed them off with that biracial stuff. So the thing is, they don't care. So the explanation only makes them angrier. So if you're in sales and you're trying to sell music and
fair enough,
like Doechii, for example, the other issue with Tyler too is they would give her more rope with this if they identify with her. It's very obvious when you look at Tyler, she's not an African American female. The way she acts, the way she moves, they don't identify with that, and so they'll look at that and say she's male identified. So when you do stupid stuff like this, when she does stupid, like when they present that way, it's very obvious she don't really fuck with African Americans for real like that. She don't even got a lot of features with African American men. So it's like even like the dudes that they like. So it's like, so what I'm bringing this up is her marketing team is trash, and it's like she should have went to Europe. That was being my thing, but they apparently want to make money in America. So it's like, if you want to make money in America, you're gonna have to do what it's gonna do. Otherwise, people will say fuck you and your music. And so that understand. So I get what you're saying. It's fine. That's good for the audience if they don't know. But like, as far as everybody, they don't care. They're like, here, that when we say color, we think we can't drink out of a white person's thing.
Other cultural context. Get it?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's the same thing when we go over to other people's too. If we, like, for instance, I'm gonna say something, I'm done. Like in the UK, some of y'all know what they call don't say it, but some of y'all know what they call cigarettes.
Yeah,
that's you've
I
never
got a
heard
story about that.
Obamas, they call them Obamas.
You've never heard white people. You never heard white as many UK people here come over here and make that mistake. So my solution, what I would have told Tyler, I would have said you really shouldn't even mention color and just say you're mixed. But if you got to stand on it, then just say in South Africa, we have it differently than it is United States. I'm colored, but here I'm mixed. But see, the issue that they paid.
That's what Trevor Noah did. Exactly. That's what Trevor Noah did. Especially when he went to the UK as well as in the US. So yeah, I get your point now.
But Tyler does not want to be called black. It's very obvious. And people are going to assume that that's because she thinks she's better than black people.
So you got to think about it.
Yeah.
Black women have a low self-esteem problem anyway.
Yeah.
She's a pretty lighter girl.
Yep.
The majority of the females here are overweight and obnoxious.
Yep. All that.
I hate, God damn it. And speaking on that note,
some slender little thing right there.
But you know what though? You know what's interesting? Black women in America will shut the fuck up about Beyonce. Beyonce looks like a white woman.
She looks like a goddamn Creole.
I mean, when do black women in America finally fucking say this out loud? Beyonce's been trying to be white now for the last decade now.
They identify
the whole Cowboy Carter situation.
They identify with Beyonce because Destiny's Child, and Beyonce's music is carefully tailored to be pop, but also to sell to black women. That's
right. I understand that, but what I'm saying is that when I look at Beyonce and she gets lighter and lighter as the years go on, and that fucking weave has went from yellow blonde to fucking bleach blonde, it's hard for me to sit here and say that she's not trying to be a fucking white woman.
That's fine.
I'm just going on the eye test. That's damn near a white woman I'm looking at now.
A lot of black women are trying to act like that when they're wearing blonde wigs, so they identify with that.
Black women don't even wear blonde wigs.
They will, if they identify with it, they will excuse it. They don't identify with Tyler.
Right. So
y'all remember?
And I agree with that. So what I'm saying is that all this shit with this South African girl is a bunch of bullshit, because all she's doing is saying what y'all wish y'all can say. A lot of black women wish they could say they not black.
Yeah, I mean, that's
so to me, it just looked like some hater shit. You just mad because she can say it for real.
It can be that, but when here's the thing, I'm not defending black women, but think about it from a perspective. If you're selling a product, and it's like, all right, man, buy the product, and they don't want the product. All right, well, fuck you then. You may be right, because you pointing out the hypocrisy, and rightly so. You may be right, but you're not going to make that sale. I'm not saying you got to kiss ass, but what I said about all she had to say was she's mixed and she colored is in South Africa, but I'm mixed. She could have got away with that without even saying she black. But the problem is, so it's not about right or wrong. She wants them to buy her music. So they can be whatever the fuck they want to be. Like, she can go somewhere. Like, cause see, the Rihanna had white people. Black people were kind of a secondary audience for her. Remember, black women didn't like Rihanna at first. Black women, because
she's Caribbean, of course.
Not just that, because they thought she was the bitch that Beyonce was cheating on. Jay-Z was cheating on her with. and they were Team Beyonce. So they didn't like her. They didn't really like Rihanna until that Fenty makeup came out, because they got behind Rihanna because they got tired. They couldn't stand the Kardashians because that's that light skin stuff.
See,
And she was like the black alternative with makeup and stuff, and that's why all them black women just rushed to Fenty, making her all that money. Go ahead. Yeah.
see, this is the hypocrisy in the black community, because motherfuckers like Mariah Carey never had to fucking come out and say they were black.
Nah,
Everybody know Mariah Carey's mixed. Her daddy is some sort of Panamanian nigga, right? You know what I mean? But she never
Black and
had to.
Afro-Peruvian.
She never
Black
had
and
to stand on a
Afro-Panamanian.
fucking right, but she never had to stand on a square and say I'm this or I'm that. She never had to do that. The most Mariah Carey ever had to do to get in good with black people is just make a couple songs with some fucking rap niggas. And that was it. That's all she ever had to do. See, this shit is crazy.
It did get caught. It was never a big issue, but there was little murmurs here and there. It was just a different era. But at the end of the day, man, if you want somebody to buy your shit, you're gonna have to cater what the fuck they want. Otherwise, sell it to somebody else. And the problem that they have is somehow they don't don't want to go direct. Like I said, they don't want to go directly to white people because white people don't give a fuck about Tyler. White people are like, I'm either dealing with Sabrina Carpenter or Billie Eilish, and then they got Taylor Swift on the back.
They want her to be an in-betweener like Rihanna, like what you brought up about Rihanna. Another thing that got a lot of people pissy about Rihanna is because she wasn't all the way black with her music. See, Beyonce coming up, for the most part, has always been black with her music. Rihanna, on the other hand, she was kind of like Whitney Houston in that regard. They didn't want to make her music too black. So the first single was Umbrella with the rap. It's a ballad, but it got a rap beat behind it. And then she could come out with her white shit later on down the road. I wanna make you feel. You know what I mean? That's that shit. So she could always bounce back and forth.
Umbrella wasn't her first.
I thought Umbrella was the first. That's the first one.
No. Her first was her first one was a Caribbean joint called "On the Replay."
Yeah, and turn.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah. So you see my point. You know what I mean? See, the thing is, that's how she's always been. They listen. A lot of black women back in the day didn't like Whitney Houston for that same reason. Whitney Houston's music wasn't all tailored to the black people. She had her pop shit, and that was a turnoff for a lot of black people.
Well, the problem is we crossing eras, man. Like back then, like you talking about pre the crack era at that point, where black people were a lot more. I mean, a lot of the music, like you talk about damn near pre-rap. So the urban aspect of the music was nowhere near established like that. It didn't almost even exist at that point. So that's why, like with Rihanna, that kind of applies a little bit. But Rihanna was never.
No, you're right back.
Rihanna was never presented as a black artist. You knew she was black, but most of the time when Rihanna was played, she was played on the white channels. The only time you really, other than Umbrella, the other time you really saw Rihanna on the black stuff is when she was being featured with somebody else, like Kanye or T.I. and stuff. So she was really a feature on the other songs, and they were able to balance that out. Rihanna didn't depend on the black audience to be successful, but the black audience, that's why Rihanna could get away with a little bit more. And the reason why Rihanna was able to do that was because the kind of the white folks, like Britney Spears was already established. Katy Perry was never the chick. Taylor Swift, their stuff didn't cross streams. Their music didn't cross streams. So Rihanna, other than Beyonce, Rihanna, they had a slot for Rihanna to play her stuff. Tyler doesn't have that because white people are pushing they're trying to get certain people established now. And Tyler and Sabrina Carpenter are like, they're like salt and pepper to each other. Even when you listen to how their music is structured, like her music versus both of their music, it's structured very similarly. They're not gonna push Tyler here with that because it's been a minute since they really got like a white girl they can really get behind. Like, I mean, for real on the pop thing. Adele was like R&B. You get what I mean. So, like, because Rihanna's got a lot of fucking songs and most of them shit's a pop. But at the end of the day, Tyler doesn't have that advantage that Rihanna had. It's a different era. Black people are a little bit more politically aware, and when I say politically aware, I mean we're a little bit more antagonistic to like foreign black folks coming in and just and she don't even play the fucking game. She just I'm me, and it's like, bitch, who is you? We got. I mean, who is you? I mean, yeah, that water song is all right, but she got like push to start, but it's like your music ain't so good. Like Mariah Carey's music was good. That's why people gave her a pass. But truth be told, Mariah, but, Mariah handled those questions. She didn't handle them like 100% the best, but she handled them better than what Tyler has been handling them. Like Rihanna, yeah. Anyway,
yeah, I agree. She wasn't prepared, and that was a loaded question, and she was completely caught off guard with that shit. I agree.
And you know
what was the question?
Are you black?
Oh, well, yeah.
No,
like, you know, what's funny about that? That's the same motherfuckers that allowed a former sitting president with Alzheimer's to say, "If you don't vote for me, you ain't black." The same people who allowed a former first lady, a former secretary of state, to talk about having hot sauce in their fucking purse.
Shit.
So, about sales.
One more. I'll give you one more, Charles. Tiger Woods with a compilation.
That nigga black.
Yeah. My thing is, all you had to say, you didn't even have to say you're black. All you had to say is mixed. Well, I need them to understand. And like I said, it ain't even her. I personally think, I don't even know if she really wanted, because she toured with Chris Brown as well, but they wanted Charlamagne. They didn't want Charlamagne to ask her about Chris Brown. They didn't want her to ask about, it was like 6 questions. And it's like, well, you toured with Chris Brown, so why wouldn't you talk about it? I mean, talk about your tour. I mean, if they ask you about the Rihanna stuff, I mean, you could say, look, man, I think everybody, there's a way to answer that. They didn't prepare her. And so I personally, her team is trash. So, basically my point is.
She's too young and too immature for that shit anyway. She doesn't understand American culture like that.
Well, even still, the thing is, her team is trash. That I don't even blame her. I blame her team. And so you got all these black women on TikTok talking about that, because they now taking a victory walk and all this bullshit. And it's like, yo, you don't know what this gynocracy is. And these white people don't care. They will take, because it's like, oh, I gave y'all all this money to be on MTV, to win a Grammy, all this promotion, with water, all that. It's like the white people are going to take your money. Yeah, you're not inconveniencing them, putting her in all these places, winning Grammys and doing all that. It's not inconveniencing them, but ultimately they can't control her because she's a global artist. So they're not going to give you the game. They just going to let you be stupid. Because white folks ain't got, like, the people, the labels and stuff. They ain't got no like, because she was on the Tonight Show and all that. They was just pushing her, man. That's the thing, man. They be pushing some of these artists so hard. Like this Doechii chick is another chick they pushing hard. They just be pushing people so hard. But anyway, fuck all that. Let's talk about something a little bit more close to home. Like, so what do you think about Shadur Sanders' performance, Charles?
I think honestly he balled out. He exceeded expectations because let's just face it, he was literally set up to fail.
Yeah.
He was set up to fail, and he has skills outside of his daddy's playing. His father groomed him to make it to the NFL. Okay, he was going to go hell or high water. What happens is you still have this, and ABM will tell you, because we have the same. We for the longest time we've been dealing this with Lamar. They don't want to say this nigga's great. When he runs the football, what did the white bitch say? I'm looking for my quarterback to be quarterbacky. Bitch, have you ever played?
Quarterbacky? Don't you mean quarterback like, bitch? What the fuck wrong with you, the damn Karen?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, man, I respect these. I respect these people more if they would just say they don't like him because he's black. I would almost respect y'all more. This is I get they got to play the game, and I know these white people get mad about having to play the game too.
Yeah, they got to do it badly because I'm sorry for cutting you off.
Yeah.
I was gonna say this before I forgot. This is, you got to think. Shout out to BGS. White supremacy is dead, and for them to share power or need black people for power It's a hurt feeling for them. Why do you think these white bitches are losing their? If black women lose 300,000 jobs, notice they ain't tell you how many white women lost.
Yep.
They keeping that in the wraps for a reason. So you telling me if the main benefactors is 80% white women and LGBT, they ain't gonna tell you how many they lost. Because
they ain't gonna tell you shit.
Hold on, let's get back.
Black women, the canary in the coal mine. This shit.
Let's get back to the shit doer thing because I'm born in the Died the Wool Browns fan. Okay. Died in the Wool Browns fan. First and foremost, only people saying that he was a first round pick was people that weren't in the NFL. Nobody in that, no GM or scout or trainer or whatnot said he was a first round pick. That was all TV shit. TV and his daddy. Let's be honest about that. And having watched him play, the same problems that he had Friday were the same problems that he had in college. You're holding on to the ball too long, and when you get sacked, all right, because he likes to run outside of the tackle box, not inside the tackle box, but outside of the tackle. That's in the NFL, that's a sack.
Yeah,
that's a sack. You're not getting around. Do understand that the AFC North has 4 of the premium best pass rushers and 3 of the best defenses you will face in the NFL.
Like, think about it. He's lucky that Myles Garrett's on his team.
Thank you. Myles Garrett is a teammate, bro.
Did you hear what Myles Garrett said when he asked Myles Garrett? He said, he said, I wish I could play against you to see do you think I would be able to get away from you with my spin move? Myles looked at him and said, no.
Like, bro, stop.
he said,
ask Lamar if he can get away from me with his spin move.
He said, and Lamar actually does get away, but it takes work.
Yes.
But then again, you're comparing Lamar to him. But you're comparing Lamar to him. Those are worlds apart.
Right.
But
let me finish, please.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah. This the same problems. Hold on to the ball too long. You're running out of the tackle box, and when he did do that, it was a design. He wound up getting away. He stood there holding the ball too long, and the corner and the safety came and smacked his ass for a sack. He glaring at his offensive lineman. Why? This is the NFL, bro. Even though everybody, the majority of the people that you played against were not starters. You weren't playing with the starting offense. You weren't playing against the Panthers starting defense. You were playing against people who were going to be driving beer trucks September 1st. You had a decent
people gonna make the truck. Who are not gonna make the truck?
Right. You had a decent preseason outing. What bothers me is I get it. A lot of people are not Browns fans. Y'all haven't seen what we've seen.
So let me know when you're done.
We have seen quarterbacks come to Cleveland, rookies, free agents, whatever. They light it up in the preseason. And then soon as the fucking regular season starts, think about it. Why did the Browns draft 2 quarterbacks and have Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett on their roster right now?
I mean, let me know where I can go.
My whole point is that RELAX, he can have success on the Browns roster, but you have to this is why they need to sign Quishon Judkins. The dude got to play. Take your 4-game suspension for domestic violence, all right? And then come back, because in order for him to be successful in this league, especially on the Browns, they have to be a power running team, play action pass, let him develop slowly, and then he learns how to get rid of those deficiencies that got him
and bad habits.
5th round. Right, them bad habits. That's what got him down there. Because when you look at the whole Colorado roster, name the players that were drafted before him coming out of that program.
Speaking of which, while you're at it,
hold on, I'm jumping in here.
Oh,
now.
wait. Let me just jump in.
Wait a minute, but you got to give it to Ed now.
Yeah. So
okay, go ahead. I'll be after now. I'll be Ed.
Yeah. So first of all, I lived in Portage County for 2 years. I got family in Portage County, which is right next to Akron, Ohio, Twinsburg, Ravenna, Garrettsville, 40 miles out of Cleveland. And I've heard way too much bullshit about the Browns from family members. I'm from Chicago, so it's Bears fan. Bears suck. We go through the similar shit. The reality is the Bears organization has the same fucking problem. I mean, the Browns organization has the same fucking problem the Bears organization have. White folks, basically white trash running it with a slave ass owner. And just like with New York with Dolan, but you can't get rid of the owners because they own the team. And this is why people cycle through all these quarterbacks. The Bears have a similar issue where you cycle through quarterbacks, then you blame the coach, then you eventually get to the general manager when it's really much higher, but those people can't be fired. And that's why it's a whole bunch of goofy shit. Really, as far as Shadur Sanders, the Brown, this is my opinion, as far as I'm concerned, the only reason the fucking Browns even drafted him was in order to not, so the NFL wouldn't be as exposed to a collusion case. The best thing for Shadur Sanders would have actually been for him to go undrafted than to go to the Browns, because it's very clear that the Browns don't know what the fuck to do with him, because on the one hand, him having a good game undermines the narrative that they kind of need. And so my question is, when I'm hearing all this stuff is one thing, he didn't make the first round, but people wouldn't give a shit about the first round as much. Is he a 5th round quarterback though? Like, that's where he should have been done. Is he the worst quarterback out of all of them? We know Joe Flacco has experience, but we talk about, like, is he worse than Dylan Gabriel? Like, is he worse, or worse than the quarterback that ended up going to the Saints? It's not like, okay, well, he got 3rd round, so blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's really, yeah, he's not perfect. He's a rookie. Most of them aren't. But the thing is, he's never going to do well with the Browns, because the Browns really don't want him there. And God help us that the bounty program don't exist anymore. And I saw that clip with Myles Garrett was talking to him. He's like, yeah, man, don't be scared, boy, don't be scared. I saw that. It was funny. But ultimately, we know we can address his skill and all of that, but we know good and well that's not what these white people are not going off of their skill, because if he was white, they wouldn't be saying none of this shit, not to this extent. And I'm gonna say this and I'm done. The biggest overall, is really a Browns thing, which I'm not gonna jump on the Browns too hard, because fucking Chicago is Chicago, so it is what it is. But it's really, the NFL was running out of white quarterbacks. What's the dude's name? Andrew Luck really fucked them over by leaving early like he did, because it really forced other quarterbacks to have to step up in a way they really didn't want them quarterbacks to step up to potentially be the face of the league. Andrew Luck, other than Mahomes, Andrew Luck was supposed to be that guy for real, because Stafford is getting older. You got Jim Burrow. Hopefully he doesn't get hurt again. You got Josh Allen, but they weren't not necessarily supposed to be. They were supposed to be. They can be the guy.
30 in San Francisco.
Not the guy. And the problem is that really effed them up. They're not putting out enough white quarterbacks, and there's too many black quarterbacks coming here. And so the problem is this is why it looks so obvious. I'm not saying Shadur Sanders is like the number 1 draft pick, but what I am saying is their bigger issue is it's too many black quarterbacks. Some of them are in the pocket, some of them know how to run like Lamar Jackson, and now they can't put out the narrative about skill because it's too many of them that can actually ball out. And so now it's obvious. It's obvious. And as far as Deion Sanders is concerned, and him and that, I mean, the dude sold 14, got like millions in jersey sales. He actually does bring eyeballs to the NFL, which at the end of the day, the only thing the NFL really cares about. And it's unfortunate, but the Brown, we'll see. But ultimately, I hope he's successful, but he's better than kind of assessment you're giving him, man. But I mean, I get with a lot of stuff you're saying, but even then too, he didn't get reps either. So it's not like he's getting the same kind of reps everybody else is getting either. He hasn't been playing with the first string defense and all of that. So
he's not meant to be the starter.
Well, yeah, Deshaun Watson is there and all of that. And that's why I said he's not going to be. I mean, he's definitely not going to be successful with the Browns.
If he can stay healthy,
they need to get number one. Deshaun is done. They're done with him. They're done.
Well, they got to pay him anyway. So
right, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that was a decision. Nobody told them to do that shit. That's a decision they made. I don't care who. I'm sorry. I don't care who you are. Like that was, especially with all that stuff on them. So this ain't necessarily. I'm just. And I like Deshaun Watson. I absolutely do. I'm glad he got his money. But that I would have never did that shit. Not with his history. That's hard. Like the only person I would have did that bullshit for is like maybe Lamar Jackson if I can get him, or Mahomes. It's only a couple. It's only a handful. Like that's it. Like guaranteed. The issue is guaranteed. Guaranteed.
And how much did he get guaranteed? How much was it? How much guaranteed did Deshaun get?
$230 million contract.
Guaranteed. That's
guaranteed.
230.
That's a baseball. That's a baseball contract. That's a basketball contract. It guaranteed. NFL don't do guaranteed like that. You get a certain percentage guaranteed, but does Mahone even have that guaranteed?
Guaranteed.
I don't think
God bless that man.
Got that guaranteed.
I swear to God, the NFL needs to institute a maximum contract per position, a salary cap maximum contract per position. Because I mean, you paying what's the guy in Cincinnati? Burrow, damn near $300 million. Are you kidding me?
Well, y'all just stupid. That's some Ohio shit then, because ain't nobody.
Yeah, you need to cap that shit. A quarterback should make, in all honesty, an NFL quarterback in today's day and age should make no more. And I'm talking about that max $200 million.
I understand that, but like at the end of the day, it's kind of like if your organization is so fucked up that you got to do all of that just to get people to come play. Because the thing is, the Cavaliers have been doing very well with Cleveland. Ohio State is obviously around there too, so it's not like Cleveland's like the worst. It ain't like Cleveland is fucking Milwaukee. Going to Milwaukee Bucks or shit, even Detroit. And Detroit's better than you. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I don't even see them. I don't know that
Green Bay.
That owner is fucking stupid.
Brown?
Nobody's worse than Mike Brown. What I understand.
Even the Chicago.
Oh, what's up, Lewis? I know you.
Well, the problem with Chicago's cheap, so they'll never make a mistake like that. They'll make a lot of mistakes, but not in paying anybody. They don't like playing white people, let alone black people. So,
I mean, you said it already. The problem is just bad ownership. And I said in one of Charles' streams months ago, I said 3 places I do not want to see Sanders go to: Cleveland, New York, and Vegas. It's just bad fucking run organizations.
I could have swore to God he was either going to get picked up by either the Raiders or the Jets.
Yeah, I mean Vegas. I mean, I can't really speak on the Vegas organization, but as far as the city, as far as the culture, as far as where the Vegas is like that would have been. I mean, like I said, say what you want to about Shador. People are curious, and that is power in the NFL. I personally, I'm not trying to say Shador is like the best quarterback. That is not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is something about Shador that bothers these white folks, and I really think it goes back to what Cam Newton said, how he was talking about like the black quarterback. I really do believe they're in the crossroads.
That's not him. It's his dad.
It's his father.
If you can play, they have no problems with it. Yeah, but because it really is his daddy. Because I did a video saying how he wasn't for Cleveland, and one of the biggest thing that I said that he wasn't for Cleveland is because you don't need that circus in Cleveland. We've already had that circus with Johnny Manziel and then Baker Mayfield and then Deshaun Watson. You need to get rid of that circus element. And probably the most beautiful thing that happened, fortunately and unfortunately, was that first Shador was like, Dad, stay away. Dad, stay away. Let me be a man and grow on my own. Let me do this myself. I thought that was beautiful. And unfortunately, of course, Dion can't be there because he had the cancer. He had the bladder cancer surgery. He didn't even tell his kids he was sick. But if he stay away, he's good.
It's always gonna be something, man. White men are just like black women in that way. They even if certain things people may have more of a point. Ultimately, none of that, because if it's a white dude, you're not hearing that. When Archie Manning gets in the league, it ain't gonna be none of that shit. They're gonna make it a circus and make it like because it's him. So I mean, I don't even give them that quarter. You know,
He's not even that good, to be honest.
well, but they're gonna
Can I say something?
They'll make him that good just all the media.
Go ahead, Lewis.
Well, first of all, what's up, panel? What's up, chat? What
What's
I
good, fam?
Sympathize.
what hoorah. What I think everybody have a problem with Shador Sanders. Shador Sanders was not born a poor black man.
I
His
agree.
father was rich. He was born with money because of his father. And
I know that
honestly, he
now.
doesn't need the NFL.
Hell,
And
none
he's
of these
cocky.
players do now,
And
thanks to
look, now,
the
but yeah,
NIL.
and, and the motherfucker has the audacity to be fucking cocky and confident.
He ain't even that cocky and like like seriously, fucking Johnny Manziel, Baker Mayfield was way more. Well, Baker Mayfield more had a chip on his shoulder, but Johnny Manziel was way more. Like
He was
Shador,
wild out of control too.
even the way Shador talked to Myles Garrett. Like the way, and you can even see how Myles Garrett was at, like, you a good kid, because you think you about to deal with a certain personality, because of what you've been told, and then just the way he came up, and one thing too is like I saw that clip where it was like, yeah, man, you baby, you scared, boy, don't be scared, boy. Like he takes, like he don't. I don't want to use it. He's not humble. I'm not gonna say humble, but he's not entitled. And I think what happens is the media is trying to very hard to brand him this way, and because of his dad, and some of that goes into you trying to play it up for ratings at the expense of his reputation. But because it gives you obviously these people something else, something that they could that they could constantly go back to, Colin Cowherd and all them. And then you know how white people are. Like even the white people that can't stand Shador, y'all can't stand them, but y'all love talking about them because it's gonna get white people watching your stuff because they want their stuff validated. So
Ratings go.
exactly. So either it's just like with Obama. Same thing with Obama. Obama made Fox News a lot of money. Same thing with Trump, and it's the same thing in sports. So when you get that person, and they did the same thing with Deion Sanders as well. When you get that personality type, they want to make this guy a villain so bad. And at the end of the day, I have look, man, I've been watching this dude. Like I'm not watching him like a hawk, but I haven't seen a clip that really be like, oh yeah, this dude, he need to check that shit. Like I don't get like, I'm not trying to dump on this dude, but like John Morant, I get a lot of that from John Morant and Anthony Ant-Man. You get a lot more of that from them than you do.
Well, see, this is the thing about it, and you touched on a couple names. Johnny Manziel. Johnny Manziel was fucking trash. Johnny
Yeah, he
Manziel
didn't
should have
even read the
never been
playbook.
fucking drafted in the first round. Tim Tebow was fucking trash. Should have never been drafted in the first fucking round. How do we know this? Because we watched them play fucking football. This is the same tired shit that goes on every single fucking time we see a black quarterback. Lamar Jackson can't throw this, that, and the third, but two MVPs later,
ABM,
and nobody said, "Hey, I'm wrong." But wait a minute though. But then you get Schroeder Sanders is, Shador Sanders is cocky and arrogant.
Jalen Hurts,
but huh?
Remember what they used to say? They just said Jalen Hurts wasn't good.
They trashed the fuck out of Jalen Hurts his rookie year. They still trash him now. But here's the thing. But here's the point I'm getting at. Okay, so John Elway can say, I don't want to play for the fucking Colts because that organization sucks. And to this day, the media still sucks John Elway off. Eli Manning came out and said, "Hey, I don't want to play. I don't want to play for San Diego. The fucking organization sucks." Nobody shitted on him, and who was right there? His goddamn daddy. Who do you think told him that the organization stinks? His father told him that shit.
Actually, they did go. They did go at him for that. They went after both of them for that, especially Manning. I mean, look what happened. The Chargers drafted him anyway, and then they traded him.
And they did the trade for Phillip Rivers, yeah, but they didn't go at. Eli didn't take half the fucking criticism You see Shador
Yeah,
take.
it's not the
Remember
same.
when Cam Newton
I
got
get what you're
drafted?
saying.
Hey,
And everybody said he can't throw and he's going to be a bust and this, that, and the third. And then all he does is come out and break the rookie record for passing yards in the first 2 games. The guy they said he couldn't fucking throw, winning MVP. They still, to this day, shit on Cam Newton.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's a
Like,
lot of and Cam Newton.
the
ABM.
people are so tired of watching this same fucking
Yeah,
shit all the time.
that's why I go on the overall
ABM.
thing. It's
The
really a lot of white little dick energy, man. It really
Yeah,
is.
that's all the fuck it is, dude. And Main Man said it right. The biggest problem they got with Shador is he's not some nigga from the projects. That's
Yeah,
their real
ABM.
fucking issue here.
they like, where's the
Can
single
I say
mother
something right
at?
quick?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
The only thing with Tim Tebow's defense was 2 things. He won a national championship and he won the Heisman Trophy. So that's like a automatic card to get into the
No problem.
NFL.
I just got a problem with him being
Although
drafted
he was a
first round.
bum, he was a bum.
Fourth
He wa-
round,
he wa-
I wouldn't have been saying anything. But they and another thing, who the fuck was the coach that drafted him, by the way?
He was never supposed to have been drafted. Bill Belichick talked McDaniel's dumb ass into drafting him.
McDaniel should have never been fucking hired again after drafting Tim Tebow first round. The fact that that motherfucker continued to find work after that shit tells you everything you need to know about the NFL. He should have been blackballed for that shit. First
Man,
round, my guy.
wait.
Let me, let,
Look,
let me,
Tim Tebow proved that the power of prayer works.
I mean,
let me put it to you this way, right?
The
That's funny as
power of
shit,
white
by the
works.
way. That's funny as shit, by the way. I'm gonna say this, right? Number one,
Well, he was homeschooled.
if you look at sports in a nutshell, there's certain things in certain positions that are held by white boys. All of wrestling's supposed to be white, but goddamn it, thank you, Jordan Burroughs, for being the number 1 wrestler for 10 fucking years. You literally,
That's a bad motherfucker right there.
you literally. By the way, did you know what the record was for World Olympic Championships? 6. He got
What?
7.
well, and that's why
Hold on, I'm about to finish up with this one. So you can imagine if you get a motherfucking you get a nigga in hockey, it's done for. A nigga NASCAR, niggas start going over there.
well, you already got him. It's that Bubba dude, and he
No.
already.
See,
Bubba
he's just
Watkins.
one. That's the problem.
Is
That's
that the
just
guy
one.
who faked like he found a noose?
I don't know, man. I don't watch NASCAR like
There was no
that.
figure
That
about
was
that
the
if I
one in
come up there.
NASCAR. That's NASCAR,
Yeah, NASCAR, Bubba
not
Watkins.
hockey.
Okay, all right.
Now you look at that. If you see them in mass, see, look at this. You're getting guys who are actually not broke anymore. Guys who are Hall of Fame player kids. This is amazing. You know why? Because first and foremost, this is the way they tell the NFL, kiss my ass. I want to make the deal. I want to be the wheel-in dealer. And
in the NIL, it's too much.
and here's the part. When you look at it, you NIL is like reparations for college athletes. It's really reparations for college athletes.
Take that. Don't call it that. They'll find a way to get rid of it. Like, oh,
I mean, if you think about it, that's what it is. Because how many
they had to
times
pay them for all the money that they was making off of them. Because if you
do you know the
they
reason
brought back
why
that college football game?
do you know the reason why they stopped college football for so many years? Because they were making so much goddamn money off their asses and not giving it. How many ticket sales? How many schools have gotten their names off of? If you didn't have a football team, would you hear about Ohio State like that?
Charles, Bill Belichick is coaching UNC Chapel Hill. They don't shut the fuck up about it. Those ticket sales have gone up and they are sold out.
And they expanded the playoff field too.
You gotta look at it, right? Well, you extended 2 games, right? That means there's more possibilities for what?
But UNC is
records
one
and
double
injury.
A.
Yep. Records and injuries, right?
Yeah.
So now,
Speaking of
so
injuries,
now,
go ahead.
so now, I'm so glad that so many college athletes can actually at least buy a house, even if they don't make the pros.
Yeah. And that opens up a lot of money, especially for, like, the resource we export. One of the biggest resources was his athletes. I mean, one thing I'm about to hop off, but one thing I want to say, man, so I saw this on my Discord, man. This, I almost want to call him the F word, like, for real, because he is. But Nick Fuentes, man, I'm not trying. I'm not about to.
Let's do what I do. Call him a cigarette.
Yeah. Somebody
He's
call
a
him.
he's a Zoomer's knockoff of David Duke.
What did Nick
You want to
Fuentes?
see?
Well, first of all, hold on.
Good.
First of all, Nick Fuentes is not white. That's funny. Louis.
Mejora la raza.
Don't
First of all, Nick.
disrespect this, Charles.
First of all, Nick
Like,
Fuentes.
ain't shit, Lewis.
Nick Fuentes.
Tell that cigarette to get out of my face.
I'm gonna keep it all the way real. If you're not, I don't give deference to white men anyway like that. Like, I don't disrespect them, but even in corporate America, I don't be on that yes shit anyway. But I personally, I probably skate on that because I'm short, so they don't get the same kind of intimidation factor, But I will say this: when it comes to these kind of white adjacent people, for real, I really don't. I'd be like, like, if I don't do that with them, I don't know what you think will happen with you. But the other thing too is, so he ain't even white. So, people forget that. But nobody knew who he was. So Nick Fuentes basically said he was talking crap about black culture. Talk about black culture is a problem, right? Nobody knows who you are before Kanye West. Kanye West literally shit you out. And Kanye West is a hip hop person. If it wasn't for hip hop, you would be unknown. Kanye West is literally the connection that is why anybody ever gave a fuck about who you were. And so you talking about black culture, I ain't gonna say it birthed you, but you literally tethered your way around black culture with Kanye's crazy ass. That's the thing. Nobody's brought that up. Nobody has brought up that you don't have Nick Fuentes without Kanye West, and you don't have Kanye West without hip hop. So what are you talking about? And the biggest thing is, because I saw somebody sent me a clip of an Asian dude agreeing. It's like like K-pop in Korea, they pay homage to hip hop. Like, what are y'all talking about? Like, I'm not, obviously Asians have their own culture, but my point is, in America, white people, when it comes, there is their ethnicities and there is the concept of whiteness in the United States. White people don't have a culture around whiteness. They have obviously French, Gaul, German, Prussian with Trump.
Irish.
They have that, but they don't. Scottish. They have that, but they don't have. Oh, we're all white. We're all here. And I'm saying that because black, we've had to create it out of nothing because of how black people were born in the United States. So black is its own culture. And then we have obviously delineations of that depending on region, depending on, if somebody's ADOS or whatever. But my point is, and even a white woman, I got a video to play. It's not bad, but even a white woman said this shit. And that's what made it so crazy. Just to prove my point. Let me see if I can.
But while you're looking for it, yep. Go ahead. You go ahead. Perform me.
Nick Fuentes is the poster child of white America falling apart.
Yeah.
20, 30 years ago, someone like Nick Fuentes would have had a wife, 2.5 children, a picket fence, living the de facto American dream. He is the byproduct of this country getting this reckoning. For the longest, black people have been the canary in the coal mine for the longest, and no one paid attention. And now the wrath has become upon white America. I love Nick Fuentes. I love the suffering that he's going through. God bless him.
Well, he ain't even straight. So I mean, it's like it's where is this?
Let me sum it up this
because
way.
Guess what? That's the reckoning. They had pushed that homosexuality and all that stuff on us, and God is putting it on them 10 times over. Hey,
I
take a dick
mean,
up his
you
ass
look
with a
at
smile.
he's an obnoxious little weasel, but you look at him, you see what is. When you look at him, first of all, his claim to whiteness is because his mom's Italian. But I'm gonna say this.
Well,
I'm
Italians
gonna say
weren't
this.
white.
Then he's not even white.
No, no.
He's
Let me
not
get
even
to. I'm
white.
getting. I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that.
He's swarthy.
All right. He is. Yeah, but then again, his mom would be Italian, white, but his father's Mexican. So there's that mejora la raza thing. But his mom, I'm pretty sure his mother's origins is in the South because Southern Italians they were not seen as white, but the North, and they were mostly going to North America. The ones from the northern part of Italy, they weren't going to North America. They were mostly heading to South America, and they're the ones with the lighter complexion, lighter hair colors, and eye colors.
But you
So,
want
and
what's funny,
northern and
Namer?
southerners hate each other. Yeah.
But you want to know what's funny? Look, back in the
Mm-hmm.
day, if you wasn't
Mm-hmm.
fucking wasp or Germanic, you wasn't fucking white.
Mm-hmm.
White people used to look down on everybody from the Mediterranean, Spain, all the way down
Mm-hmm.
to Greece and all that. You weren't considered
Mm-hmm.
white. But just all of a sudden now they're co-opting all the like the ancient fucking Greek and Italian civilizations,
Even the
co-opting that
Viking
shit into
shit,
white
Well,
they
into
call it that
whiteness.
Viking shit.
it's because they're running out of white people. That's
And
the
to Louis'
Yeah.
point, because Louis, you know where I come from originally, and we were an Italian colony, and the whites they sent to colonize us were mostly Southerners, because they could deal with the heat, they could deal with the climate that we are, even though most of us are highly elevated, they could deal with that because it's like similar to like the South. You look at
Shit.
parts of Eritrea, the seven major cities look like part of like some small town, and it look like one of those minor or big towns in Italy.
Fucking and Germans and Wasps, they even like the fucking Italians because that history go all the way back to Rome and shit.
man.
Back in the
Ancient
day,
Rome, yeah.
they couldn't they were wearing antlers covered with blue paint, playing in fucking excrement
Yeah.
back in the day. They couldn't even be
Italians ain't no white
civilized by the
people.
fucking
All
Romans.
right, play.
Wait, 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 wait. You
Goddamn
want to know? You want to know
Plutos and
something funny?
shit.
Wait, wait,
I got
wait, 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 wait,
I
wait.
got the video.
To Louis' point, the Germanic tribes, most of them were actually had darker hair, but a lot of them would bleach their hair with lime water. But if you look at Scandinavia, you know what they used to bleach their hair with?
Urine.
Animal urine.
Yeah, we wasted way too much. Like once I didn't even
Yeah,
know
because
that. So
they
he's
had a
basically
problem with
Mexican and
that's
Italian. So
why.
yeah, there's no part of him. Italian's been white since Italians need to wear a shirt called about white since 1988 because that's literally where they changed the law in their ass. So if he's
Yeah.
Mexican and white, he's double. He's not even, he's not even mixed. I'm like, yo, Doja Cat is more white than you are, like for real. Like, so he
And
play.
Doja Cat's a small hat.
Yo, and that's another thing. That's a funny thing. Doja Cat can't stand her body type, and she blames black men for that, as if you ain't got Sarah Silverman, as if you ain't got Amy Schumer, as if you ain't got Jennifer Connelly. You don't have to have black in you in order to have that body type. You can blame the small hats for that too, but people don't want to talk about that. Yeah, Charles, can you pull this up?
Mhm. But
Watching
also,
NBA basketball,
what was I
quit
okay, let's
watching
check.
sports, quit watching NBA basketball, quit watching sports that are dominated by African Americans, quit going to Mexican restaurants. You want white culture, you go fucking live in it. You live in it, bathe in it. Like that's the only thing that I see when you get all white people together in the United States. There's no culture at all. So they have to go borrow culture from people. Even the word woke, they've borrowed from Black culture. I went to a Mexican restaurant with my parents, my son, my husband over the weekend. And there's just all these MAGA looking people in there. And I thought, you've got a lot of fucking nerve coming in here. Coming into this Mexican restaurant where every single waiter, obviously English was their second language, served with a smile. They run a great little local business, and Oklahoma City is a better place because of these hardworking immigrants that come in here. But I cannot imagine the horror they feel when they are driving to and from work, when they might have a hearing on their status, legal
Feel like Barbara
status.
Streisand.
I can't imagine the people who've already been taken from their lives. And
Yeah.
Across
Now,
between her and Lisa Kudrow, yeah.
some of that stuff.
I hate to tell her this, but I don't give a fuck if these people get deported.
Yeah. But what I will say is that first part she said, I ain't even necessarily talk about the no culture part, because like I said, you go into ethnicities, obviously they have it, but and she is talking about Oklahoma though. But but my thing is, again, they, like she said, you got dudes like Fuentes, and here's another thing: you're not even white. That's the first thing I would say to Fuentes. Like, if I got in front of Fuentes, I would say, "You do know you're not white, right? Like, you do realize that, right? You're not white. Like, well, I'm Italian. Do you know why Italians used to say I'm Italian and not they never said I'm white? Even till this day, Italians don't say I'm white. They say I'm Italian. There's a reason for that.
Do you know
Ed,
back in the day they used to lynch Italians in the South because they didn't consider them white?
Yeah,
And
when they
plus
ran
hated
or Irish for that matter.
Yeah, when they ran out of they were called practice lynchings because they're easier to catch than people.
Yo, hang on a second. Hang on a second. If I may, Ed, sometimes you don't have to do it. I've said this before. You want to see, you want to see, Fuentes get checked. Put him next to somebody like a Richard Spencer, and watch Spencer just.
Yeah, I mean, I personally don't have issues with Italians like that because I'm from Chicago. As long as you don't, only time you really got issues with Italians, like for real, is when you fucking hate women. But when they get upset, but like they really go out of their way and get outside their body. But Italians ain't got no balls like that. If they not mob, they ain't mob. They ain't got no balls like that. They really don't.
Unless they're from the home country itself.
But DeSantis, well, they only get like that when you really on their turf. When they don't know the area.
They've never done that.
But when you're dealing with the thing about Fuentes is he's like DeSantis, these like half and halves. It's like, dude, you're insecure. You have insecurities about your whiteness. Like Ryan Garcia is like this too. That Mexican boxer, Hispanics look at him a certain type of way because he's got those white looking features, and white people know he ain't white, so he's got this. So they always get like they do the most when it comes to the racism. And somebody actually, I had a video because somebody emailed me talking about they were coping with like a lot of racism online, like shit. They were asking me questions about how you deal with it. I'm like, first of all, if you understand the bullshit reason why it's a lot of that is born out of insecurity. It goes back to what Lewis and ABM said, or ABM. Like a lot of it is a reckoning. Like they're too cowardly to deal. Remember, Occupy Wall Street got crushed. The Bernie Sanders movement, for the most part, got crushed, even in the Democratic Party. So when they did try to reach out and deal with the rich people, they got crushed. So in their mind, all they can do is punch down because they're cowards. So when you actually, even like, so, when you understand that, especially online, they do that online because they're too cowardly to do it in real life. That's why they support it. Like when that black female or white female was called that little baby or little kid the N-word and they gave her all that money, that's because they admire that because she actually had more balls than they do. That's the sad part. She's braver for calling a little boy the N-word in public than most of them are. That's why they always got to be really angry to say the N-word. They got to be drunk to say the N-word, like that Cincinnati bullshit with that Russian bullshit with that fight. And then he lying about what happened. Man, fuck Cincinnati, man. Ugly bitches. But anyway, but yeah.
But hey, it's funny because mostly if you look at south of the border, especially in parts of and I got to thank BGS for this because I remember BGS, back a few years back, about a decade ago, on his original channel, Black Not to Speak, he showed this interview on one of those Black conscious shows in which the interviewee was showing this chart, which the way the Spanish in their colonies in South America classified people. Because they had a racial classification where people were divided to one of 16 groups. And that's where the whole concept of Mejor la Raza comes from. In Portugal, they had something similar, although they call it miorado, hasa. So I understand why they're doing. The whiter you are, the clearer you are, the higher you become elevated.
Yeah, at the
You hope
end
to elevate your family higher. Because at the
yeah.
end, the closest you can be is a criollo, which is basically a white person born in South America. You can never be what is the premier, which is a white European immigrant. Because they're trying to get away. Because remember, at the top is white European immigrant. At the bottom is black African, brought directly fresh off the slave boat. And in the middle is indigenous.
The problem is, and this is where this kind of be American snootiness a little bit comes out. It's like at the end of the day, these are third world games that third world people are playing. You know, this is why, you know, in Africa, you like Africans can't do shit unless the Chinese and the Russians get in there, because other than that, France, let alone the United States, to go in there and get that shit corrected. It's the same thing in Latin America. If you look at the Indians have racial hierarchies as well. But if you look at how the Indians have less natural resources. All they got is human resources. Brazil has less people, less population pool. Brazil is obviously one of the most naturally resourced places in the world. They have a very strong proximity to the United States as far as goods and services. And yet and I remember they got oil, which India doesn't. Yet somehow, I remember when Brazil and India was on par, and somehow India just shot up in the global sphere, and Brazil just
Mostly if you tech.
remain basically a vassal, but that's still a human resource. And technically, when you look at globally, Brazil has a lot more advantages over India and less mouths to feed and less stuff. And yeah, India has their own racism, so we know what the caste system is. So I'm not even trying to sit here.
Caste system, ethnic issues, religious.
But my point is, India still understood what the assignment is as far as global power, versus Brazil, versus a lot of these Latin countries. They think they're white. You're not. You'll never be white. Like white people, like ethnically, like the Portuguese and the fucking Spanish look down on y'all, and the Gauls, which are the French, the Anglo-Saxons, which are the which are obviously the British, and you know they look down on Irish too. But they Irish are like that runt little brother that will let you. Somebody's got to be at the bottom of where real rightness is. So I guess y'all will be in there, and they tend to play their role well. So whatever. But outside of them, and then you got the Prussians, which is the Germanic, stuff. The point is, and then you got the Nordic folks, which they're whiter than any of them. So really, but
some of the palest people you'll come across, especially those from the far north.
Well, actually, Irish people actually get picked on for being pale, which is funny. That's where that pasty from. But
same with Scots. Go ahead.
But the overall point is that when Latins, like some of the stuff Marty has told me about, not even the white Brazilians, but like the black Brazilians. I mean, you think you've seen black women be on some white worship stuff. Like he calls it USA activity, unsanctioned slave activity. I mean, the darker you go to Brazil, you pretty much got to date a mixed chick or a white chick. If they black, if they're in Rio, let me say that, so I'm not blanking the whole country. If they're like within like 30 minutes of Rio or in Rio, oh man, they on that straight racism escort shit. It's funny. It's funny because it's like, yo, ain't no white boy coming to save you. I don't know what dreams y'all be having, like where a white boy is coming to save you in Europe. Like where has that ever happened? Like what black Brazilian? Like Iman is Somali. Like what black Brazilian can you point to that's had a David Boy or somebody? I don't.
Bowie.
Whatever. Boy, this. Whatever. Like I don't get where they're getting this from. Anyway,
I think I do because I got some friends in Brazil, and they tell me like the further south you go, the further white it goes. Because remember, you got tons of white immigrants down there, not just in Brazil, in other parts of the country. So who many people migrated there, going back to like the middle of the 19th
problem down there too.
Yeah, and hey, you know what's even scarier? Argentina, a lot of the little mustache man's followers, a lot of them fled. No, not just that. They fled to, especially in Chile and Argentina, and there they have their own communities and whatnot. There's a movie about one of their colonies because, like, was it Pinochet? He enlisted some of the people from some of those German colonies to do some of his dirty work when he was like trying to silence those leftist and pro-democracy groups.
Yeah,
and many of the lost generation were taken to Europe, adopted by some of these groups.
Yeah, just don't be. Just one thing I'll tell a lot of Hispanics in Latin America, because this is going to start to change. Don't come up here and be white people's crash dummies, because white people are not going to get. They're not going. What they generally don't do is put the same kind of laws, overwhelming like consequences on us when we handle y'all versus if we handle them directly. And they don't figure that out until just like Zimmerman actually really lucky he's still walking around. Really that just shows you how inconsequential he is. But but that's why that Russian dude was like wondering, because them dudes are gonna get out of jail. They was wondering like, how did this happen? Like when y'all gonna fuck around and find out. But last thing I want to say too is, did y'all hear about that Shira 7 situation?
Oh, you talking about the one with the sugar daddy thing?
Advice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. But go ahead.
No, fill me in, because I'm lost. Fill me in.
I got a video. If y'all want me to play the video, so y'all gotta explain. It's only like a couple of minutes.
If it's the same video that we saw in AB's, go ahead.
White women, if you want to be in the golden age, then I want you to give up a credit card in your name. I want you to give up the bank account.
Oh, my bad. That's a different video. Yeah, I didn't know which one it was, because that's a video I put on in front of my other one. But hold on, I'm about.
Hey, what's good, Ray?
Yo, them white women be talking that shit.
Yo, what's up, y'all? I would have got on earlier, but I just had to get in on, put my 2 cents in on that T-app shit.
Oh yeah, the T.
All right.
Yeah, like he talk about the T for her thing. Yeah, dudes. I mean, like I said, man, they asking for your ID. I might get my younger brother to do it because he don't care.
Well, dig it. What I said was that those who were savvy in in the app creations and shit like that know how to master that AI. There's mastery of that.
Yeah, Indian dude is created. An Indian dude created T for her app.
No, actually, it was a white guy.
No, this is the T app for men.
It'll be all backdoor shit, you know what I mean? So therefore, the T app for men is never really permanently canceled.
Yeah, this is the yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, man, them women, that stuff is gonna backfire anyway. Because truth be told, the dudes they snitching on to be out here fucking, you're not gonna mess up their ability to fuck. But anyway, Charles, we can pull this up.
If it's the one with Anton responding and shit,
no,
I think I know where you're going.
This is a dude on TikTok. He all right.
Oh, speaking of Anton, that motherfucker was on Fresh and Fit yesterday, I think.
Oh, that's funny.
Well, yeah, I just seen a thumbnail for it. Like, you know what I mean? I didn't dive into it yet.
I could have swore they went out of business.
Excuse me, I need everybody's attention for a very important announcement. Fresh off the papers.
All right, no. Go ahead.
Fuck him.
Yeah. No, Fresh, you can pull a video of Charles, but Fresh they can still make money.
Oh, Charles said definitely. Well, Charles said fuck him definitely after that. I thought y'all was cool, my nigga.
On a 33-year, 19-year.
Dude, you better turn this. Don't troll like that, Ray.
19-year-old of Shira 7 used her manipulation tactics on a 33-year-old man. He figured it out, dismembered her, left her body in a lake, and parts of her were washing up over a long period of time. Yes, she also wanted to decenter black men in dating, so she thought that she was going to get Alfredo and Scrimps, and she was going to date Zaddy. Zaddy peeped her game because the internet is for everybody. And he saw that she was trying to use the manipulation tactics of Shira 7. So Zaddy said, hey, let's go back to my house. Drove her car to his house where he had a Smex dungeon in his basement. Things ended up going wrong, and he ended up unaliving Miss Robinson and dismembering her and dumping her body in a lake, burning her car. So now this 19-year-old woman is gone from the face of the earth because she tried to use the manipulation tactics of Shira 7. Do you guys think that men out here don't know who Shira 7 is and don't know what she's teaching you guys to do? You're putting your own life in jeopardy when you're trying to play powerful, strong, and in some cases, violent men to manipulate them out of money because of your poverty and brokenness. You need to stop. You need to get a job and try to meet a man who's going to love and care for you as a wife. Keep playing with Shira 7. You're playing with your very life. You're gambling with your very life.
Sprinkle, sprinkle.
Well, the problem with this is that he assumes, the guy that made this video assumes that these women give a damn about common sense.
Yeah, he
I
needs to.
mean, you got to understand. I mean, this is the same Caucasian that has historically hated black women ever since something called the United States of America has existed.
Well, he needs to
And,
upgrade.
and for you to think that the answer to your problems are these men is fucking insanity.
Well, that's what happens when you don't want to be black. So, he needs to
So
upgrade.
hey, when you end up missing and dismembered, I don't know what the fuck to tell you, dude. You know what I mean? Like, hey, whatever.
Well, no, and you're right. By the way, he needs to upgrade from the Miss Frizzle Magic School Bus glasses. But I will say this. I will say this. Like, the thing is, his was really extra messed up about what you said, because it's so much worse. These white dudes know that black women have a tendency to not want to like yell and squawk about black women dying when white men do it, because they're scared that's going to scare other white men away. You know how black men be like, oh, you're going to scare all the hoes away. Black women are petrified of scaring all the white men away. So they purposely, like, whenever things like this happen, unless like the mainstream media starts bringing it up, which they're usually not going to bring that up, right? Because they don't talk about it. And really, our space, really, for the most part, our space don't talk about it as much as we should, because it don't generate the kind of views. And so that actually puts women more in danger on stuff like this. But if you're a 19-year-old dealing with 33-year-old, you playing games. You really you playing games with 30. Because 33-year-olds are not so stupid. Like 30, that's not the right age to be doing that with that gap. Because you're dealing with somebody that still got all his marbles. Especially if he out here. First of all, if a white man is really dating black girls like that means he's dating with intention of extracting out of you what he wants to extract out of you. Because these motherfuckers, this kind of goofy shit these white dudes play. Oh gosh, you look good. I've never seen a black girl that's pretty before. Get the fuck out of here. Most of these motherfuckers.
Wait a minute, no. She's 19. She was 19. He's 33.
Yeah, that's what he said. But yeah, that's crazy, man. And then Shira, honestly, I don't tend to dump on Shira obviously Shira's full of shit, but she's less full of shit to me than Cheyenne Bryant, because the problem with a lot of black women in Shira is y'all are actually not doing what she's saying. Essentially what they're doing is they'll listen to her rhetoric, but they're like modifying it based on what they want to do. It's just Shira gives them low-key permission to do it. But if you're gang goofy running first of all, Shira got married to an older, well-to-do dude. She was 23. I think he was like 35. I think it's a black dude. And she got married. So essentially what Shira is talking about is maximize your leverage and being apologetic about it. And if you got to do bullshit to do that, then oh well. That's probably not what she actually did. It's obvious if you're 35 and she's 23, the value, if the look is there, the value added already present, as long as you gonna act like you got some sense of blah blah. Clearly they're still married, so the dude he went out. He ain't do no Travis Hunter bullshit. I'll give him more credit than that. But none of these women are trying to get married. So it's like, yo, she's married. Ain't none of y'all trying to do that.
Well, according to Corey Holcomb, y'all can agree, but he said, shit, nigga, some of these 50-year-olds, they haven't got tighter coochies than these 20, 30-something-year-olds.
I won't say all that. But I will say a lot of things that people don't take into account is a lot of these women be having C-section. So if you have C-section, obviously that coochie ain't necessarily being.
And it has coochie reconstructive surgery and all that.
But what I will say is a lot of these women, if you look at any chick that really listens to Sheer 7, vast majority of them are not thinking about marriage. And then here's another thing. This goes back to what ABM said about losing your goddamn mind. Why do you think white boys are the dudes that you gonna have to leverage with? Because in order to play a dude like with Shira, like what they say Shira is talking about, she's gotta trust you. Do you really believe white men trust you? Like, do you
hell to the no.
Do you have zero leverage with a white boy? Even if that white boy, the only way, like, what's the white comedian? You know what I'm talking about. The white comedian had
Gary Owens.
Yeah,
Gary Owens.
Gary Owens. The only reason that black woman had any kind of leverage is because he was broke. And really, you think Gary Owens really cares that his kids don't talk to him? I mean, he probably does care, but ultimately, you still had his kids. So I mean, and I promise you, most likely those kids are gonna get with white folks, because regardless of what you did or the experience they had, you know how these motherfuckers are with these black women. You know, and Gary Owens' wife thought she was slick getting the white dude on a discount while he was broke. Like, you playing yourself. You know,
The problem with
he's
this,
married, isn't he?
I don't know.
No, I don't think so. But the problem I see, as I see it, with this generation of black women is they don't want to do the time and tested thing to do, which is just go be a prostitute.
Well,
it's like you always trying to find some alternative way to be a prostitute. No. Well, get you a white man that got money. Well, get your OnlyFans. No, go be a whore for real, which means go outside and go get on that hoe stroll and go be a fucking hoe. If that's all you're concerned about anyway is money, what's all the extra shit for?
They're not built for that. Most women are not built for that. Like, if they want to be a hoe, they're going to be a hoe with somebody they're sexually attracted to.
And that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so now you do all this dumb shit because like you said, you're game goofy. And then this is what happens. It's kind of like niggas who try to halfway pretend they thugs and gangsters, and you go out here and get killed because you shouldn't have been out there in the first place. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing.
You mean like Chris Rock CB4 or like
exactly.
Y'all remember
Chris Rock CB4,
wait. Y'all remember the Boondocks, that episode with Riley trying to be a gangster when he was doing all that fundraising with the chocolate sales? It was, selling candy bars, and then they crossed paths with some British gangsters about that shit.
Yeah.
That was funny.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like you have to just know your lane, and if you know that you ain't built for that real prostitute shit, then just do what every other person does. Go get a fucking job and be happy that you're alive and you got a roof over your head. You ain't never gonna have Birkin and red bottoms and all of that. That's out your lane. But you know what? TJ Maxx is your lane, and you need to be happy with TJ Maxx. But these motherfuckers just refuse to just accept that. So they want to go out here and do all of this extra shit to try to get somewhere where it just doesn't fucking happen. This little girl who got chopped up by this dude, you just out here playing games.
You got women.
AB, I don't know if you ABM. I don't know if you were here earlier, but I was mentioning like V. Stiviano. You remember her?
Yeah.
No.
You got women that
Donald Sterling's side chick, the one who exposed him. And look what happened to her.
That chick, yeah.
Look what happened to her. First of all, now correct me if I'm wrong, but just look at a mug. Doesn't she look like a bust down anorexic version of Jurnee Smollett?
She looks
Jesse Smollett's hot sister.
Hit me in. Let me in. I'm on my computer. Can you bring me up?
Oh. Yeah,
and she's another one that's not all the way black. Yeah.
Yeah, but she's like half Latina with that. You know what she when she exposed him, what happened? First off, she started getting goofy with all the publicity because she thought she was going to get a book deal and everything. That's why you saw her when the journalists were outside of duplex. She comes out with that big visor and just roller skating shit, and her friends were all doing all the interviews. First thing she did was, because remember, she not only pissed him off, but she also crossed the wife because she embarrassed everybody.
She embarrassed the wife. So when the wife got power of attorney, the wife went after her ass, because unlike a lot of these black chicks that don't understand loyalty and how deep that shit runs with other race, and this is what I keep, and Naima, you done heard me say it before about other cultures and how other cultures do shit differently. You embarrassed that fucking family with that shit. Like, not only did you embarrass Donald Sterling, you embarrassed everybody with that shit. So yeah, that wife got control of the money, and now she's coming after your dumb ass.
That's what happened. She did it? You know how she did it? Hold on a second. I'll take just a couple minutes, Louis.
She sued her or something, didn't she? Didn't she sue that chick?
No. Wait. Here's what happened. Hold up. First thing was first. She said first thing is first because remember, Sterling himself did 2 interviews where he embarrassed himself, right? Where he showed how fucking demented and senile he was. So the wife, and remember, the wife and him were estranged because he had side chicks. So she had his ass go see a couple of neurologists. They came back, 3 or 4 of them, I think, neurologists. They all came back with an Alzheimer's diagnosis and that made him mentally incompetent. So therefore, she had, as his wife, power of attorney, and she told him to sit his ass down and shut the fuck up under the threat of divorce. I know that. I'm pretty sure of that one. Next thing they did is because he embarrassed, because that embarrassment also spilled over to the owners association of the NBA. They sold the team and they made $2 billion off of it. Right. Once that was done, she got her attorneys and sued Steviano because remember, at the end of the day, this bitch is a sugar girl. Is supposed to be a sugar baby, which means she doesn't own anything. The house, the cars, anything she bought with those credit cards was under his name. But since that's the spouse, she could sue her for that shit. So and she got 2 rulings that put that went in the wife's favor, and Steviano had to leave immediately. Although I do remember
and I'll do you
afterwards.
one better, Namer. Maybe they
Mhm.
wasn't even really estranged. I think it's kind of like Vince McMahon and Linda McMahon. Everybody know
It
they
was
don't
something
live
like that.
together, and everybody know Vince does his shit with the hoes.
Mhm.
But Linda never leaves him because Linda knows if she ever divorce him, yeah, she can get paid really well, but she loses the
Mhm.
fucking power. Now she's
She
not a
lose the
McMahon no
power.
fucking more. That's why. See again, other people they understand this type of shit. So that's
Mhm.
why Linda sticks around, even though she lives in Florida and he lives up there in fucking New York or Connecticut or some shit. Yeah, I mean, she never divorces this fucking man. They're gonna die married
They're gonna die married because
because she
she
know if
gets too
she
much to
drops
say
that
remain
last
married,
name, that's it for her power. She don't have no power no fucking more.
and he can replace her with another woman, just like why Hillary never divorced Clinton. Hillary never divorced
Exactly.
Bill Clinton after the Lewinsky shit.
Exactly.
But
Exactly.
anyway,
Okay.
what's also worse. Here's what's also worse. We're forgetting because remember she's a side chick, which means she had Steviano. She had access to certain circles while she was with him. Because she put that shit out, she let everybody know she's nuclear. Ain't nobody want to mess with her because they scared she might have a secret core and whatnot. So she's blacklisted from some of those circles. And I remember watching a video of her when she did that interview with Katie Couric, and Couric was like looking at us like, "Bitch, come on now, we knew you was a hoe. What's this thing about you saying you were his assistant? Come on now, you concerned for his well being? Get the fuck out of here with that." But she just said, kept the mouth shut, let her play herself.
Yeah, I mean, overall, man, the thing about it is when we say why, I mean,
Number one, you never interrupt a fool making a mistake.
Yep.
yeah,
Thank
a
you,
lot.
Katie Couric, for that one.
Once you saw if you actually ever know what a BBL process is, women
Mm-hmm.
will have a blade. Most dudes if would never have a knife anywhere near their dick or their balls unless it's life or death. And even then, it's like, yo, I might just need to just go to God. It might put it in God's hands. These women damn near get a blade in their coochie and think it's body maintenance for abortion. And then they get a blade all up in their ass cheeks just to have a bigger ass. For what reason they act like they can't tell you. And they'll do like it was a chick that just died off of getting like multiple BBLs. And this is a light skinned chick too. Not saying that that matters. The point is she ain't even got the dark skin issue. I think she's like actually a Latin chick. And so a lot of what I've learned is when women are in there's a certain gear that sometimes they just live in that gear where
Mm-hmm.
they are on the short bus. And it's like when you try to apply logic to stuff, it's like once they get away from a certain level of life, even this shit with the T app, you basically taking your license, putting it on your phone so it can be uploaded just because you want to be nosy on what other motherfuckers are doing in your city. And by the way, the dudes might be stupid too because they doing it after seeing what can't happen. So I ain't going like I don't see that. But my point is, when you look at a lot of women, like even like the chick you described, they don't think long term. They don't think medium term.
No.
They think of how they feel, and once they get a hot, this is why the marketing money loves aiming at the women so much, because if you make them feel a certain type of way, it takes way less dollars for you to get a woman to feel a certain type, especially if you already got them insecure, going through life insecure. That's the beauty of social media. Social media is a walking insecurity thing. And so it's easier to get them in that insecurity, get them to buy stuff. That's why you got Selena Gomez making millions, almost a billionaire, pretty much a billionaire. Rihanna, a billionaire over makeup. The other thing I'm gonna say, and this is going to AB, as far as the sex worker thing, is what's crazy is they gonna have to start learning how to get in front of people again, because that I'm telling people think I'm playing. That the AI video is getting to the point where if dudes, all these dudes, whether you want to call them simps, incel, whatever the dudes, first of all, it's mainly white married men to be paying these chicks on OnlyFans. That's why you see certain white women that you see blow up. If you that's why. But the other thing too is OnlyFans, that the dude I think that owned OnlyFans got out. I think he sold it. And I'm gonna tell you, like a lot of OnlyFans is done because if all you are is digital, and if you're digital, then what's the difference between you? If you can make it look like a real person, I mean, to the point where you can't tell the difference, we still got like 5 more months. What is the difference between a digital OnlyFans bitch if you can't tell the difference and you? There is none. And so so it's going to get to the point where, and then the other thing with OnlyFans and like that type of work is it's starting to get saturated, because you're starting to see other women from other countries start to tap into the American market. So you got that. Then you got even more women starting to tap into the American market. You know, that little Tay bullshit people are talking about, the chick that launching herself on OnlyFans at 18 years old. You're going to see more and more of that. You're going to see more and more of that shit. And so it just creates this massive market where the only thing you can do is sell yourself. And women, and these women are too fucking fragile mentally to be doing that. Especially the type of dudes that really be tricking for real in the United States and stuff, whether it's in the strip club or whatever. And I'm not even saying like, oh, if you're a trick, you're a bad dude. But when dudes trick, they are in a certain mode. And that mode is, I'm going to get what I'm going to get out of you. I'm going to get this money's worth. And usually what you paying for is the fact that these dudes don't either whatever. Because you got to remember, if women are fucking ugly dudes that they find ugly and they're doing that for money, that does something to a woman's psyche. And that's why
they go diesel.
And that's why most of these chicks can do OnlyFans or do Cam, really OnlyFans, because they too lazy to do Cam too, because Cam, you guys got to sit your ass there day after day. But the reason why they do OnlyFans is because it's kind of a set it and forget it thing. Like doing the nudes and the pictures, there's a disconnect from an actual person. And so once you if that comes back, it's over for them, because I mean, what are they going to do? Get a job? AI is already dealing with, all the dude, I went to a Bojangles today. I was like, I had to drive an hour away, and I was so Bojangles is basically like the southern version of KFC, right?
Mr. Z explained that to us many times.
Okay,
so we know.
So, but it don't even matter. Any drive-through, y'all know what a drive-through is, ordering right. Tell me why, just like on the phone, you know how if you call in a certain company, like cell phone company, you gotta press 1 for this, 2 for that, and it's an automated message. Tell me why I had to do that in the drive-through. It was literally an automated person. What do you want?
I think we had that down here with what's that fucking place? The Checkers.
Man, I pulled up to the chick. She was pregnant, black chick. I said, yo, that shit caught me off guard, man. She said, you don't got this in right? I said, hell no. And I've been to multiple Bojangles. They ain't got none of the shit. I was like, what the fuck? Because usually what they'll have is they'll have somebody giving like an automated message for like 5 seconds, and then you'll get a regular person. You know how is it? People don't like to say the same like BS over and over and over again. Do you want like whatever seasonal thing they're doing? Yeah, I've seen that. But like the whole order, he said, what do you want? Yo, I want me a 2-piece white. What side and drink? I want, Cajun beans and Pepsi. Would you like anything else? I said, no. Oh, well, you can pull up to the drive-thru if your total's right. Is it right? Yeah. Yeah, you can pull up to the drive-thru. Have a great. I'm like, yo, what the fuck?
Wow.
Nigga, what the fuck?
And I mean,
Well, I
and
mean,
where
well,
I'm at,
that's what the
no,
internet
go, y'all
has
go ahead.
done. Is oh, I'm sorry for cutting you off, but
That
I'm gonna
shit
be
caught me
quick.
off guard. Yeah.
All right.
I agree. The market is now oversaturated with twerking because that's really all these chicks want to do anyway. When you see these chicks with these OnlyFans and shit, that's really all they want to do. Remember, like 10 years ago, when you could get on YouTube and see a million different videos of black chicks twerking? Now you don't really see that shit no more. That's because all them bitches then went to other platforms now, and mainly OnlyFans.
Yeah.
So when the market is super saturated with ass shaking, how much money can you really make off that? So now you got to take it up a notch. Now they playing with their pussy on OnlyFans, and that, I mean, I'm sorry, but that's just not cutting it because black folks ain't the majority. You know what I mean? Other people are the majority. You know what I'm saying? So that's why when it come to OnlyFans, the handful of women that make money on OnlyFans are mainly white women.
Well, also another thing is these social media companies, what they do is they use these chicks to when the platform is new, and TikTok did this to bring eyeballs to it. That's why they let these chicks do these various thought moves that they be doing, right? And then when they get tired of it, what they do is they just cut it out. So that's also part of it too. They cut it out. They depress it. Instagram did that. They still kind of low key do that. It's just not as much. Or they brought it back for a second with Reels, and then TikTok did it. That's why you don't see that shit on TikTok no more. They got rid of that. Did it too, where they let them chicks be in them bubble, them rubber.
Don't forget Twitch TV.
Yeah, they got rid of all that. They, eventually they cleared
Nah,
out the numbers.
hell no.
No,
Hell
they're still
no.
doing that on Twitch,
Don't
though.
get rid of it. Hell no. Don't get rid of it. Keep it on there, damn it, as evidence. Keep it on there as evidence.
Well, I mean, people download it anyway, so it's evidence. But the point is, they get rid of it because they no longer need it. So that's why a lot of these chicks are always on Twitter. Yeah, it's funny, man. It's funny.
Yeah. So the market is super saturated with halfway part-time prostitution. And you know what I mean? There's only so much money that's going to come in that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like we all know the statistics. The average OnlyFans chick is making less than $200 a month. So that's basically gas money. You're not making no fucking money. The money is outside. The money has always been outside, and it's going to continue to be outside. And with all this AI shit taking jobs,
well, that's why these
motherfuckers going to have to make a decision. Or do you want to be a prostitute or not? You know what I mean?
Well, that's why
you can't shake your ass no more for likes and clicks and shit. You're going to have to go outside and get some money, or you're going to fucking starve.
Well, that's why these bitches be doing all this e-begging and shit. That should be because all of y'all can't be streamers. All of y'all can't do all that. It's just not enough slots. But that's why these hoes be e-begging. It be funny as hell. They trying to make it like it's an ego thing. Like, well, if you broke, you got bitch, shut your e-begging ass up.
That's all it is. Just, you know what I mean? Broke niggas this, broke niggas that. Nah, shorty, you just ain't making no money.
I mean, yeah. So it's funny. It's funny, man. And real talk, a lot of chicks don't understand. That's why a lot of black women don't understand. Other women they want you to quit the game. So because the more women quit the game, so a lot of y'all being fat and doing all that. That's why I keep saying they go raid you for your best men physically and your best men economically, and then you just gonna be stupid, being mad, talking about what niggas are doing.
Yeah. Because this is forcing all of this shit is forcing women. And your man BGS always says this, you know what I'm saying, that all of this AI shit is forcing women to have to make adjustments. That's why you're seeing all these different races of women going after black men now, because
there's no reach back.
Women understand that I need a man. I need somebody to get with me and so I can have a second income in my fucking life. Because my income ain't cutting it. So, you know what I mean? You got a lot of people saying, well, hey, there go this black guy right here. He's single. Fuck it. Let me go after him. People are starting to smarten up and people starting to loosen up them fucking boundaries that they put on themselves years ago. So, you know what I mean? So it's do or die time for a lot of women.
Yeah.
And you got people like Shira 7 out here still telling you all this goofy, dumb shit. That's not paying the bills, man.
I mean,
you can't get along.
Under.
You can't get along with a black man, and you can't, and that black man can help you pay bills. And I don't know what to tell you, because fundamentally, everybody sticks with their own kind.
Shit, it's that contempt thing. Because remember, if she's with somebody she dislikes, she's gonna resent him even more. And if he understands that she resents it, he can just get hit. He understands he's got other options. He can just take his shit and go someplace else.
Yeah,
or take his balls and go home, as they say.
That's what I'm saying. It needs to be a fundamental. It's going to have to be a fundamental readjustment in the way a lot of women think, and you already seeing it with
Louis,
other race of women.
Yeah, Louis, you wanted to say something?
Yeah. I was gonna say real quick, man, that Brother Edward, you was the first one, man. I shouted you out on my live stream. I just did because you were the first one to mention about this T app that it's basically the chicks are exposing themselves and shit, and then everybody else starts saying the same shit after you. So yeah, I shout you out for that.
I appreciate that. Yeah, like I said, I want to get people talk about paternity fraud more, which is kind of already happening. The next thing I want to get people to talk about is leverage, because that's everything these women get mad about. It's always leverage. They are always aware of leverage, and black men need to start being unapologetic about leverage, because some of these women, they only understand leverage, and you got to have the ability to easily replace them. Look at what DDG is dealing with. DDG just had a meeting with his mother of his kid, baby mama, and she won full custody. She won full custody. She talked about he won 50 custody. She won full custody. And I didn't know that. And look, I don't like Myron like that. Fuck Fresh and Fit. But I didn't know DDG went on Fresh and Fit a while ago. And then he was Dirty Mac and talking about, like, I don't fuck with these niggas. I don't agree with a lot of what these niggas say. Well, I said, nigga, look, man, obviously Myron says basically.
Yeah, he's bitch made, bro. He's bitch made.
Yeah, Myron. Well, I like DDG, but and a lot of dudes people don't like Myron. But what I will say is, it may be if he listened to, I mean, you can have your opinion on him, that's fine. But maybe if he listened to some of this stuff, he wouldn't be in this situation. So it's a lot of these dudes that they think they're above this stuff, and now you got to fight to see your kid. And you got women. It's funny because you got women even saying, yeah, that's what you get. You should have to fight to see your kid. And I'm like,
why you gotta fight to see the kid?
I don't understand that. And it's like,
it's that sense of vindictiveness. You gotta understand, and Edward, women are vindictive.
So but
as far as, hold on a second, if I may, I'll make it short. With some of these young brothers, you gotta remember the old saying: a hard head make for a soft ass. So they gotta learn the hard way, unfortunately. But go ahead.
My point is that this is more about the moral high ground. So if you're saying, if you chose to have a baby with this man, so if he's fighting, if he wants to see his kid and he's paying, DDG got money, so it ain't even no issue about he ain't got enough money or all that. That ain't even a problem. You knew that, which is why you got with him. And so my point is, when you got women in the comments because you mad at DDG talking about Haley should keep him away, well, guess what? Y'all ain't got no ground to be complaining about an Ant-Man. Y'all have no moral authority to say about what he's doing. If he told you he didn't want that kid and you had it anyway, as far as I'm concerned, he got every right to say fuck you and that kid. He paid the child support stuff up front. In fact, did you know that chick is saying that in order for her to accept custody, Ant-Man needs to give her an apology, pay her $55,000 a year for life, and give her like $500,000. These women are fucking stupid.
Where's Ray Caruth when you need him?
He's out. I'm sure he's just enjoying his freedom right now. But I get the point. But look what happened to that kid, because that kid's like what, 25 now. That kid's 25 and just special needs like a motherfucker.
So remember all these kids. So remember all this stuff is in the atmosphere and social media. So these women, you know, and it, again, I hate to use this term, but that's really what even some of these women are. What's going? Because even more and more women are starting to speak out about some of this stuff because it got them all looking crazy. And what it is you got these bitches. They are what you know. This is black female language, but it does work. They think of things as female identified and male identified. If it's same thing with Sha'Carri Richardson. Sha'Carri Richardson. You got women literally saying this Sha'Carri, and it's so many women. It's to the point where purple pill dudes are actually speaking out against it. That's kind of how I measure it. And you got women that are saying Sha'Carri, what did he do for Sha'Carri Richardson to do all of that? I'm like, you dumb hoe. You could have ended all of your career. You could have ended your own career. Let's say he cheated on you. That still don't matter because if they really
that doesn't give you a right to do that.
If they want to come for you like that at an airport, I'm not saying you should do it either, but at an airport like that, like you really raging out like that, you can't just break up with him and get somebody else. Like what? That's it. I don't even know if that's what it was. And then this dude sitting here like, ain't nothing to see, man. You know, I don't know. You know, the problem is it's issues on both sides. So nigga, what the fuck did you do there? Cause you know you the other side, right? You dumb fuck. But these niggas don't think when they simping. But anyway, so So all
Go
these
ahead.
things, all these things are in the same ethos. This was all like this week.
Mm-hmm.
So these women out here looking crazy as fuck, man. They really are. It's funny.
Yeah.
Well, and speaking of them simping, DDG basically said, you know, what I mean, charging a fresher fit from them, you know, for oh they disrespectful to women and all that shit. So when a motherfucker make a statement like that, ain't nothing you can say from the space. None of the points that we have in the space, he's not going to accept it.
I mean, Myron don't really like. Here's the thing, man. Fresh and Fit don't represent us. He don't like what basically.
They can't.
So what Myron does is like
Mm-hmm.
even from a red pill standpoint, Myron and because you gotta keep in mind like this space ain't really pro tricking. Like overall, you got people to explain it. People will say it is what it is, but ain't nobody really saying tricking is the way, you know. But that's what Walter does, you know, on Fresh and Fit. And Myron Loki does that a little bit too. They just
even though tricking has been the way.
Look at hip hop and R&B since the late 90s.
So all I'm saying is in our space, tricking is not considered a taboo. That's my point. In they don't represent our space. So it's the same thing with Brandon Jamal. It's like they do basic red pill stuff that, and most of their audience is white. So with DDG, it ain't really so much. So what he's saying is really, I don't fuck with these niggas. Which I'm gonna say, DDG, why the fuck you went on there? You know, like then that's my thing. But he don't care. Like he don't care. Like here's the thing: it's actually beneficial to be an enemy of Myron because if Myron don't like you, then that positions you better with certain chicks and certain people. Because how toxic. It's the same thing with Andrew Tate. I'm not justifying, but what I am saying is, you know, for everything else that's out here, it's like you dudes act like they can't get got by these chicks. I mean, Ruby Rose snatched the chain from Ruby Rose ran up in his house and snatched his chain off of him. That's how comfortable some of these chicks be getting. So it's not like this is his first thing with a crazy bitch. But you sitting here fighting for yourself. I'm not even trying to blame DDG because he's 26 and he is old enough to know better. But the reality is a lot of these dudes, you gotta understand that what we do, like some of these, what we do is very important. And unfortunately, a lot of these dudes, it's got to be established before these dudes take a stand. I mean, remember what Future did? Future had Kevin Samuels on his shit. Future ain't never apologized for shit, but he had to apologize for that because that's how angry those women got at him. He actually probably saw in the numbers that he was about to fucking lose female fan base, like for real. And that's why he apologized. He had to have seen that because that nigga switched that shit up real quick.
Anyway. Wait a minute. Would you say the same thing about
how you gonna go on Fresh and Fit and then trip about them disrespecting women? Like, I mean, you don't know who they are.
Yeah, I don't call DD. This is one of those situations where he ain't no hoe ass nigga, but that was a hoe ass move. And I've seen, and you know those people. That it's like you get on there because Brandon kind of did the same shit. Brandon Jamal, the single mother dude. It's like, nigga, you make how many times have you remixed Now You're a Single Mom? That aggregates women. Nigga, they consider that disrespectful to them regardless. But at the end of the day, you trying to act like red pill niggas. Yo, man, y'all really hate women. I think Brandon Jamal actually recently got married. So it's like some of these niggas, it's like they're not activists. I'm not saying they necessarily have to be, but yeah, you knew who Fresh and Fit. And keep in mind, man, he went on Fresh and Fit after they got canceled, after they got demonetized and all of that. So it's not like okay, this is pre them being demonetized and all of that. Like, nah, you know how people feel about them, and that Black women consider them low key racist, which he does. I mean, Myron, well,
low key
Myron's
racist.
Myron's
what?
thing about that.
Wait, people say low key, but Black women stay going on their show knowing that. So yeah, we're gonna say low key.
Yeah.
But because they still fuck with the platform. I mean, Black women even still fuck with the platform. It'd be funny to me, but anyway. But yeah, so DDG went on there.
Yeah, that's where a lot of them can get their first major exposure, because hopefully they can get like some folks on their OnlyFans or IG and follow them and everything.
Well, that is the game. That is literally the game. They go on there. They already know what it is, so they go on there. They promote it. Yeah. They let the dude, Myron and what's name talk shit, and then they're done, because when they walk out of there, they've got, if they're good looking, they've got thousands of new subscribers.
Yeah, that's why that was funny.
Remember, the majority of their followers, the majority of people who follow, Fresh and Fit are white, young white boys.
That's why Brandon called them sex worker savers. It was so funny.
Mm-hmm.
But oh yeah, the reason I even got on this, I found out because I didn't know DDG and Myron actually didn't like each other. But Myron was actually, and I know this because I was scrolling through TikTok, so I don't watch Fresh Fit like that. But last time I watched Fresh Fit was Tommy Sotomayor, just to let you know. But Myron was talking about, he was defending DDG against Halle Berry. He's all, yeah, all y'all know me and DDG, we're enemies, but that's some bullshit with what Haley Bailey is doing, or what his baby mother is doing. He didn't say her name, but yeah, I was like, oh, I didn't know that. And then in my Discord, they told me like the backstory behind it, and that's how I kind of found that out. But because I didn't even know he went on Fresh and Fit. But yeah, that's some goofy ass shit you wouldn't get, man. I don't really fuck with them.
But the way Myron broke down DDG, even though I dislike Myron when it comes between the standpoint between man and man, I don't give a damn about what he does with chicks. Like, salute what he does with chicks. But when it comes between man and man, what I mean? Like, yeah, he broke dude down, and and I'm like, yeah, I can't disagree.
Well, I mean, the problem. Well, how did he break him down? Because I didn't see that episode. What did he break him down with? Because I heard that they was actually having a good show, and then he did what he did on his tweet. He was basically talking to chicks, off the show, which people do, by the way. They put on the show.
I mean, basically, Brother Edward was basically saying, like, feeling like how the beta male tendencies they displayed and allowing himself to get with and to deal with the chicks like Haley Bailey. What I mean? About the fact that,
so they had a conversation about him dealing with Haley Bailey.
No, he broke it down. This is what he said. Myron said after, because he did a solo video breaking down DDG. What I mean? And why Haley Bailey left him and all that shit. So,
I mean, first of all, even on that, like, the thing is, I get a little defensive on DDG. Not even defensive, because at the end of the day, I don't know why so many niggas, like, ain't no nigga that really truly explain to me why they don't. I'm not saying you gotta like the nigga. I'm not even talking about you, Ray, but it's like, you got niggas calling him doo-doo garbage. Like, we know why niggas don't like Myron. We know why niggas don't like DJ Academics. We know, like, when the Breakfast Club, like, you know what I'm saying? It's obvious. We know what they done. But with DDG, nobody, it's like him dating Haley Bailey. It's like him dating Haley Bailey is why people don't like him. And we know why the bitches don't like that. It's the same thing with Jonathan Owens, all that. So I be asking niggas, I'm not even talking about you. but I've seen this online. Why do y'all get angry with this dude? It's like niggas can't tell me. But ultimately, as far as the Haley Bailey situation, Haley Bailey dated him. Haley Bailey pursued. This is what people don't understand about their relationship. DDG has been famous longer than Haley Bailey. As far not famous, but as far as known in the circles that he's known in, and with his generation, these Z's and stuff. As millennials,
he's a Twitch streamer, right?
Well, yeah. Well, he does more than that. But my point is, with Z generation, he is much more known. I get millennials and Xers, we don't know what it is. But the thing is, Haley Bailey pursued him. It wasn't like he went out of his way to date her. Haley Bailey pursued him. Haley Bailey liked him, and that's why when the text message came out, and Haley Bailey literally threatened to abort that baby if he left her. So everybody framed the argument as this is just some regular ass nigga trying to get famous off Haley Bailey's name, when DDG is worth. Even black women said it finally. DDG is worth double what they are, actually more than double. DDG is worth more money than Haley Bailey and Chloe Bailey combined.
Would y'all have left? If she'd have made that threat to you, would you have left?
Who, me?
I mean, I'm asking all of y'all. She like, either you get back, either you stay with me, or I'm gonna abort the baby. What you doing?
I mean, I'd be like, go ahead.
No, yeah, I'm leaving. But DDG left after the baby was born, which is probably why she mad.
I mean, DDG. Yeah, I mean, bitter. Truth be told, I mean, it's like what Ant-Man did, because he wanted nothing to do with that his kid, right? I'd be saying, hey, I bet, because if she did, and I'd be like, yo, you're just doing me more of a favor.
But that's
you just do me a favor by doing that, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, but she's no, you right. The chick Ant-Man dealt with was first of all, like where Ant-Man fucked up is that's what you get for dealing with bitches like fucking 30
and raw dogging.
Well, but dealing with bitches older than you like that is already got kids with other athletes. Like nigga, that's
PJ Washington, anybody?
That pussy ain't that good, man. You know, and if it was, he wouldn't have been acting the way Ant-Man wouldn't have been acting the way he was acting after the fact. So it's like, damn, like where is like your entourage is supposed to farm you some better looking bitches. And I don't know what. Anyway, my point is, going back to DDG is what Daryl says, because that's his name. What Daryl says, it's funny seeing her in the text messages call him Daryl too. Daryl, anyway, but
that's his first name. Don't wear it out.
What he says is they were cool until she cheated on him first, and and when she did that, that's when he really checked out. And then basically, I think she used that kid. He tried to get with her, but I guess it was never the same. And then they get pregnant, and which sounds like some dumbass young people doing it. They fucking raw, trying to reconsummate that shit. And then you get pregnant. She get pregnant because she trying to keep you. And then it gets to because that sounds like a play a bitch would make. If you leave me, I'm killing this baby. And because it makes sense as to why she's doing what she's doing now, because she's mad that he left. And look at what I did to my body for you, and you left.
She wants to make him live an apology. But here's the thing, this is where he fucked up. Because remember, if the chick cheats on you once, you go back at her, you go back to her, or you take her back, you already made it clear to her that you will accept it again, because she will cheat a second time. And the thing is, you cannot make a woman live an apology. You got to cut that off and say, end it right then and walk away. And you can't just get back at her by cheating on her with a friend. No, that's going to fuck you up. So you better just say, you know what?
Yeah, so leave
that shit and get out of there.
Yeah, you're not wrong, but we are where we are, and yeah, he could have listened to it, but I bring all that up because Myron just talking some kind of beta shit. I mean, come on, man. If you look at the roster, DDG, even if you take Ruby Rose off the table, like DDG used to date Deshaun Watson's current girlfriend, Jill.
Oh shit!
If you look at the roster, DDG got like Joe Budden like level roster. If you look at the roster of who he's dated, Myron ain't. Come on, Myron had to pay that OnlyFans chick that he was gonna say, like, so come on, Myron. Like, you can't, so for you to be talking alpha beta, I mean, nigga, shut the fuck up. like that's what I'm saying.
Myron is, first of all, y'all gotta understand what kind of a person you're dealing with, because what he is. And this is up my motherfucking, and this is up my alley, because where I'm from is next door to where he's from.
Damn, he's Sudanese.
Because in the way he talks and everything like that, I've seen that shit before. Because remember, East Africans, we have our diasporas all over the place, and we know each other, so we see that shit. That's why when Abba was on the show, and Abba asked him that question, so what's all that shit you were talking about? And Myron was like smiling, Myron. I said, Abba didn't. Abba was like, come on, man. You know where I'm from. You know I know where you're originally from. Our peoples, we don't fuck around like that. Come on now. Come up with me right there. Don't be stepping around like the bitch shit that I know you people stereotype are doing.
I hear you,
my
bro.
question.
But what Myron did, hold on, but real quick, not that long, less than a minute. Okay, all right.
I'm listening.
I just remember.
What's all that background noise?
I just remember what I was saying. Okay, bypass that. Look, digger. Myron, right, basically showed where DDG basically hit up Myron's chick, right, current chick that he was dating, right. He hit her up on Instagram, and Myron showcased that. He showed like where Debbie, he's like, hey, see, I see where you try to like hit up my girl, right? But let you know that I'm in control of the relationship. So basically, I have control of her IG account. So therefore, I'm about to message your dumb ass back through her IG account. And, and I'm like, damn. I'm like, man, come on, DDG, man. Like that ain't man shit.
Drake,
you know what I mean? Like
Drake do that shit. Look, I'm not justifying it. Drake don't do that shit all the time. When you don't respect a nigga, you'll hit up his girl. And so, I mean, niggas do that all the time.
Dirty man
Well,
shit.
my thing is why do niggas take Myron serious when he's gay? Like, why don't people talk about that enough? Like, dude he's obviously gay.
Y'all just throwing like real flagrant shit out here on the stream. Like, dude, I don't know he's gay. I'm not gonna assume that unless there's evidence out there.
Dog, the man was dead ass laying in bed with a man laying on his chest, bro. I don't know what you want me to call that.
I can say that he definitely has gay tendencies because them pictures from his college days and how them dudes talk about him, it's like Dennis Reynolds from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Hold on.
That dude is
hold on, babe. Real talk. You talking about those pictures. Listen, real talk again. When you are in the bed with no shirt on and a man is laying with his head on your chest and y'all under the covers, where do you want that picture to go from there? Isn't that the only conclusion I can come up with? Or how about the one when they was at the concert?
Picture for fun, for shits and giggles.
That is not men, though.
Okay. What about the other picture when homeboy is at the concert? He's holding the phone up. They about to take a ussy, and Myron is behind him with his arms around homeboy waist, and Myron mouth is on the back of his neck. Again, where do you want me to go with that picture, bro? It's only one conclusion I can come up with. That ain't no flaky shit. Nah, bro, you gay.
Okay, so and that's why Myron's audience ain't black.
Don't get me wrong.
Except for black foreigners.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I don't like him. I'm not defending him, but until somebody come out with, he fucked me. It's like with Kevin Samuels. Until some gay dude come out with some evidence, I can say you suspect.
Nah, let's not do that to the great one. The great one never had pictures.
The dead, you bitter ass motherfucker.
The great one never had pictures laying on somebody goddamn chest.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
I have to say, until there's some hardcore evidence, then I can't. I hear you. There's a lot of suspect behavior.
Yeah,
but there's no actual physical.
And this is why you don't introduce. I understand what you're saying, Bitter, because truth be told, and this annoyed the fuck out of me. But Corey Holcomb straight up told Kevin is gay, and even he had to apologize for that. Once he actually looked at the shit, and I got hella annoyed with Corey for that shit. But the thing about it is, ABM, you kind of introduced that whole thing. That really had nothing to do with what we talking about. At the end of the day, that ain't got nothing to do with like the Myron DDG, like any of the stuff that Ray is bringing up or stuff in regard to that. at the end of the day, all black people don't fuck with Myron like that. African Americans don't, and he still got a platform. So clearly them white boys don't care. Clearly them foreign blacks don't care. That listen to him, they don't care.
Anton Daniels was on the show today.
Yeah, clearly Anton don't care. Clearly, because they don't care about Myron. People deal with Myron because Myron got motion as far as views. That's why a lot of people deal with DDG because of views. And so it becomes more of a business thing than anything, not justifying it. That's just how people move. Now, with that being said, DDG, it's like, dude, if you disagree that much with like what he's saying, what he's about, I don't know why you yucking it up, because there's other places you can yuck it up at. I could kind of give Brandon Jamal a little bit more credit because he was blowing up. He wasn't established yet. He was still in that kind of situation, but DDG has been established. So it's like, why? And then this is where a lot of these streamers want to have it both ways. And DDG got a lot of female fans, but this is what these motherfuckers want to have it both ways, because it's like, nigga, at the end of the day, you a nigga. You see what these women are doing. They don't care. They want to keep you from your son. Now, that being said, DDG do got a lot of female fans. It is a lot of female fans that take up for him against Haley. I've seen
this nigga mentioned Brandon Jamal. I remember that nigga. His crazy ass hung up on Game Changer when Game Changer was trying to spit to him some talking points from space. Brandon Jamal couldn't take it.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, man, even if you not a card carrying in the space, you still gonna serve. Like when he makes those songs and stuff, now he's single mom and stuff like that. I mean, that stuff. Here's the thing, man. You ain't got to be no card carrying, throwing up red pill gang signs in order to push the movement forward anyway. So he don't. I mean, because he married. So a lot of these dudes, again, that's that purple pill. I want it both ways type of stuff, which is fine. Brandon Jamal ain't an activist. Brandon Jamal is who he is, and you take the good with what that is. I'm not saying necessarily support him, but he out there regardless. So I ain't gonna lie.
But he needs to know, brother Edward, and you know good and damn well.
No. I don't do that. They don't need to know shit. If they don't want to know, let them learn the hard way. We can do this two ways. You can either learn from somebody else's mistake, or you can touch the hot stove yourself. That I don't when niggas act like they don't want to know, they don't need to know.
I'm with you right there, damn it.
Everybody has a right to learn the hard. Everybody has a right to learn the hard way. And I'm sure when Charles, like, I don't need, somebody. I don't need a cop to jack me up in order for me to know I'm supposed to act right when it comes to police. I didn't need to have that lesson. Some niggas do, because damn near a lot of black women need that lesson. Y'all be looking at them accountable commentary videos. Damn, these bitches is stupid. Boy, these hoes be lying. But yeah, these hoes be calling the cops on niggas getting arrested themselves. And then a nigga be like, yo, when can I go pick her up? Yo, she just stabbed you, guy.
I mean, but I hear you though. But if you rise up against the feminists, against the lefties, and all y'all, in any way, shape, or form, by a little small increment, they will associate you with the red pill automatically.
Yeah. Hang on a second. Ray, do something about the background noise, man.
And the thing is, they know this, but at the end of the day, it's the same thing I said about media, man. They gonna choose. And look, to be fair, look, man, if that money is look, I know that money is addicting. That's why when people bring up certain people close to this space based on certain stuff they done said, I've always, look, nigga, you got 10,000, 15,000 coming. Like, even if you ain't been, even if it was for, you see, and that's coming on a 20. Look, I don't got that kind of money coming, but I got some few hundreds that I can count on every month on that 22nd. When that 22nd or 21st is coming, and you getting 10,000, 15,000. Some of these niggas be getting like 20, 30,000 every month. That's crack. That's crack to certain people, and I'm not letting people off the hook. But at the end of the day, I can understand. You still may be a whole ass nigga with it, but I understand. That's why. That's why when people be talking about coons, it's like you could either be like Umar or you could be like Brandon Tatum.
Hey, there's a lot of money in cooning.
Especially now. Oh, you know who I
for
get.
Now.
Brandon Tatum, I get. Brandon Tatum. I'm not gonna say I can't. Brandon Tatum's a nice guy. It's just he's full of shit. Anthony Brian Logan, he know what he doing. and Brian Logan don't be believing the shit he be saying. But you know who I can't stand? You know the person like you know who I don't have this type of animosity for them. Charles rightfully has with Anton, but because Anton be cooning too. But you know who I kind of can't stand? The Hodge twins. Them motherfuckers
got the damn good.
See, when it come to me, I don't pay them conservatives no mind because that playbook is so old and it's so easy. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I just like Larry Elder and all them motherfuckers.
Nigga, I thought your ass was a conservative, nigga. Stop.
I am conservative, but here's the thing about me. See, this like Candace Owens, perfect example, right?
Bring it.
You can't be Candace Owens and then tell me about the black community because Candace Owens, although is a black woman, she's never been a part of a black community. This is what I always tell people. I don't take you serious if you can't show me recent pictures of you and black people.
Oh yeah,
Where are your black friends, black family, outside of the handful of immediate family, your mother, your father, some fucking grandmother, some auntie, and that's it. Nah, you got to show me the family reunion cookout for me to take you serious. And if you can't do that, then that means you ain't part of Candace Owens has never been a part of a black community. She's a black person, but she's never been part of a black community.
Yeah.
So what the fuck would she know about a black community? You don't know shit. You play that game for those white folks that don't know any better. That's why her Blexit shit never paid off.
Well,
she couldn't deliver on that Blexit shit because she don't know black people.
And I'm not arguing against anything you're saying, but one of the things is when I look at people like this, what this reminds me of, even a tether conversation, this reminds me of the infrastructure that we should have, like the independent media infrastructure, whether it's online, offline, or whatever, that we don't have. And ultimately that falls. I mean, when I say falls on the men got to have it for ourselves first. And then, and so like, even like to me, I'm gonna keep it real. You know who does more damage, in my opinion, to black people than all the coons combined? Shade Room. Yo, I swear, you know, like, and that's a Nigerian bitch that runs that shit.
I tried to get up in there. I don't know how to create it seems like there's no way for you to create a profile.
Well, the Shade Room is an Instagram page.
No, I mean like the website.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, because I know even DJ Vlad got a website too. Yeah, man. I haven't looked, but the Shade Room, yeah, Shade Room is way worse than DJ Academics. But my thing is, like, that info, black people, like, that's why I get annoyed about the tether comment. Yes, there's tethers. Yes, we need to let it be known. But at the end of the day, it gets to a point where what are you doing to build up the infrastructure? Because one thing with Tariq is, look, I do rock with Tariq, but it's very obvious. It's like, Tariq, look, man, everybody knows you using a tether conversation, so you ain't never, it gives you an out, so you ain't never blaming black women for shit, and you just saying it's a tether, or are they a suspected tether? So every black woman to do something, it's a tether. This is a way for them to get around because they know the gender war ain't really profitable. Not if you're doing like the stuff that they're doing. There is no way you can balance that out. So it's not profitable for them. So it's a way for them to kind of codify the audience. Like Professor Black Truth just don't talk about it. Jason Black kind of is always attacking us as a way to kind of mitigate it. And Tariq just basically tether. It's tether. Oh, all these women. Oh, you see, they tether. It's,
and everybody's a white supremacist, a suspected white supremacist. This shit is pathetic.
Well, there's a lot of white supremacy out here. The problem is white supremacy exists, but black people help it run like a well-oiled machine. And the problem is you have black women's racism is their proximity to white women. Black men's racism is actually them fucking with us, which is rooted in white supremacy. Black women don't really give a fuck about white supremacy. If white supremacy could solve the colorism problem, black women wouldn't have a problem with white supremacy at all.
I mean, look how they cried. Look how they crying about that town in the Ozarks. Like, what the fuck? Who cares?
Yeah. I mean,
Sydney Sweeney too. Yeah. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, why are you mad?
It's funny. Even white women it's mainly white women crying about Sydney Sweeney. And it's like, I don't know what civil war they having on their own. They was going at Sabrina Carpenter as well. They want to check the cute white girls. You better not make money off that male gaze. But
I wanted to say something earlier. When I brought up Beyonce, I was thinking about that fucking ad that got everybody shitting their pants. The white
Oh, her
girl and the
jeans
good
ad.
jeans and shit. Yeah. But
Yeah.
and that's why I brought up Beyonce earlier, looking like a white woman by the day. She looks more and more like a white woman every day. And then did you see the ad Adidas just put out? They got some ad with some big fat black woman. And it just, no matter how many times I see this shit, it makes me angry because I'm like, okay, so you see the racism when it comes to the good jeans ad, but you don't see the racism with this shit.
yeah, I mean, it's funny, but you
It's
got
like that black woman statue in New York.
because you got women like Coco Jones, you got women like Maria the Scientist, you got hell, even Scotty, like all these females they are already in the game. They can have a sponsorship. You giving it to, that's a way to not pay black people. That's what that is. You know, and again, black, and that's on black women. Again, black women,
Thank
because
you.
we don't have our own infrastructure, and black women, it's the same thing with Cardi B. It's like, how do you support you support Cardi B, Lotto, all these light skinned chicks, Saweetie, you support, you uplift these. Same thing with Beyonce. They uplift Beyonce. Black women like that shit too. Black women don't call that shit out for Beyonce with that ad. They love that shit.
Not only the ad, but look at some of the fucking videos Beyonce's done over the fucking years. Beyonce, you ain't telling me nothing, bro. She has a thing about being light skinned and how that's better than the darkies.
Nah,
You see her new
I
jeans?
watched
Did you see
Beyonce
her
her whole
jeans
fucking
commercial?
career, bro.
Again, everything Beyonce does is carefully tailored for black women's consumption. Black
Did you see
women
her
clothes.
jeans
That's why.
commercial?
So wait a minute. Am I the only one who thought that looked weird? Remember years ago, she had that video where she's like in a throne, and then Serena Williams is at the foot of the throne twerking and shit. Am I the only one who thought that was weird?
I don't know why. Like, again, like, it ain't like, you know, niggas are out here. The reason why Beyonce is where she is, black women promote. I mean, I like Beyonce, but black women are the main reason. Black women and white people are the main reason Beyonce are where she is. And black, you ain't never heard. The only time black women have had an issue with Beyonce is recently because they broke as hell, and they got tired of Beyonce trying to charge them the same amount of money that she's always charged, which is like, you want to be close to me, you paying $4,000 fucking dollars. And so because niggas ain't running no credit card for black women go to fucking Beyonce concert, bitch, if you gonna cheat, go cheat, but I'm not paying for that goofy shit. Now black women are mad. That's the only time I done seen black women actually.
It's just like when you mentioned Cardi B and her bullshit. Cardi B has said suspect shit about black women for years now.
A lot of black women believe in bleaching skin. So when they look
Hold
at Beyonce,
on, Ed. Quick sec. Charles, bring this up from the back. Bring that screen up.
they
please,
want to be white women. So Beyonce is like fulfilling their dream.
Yeah, the little weird ass fantasy. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not saying you wrong. I'm just saying that's why it's still, she doesn't get burnt. She doesn't get messed up with it. And it is.
I just get tired of the fucking hypocrisy every fucking time, dude. It's like it never fails. It's kind of like, okay, what was the chick that was on The View prior to Whoopi Goldberg? Cheryl something?
Cheryl
Is it Underwood? Is that her name? She
Yeah,
used to be the
Cheryl
comedian.
Underwood.
Cheryl Underwood, yeah. Cheryl Underwood. Before, now she has her own show, yeah.
They always put these ugly ass fucking black chicks on these fucking shoes. Like, okay, this is the token Negro chick, and it's always that.
And black women are gonna have, just like with the light skin thing, where black women, you know, if Tyrese gets with a light skinned woman, it's a problem. But we supposed to vote for Kamala, but you want to annex Meghan Markle, even though Meghan Markle said she was always. Meghan Markle has not taken a single damn role from a black female as an actress, you know. But she said she was biracial, but because she was a white prince, you know, or white whatever, you know, they want to pick and choose.
Pasty face ginger.
They want to talk about colorism.
Right, a fucking ginger on top of it. Yeah,
colorism.
You gotta
is
learn how to act first. Is Charles asleep?
Yeah, you might be. Colorism is only a thing when a black man.
I think Charles got a candy gram. Give him a minute.
Colorism is only a thing when a black man is dating a light skinned chick. That's the only time colorism is never a thing when black women are dating light-skinned dudes or Hispanic dudes or Arab dudes. Is never a thing. So again, it all comes back to sexual politics. It comes to leverage, just like with the age gap thing. I've been really looking up what the age of consent laws are and all of that, and then people want to get mad at me, talk about, wow, you sound like you really want to date someone. No, it's you need to know what the laws are if you want to change them, and y'all don't want to change the laws, but y'all bitching about talking. It's crazy, man. My point is, what they're really trying to do is make it so if you a certain age, if you date past like 5 years younger, then somehow there's something wrong with you, because a lot of these hoes have fumbled their youth. They fumbled their youth, and now they want to lock dudes out of dating like even 30-year-olds. Shit, if you 45, you date a 30-year-old, they're gonna try to act like something is wrong with you.
Well, and this goes back to history. I mean, recently, the whole thing about being 18 is some recent shit, because some of us on this panel right now had grandparents that got married. Your grandmother was married to your grandfather when she was a teenager.
Well, yeah. Well, my thing is,
I'm one of them.
well, a lot of these states is 16, and my thing is, if you don't like it, change it. We got way more women up in Congress. We got all these mayors and shit. Why don't y'all change that shit? But like seriously, but they don't want to have that conversation, because that's not really the point. The point, because most dudes ain't dating like no 18, 19, 21-year-olds. What they don't want is what they're trying to lock out is, because remember, we have get into a situation where it's never been so many chicks that are not cuffed. These chicks are like, you got Tracy Ellis, right? You got bitches that are 50 still trying to be in the game. And so now they're trying to lock money. They're trying to codify money. They don't, because if you date, they know the money is going to flow to the younger women. Like, look, they mad about Deion Sanders dating Carucci. Carucci's 37. They know the money is going to flow younger, because that's where the leverage is. And it doesn't have to be like 21, 23. A lot of dudes ain't even trying to date women that young anyway, because it has other problems. But if you get older, that 20, like 8, 29, 30, 31, 32 market, it doesn't matter if you 44 or 45. If you like, what's her name? Melissa Ford, that's a problem. So this is why these women are always trying to say, oh, you want to fuck kids, you want to do that, which is crazy. Because I'd be like, yo, I don't say you got a daddy complex if you like 4'11", but you want a nigga that's like 6'3". I don't say.
Well, this is what I always say to that conversation. The United States government says you're old enough at 18 to drive a fucking tank.
Well, they'll say, is it moral though?
What do you want me to say to that? You know what I'm saying? Or you're old enough to take out a fucking loan from the bank.
Look,
right?
This is what I've said. This is what I say to shut the conversation down all the time. I say, look, you ladies go talk amongst yourselves and tell me what the age of consent is. It don't matter if it's 25. It don't matter if it's 30 or matter it's 35. Whatever you want, we'll do it. But whatever number you give, you can't vote until you get to that number too. So just know that.
Hey, yeah,
well,
but
see,
the thing
the
is
problem
Edward.
is that. Oh, go ahead, Nate.
Thank you. Appreciate that, by the way. See, we can all give you stuff over here, folks. Anyway, the thing about that is, bro, you're forgetting that these women are shifty, because you know how shifty they are? They're going to constantly shift the goalpost.
They can't,
and they're going to pull, because with each generation, they try to pull up the ladder. But go ahead, ABM.
They can't shift it if they can't vote.
They can't. They can't stay on one subject. That's the problem, because like that, this whole thing with colorism, that's some new shit, because I'm a fair-skinned black man myself, and the colorism that I experienced in my life came from the darker skinned black woman. I was always light bright and white boy, and you know what I mean, all those type of fucking things. So then when I get into my 30s and I get on the internet and I'm seeing all this shit about how hard dark-skinned black women have it and how unfair it is to be dark-skinned black women, I'm like, yo, what year did this start happening? Because I never heard that shit in the 90s.
Well, even back then when you was called that was a projection. That's all that was. When you hear, like, because even like when you get light skin or mixed chicks, they try to like it's always ratchet bitches doing that too. But when they try to play that, it's very obvious that black women have done that to them. So they try to project that. I had a chick try to do that shit to me like a couple of weeks ago. That shit was funny to me because I'm like, yo, first of all, she was talking about how I sound. I mean, she was just throwing it. I wasn't even trying to holler. She was just throwing this shit out there, and I'm like, yo, you need to talk to somebody. Because it's very clear. It's very clear. I told her I was more of a cat person, and she's I know you white. I'm like, it's just funny because I was like, that doesn't work on me because I'm black. Like when it comes to like my mentality, first of all, I'm I'm mostly black. Both of my parents are black. My grandfather is mixed, is half and half. But my parents are both black. So it's like I don't have this complex about me being black, and I know more about our culture and stuff more than anybody. Not because I've never had that. So and then on top of that, this is a light skinned chick. This is a chick that technically is lighter than me saying this, and I'm light. She's lighter than me. No, she's mixed saying this, and it's like, yo, y'all gotta you need to check that. Don't let them black girls tell you whatever. And if because I knew that's where I was coming from, but it was funny because she shut her ass up because I'm like, yo, I'm 10 years older than you. Fuck you, like whatever. But and then a lot of these people are traumatized from that.
Nigga, Rushy, please. This shit did not just come out of nowhere, damn it. Yo, this shit's been in this whole colorism bullshit. Hence, one of the movies I forgot, it was like it was a black movie, a high school movie. I think it was Lean on Me or something like that, where basically where a light skinned chick was getting jumped on by some dark skinned females because of their jealousy.
Man, colorism.
School Days.
Yeah, colorism.
He's talking about the Spike Lee School Days, I think.
It's basically a sexual leverage thing. That's all that shit is, and it's really women, it's womb talking. But since we're gonna speaking on color, and I dismiss it just as such, because just like as a short dude, y'all want motherfuckers that are 6 feet and all that other bullshit. Y'all don't give a fuck like any of y'all preferences. Dudes have preferences, and quite frankly, like the only bitch that got a right to bitch about colorism, in my opinion, is like Kelly Rowland. Other than that, I will say this: one chick that's been getting on my fucking nerves has been Ari Lennox. Ari Lennox got something to say about Martin, who hasn't been in the greatest of health. Ari Lennox recently said something about Bernie Mac, talking about the jokes that he used to give the Pam, or the jokes that Bernie Mac used to do on a Bernie Mac show and stuff. I just was offended. Oh, ain't that bitch be offended? Just like you was offended when they jacked your ass up in Europe. Sometimes you bitches, it's bad because you even got other women's kind of low-key telling her she needs to sit down. I'm talking about more black women that are used to saying, pretty much intersectional shit. It's like sometimes you need to sit your ass down. Like, we get it. You're insecure. Oh my God. But you beating up on old heads like that or older black men like that, you're like, that's some cowardly shit. It really is. I remember they used to pull that shit on Chris Brown. Oh, well, it's just like, sit your ass down, bitch. Like seriously, sit your ass down, But
you're not helping anybody by running your mouth the way you are. In fact, by the way, folks, colorism has been around a lot longer than you think. Because I don't know, in American, in American sense, you guys can go all the way back to since forever with the history of slavery and whatnot.
Black women don't experience real colorism compared to other women in the diaspora. They really don't. They think they experience colorism, but black women don't be like they think they experience colorism. They don't experience colorism like other women.
Y'all mentioned, I was eating shit because nigga I'm drinking. But yeah, we always mentioned about Beyonce. Well, with Beyonce, the thing is with Beyonce, what I noticed is it's the meaning behind it is multidimensional. And right, like I'll say, like at least hit about like three different dimensions. One dimension is that she's doing it to show the black women that that we can do the same thing, the white women can do, but we can do it better.
Beyonce got her own complex too when it comes to when it comes to shit because she's close. Because Beyonce is in a better position than a lot of these chicks be. White bitches be, but at the end of the day, at the end of the day, though, it's kind of like as black women, y'all gotta do. It's a lot of shit y'all gotta get right before y'all start trying to charge. Again, colorism is really about them bitching to white men about not having white female status. That's really what
you'll never be Miss Cartwright.
That's what it is. And unfortunately, look, you were born black. There's nothing you can really. I mean. There's nothing you can really do to solve that fucking problem, yo. And blaming black men for it, and it's just not. But you can't tell women that because I feel, that Madonna song, they feel, and that's it. So you just get the fuck out.
Yeah, one of their last ditch efforts, man, is for them to create an app, damn it, that caters to like how women you need to be feminine and shit in their attempts to get a man.
Well,
don't forget, or here's this. Here, check this out. Ed, another song that sums up what they think is like "Can't Tell Me Nothing" by Kanye. That's how they think, because like Kanye described himself like a 2-year-old asshole.
Yeah, and they just as crazy as Kanye too.
That's why there was like, wait till I get my money right. Doesn't mean shit, bitch. You can get your money right all you want. He ain't gonna get you anywhere. Still full of shit.
That was before AI.
That too. Oh, excuse me.
Now they just gonna be on that damn. Yo, a lot of these chicks. I'm gonna tell you, that's one thing me and BGS disagree on. I truly think a lot of these women are not psychologically capable of the amount of humble pie they're gonna have to eat. A lot of these chicks would rather go to the upper room to eat that shit. It's the amount of humble pie they're gonna have to eat is like fear factor to them. They not BGS thinks. I know a lot of women are smart. I'm not saying all of them are dumb, but there's a lot of women that they would rather. You got to remember, these women would rather get their ass cut. Get their ass get cut wide open over and over just so they don't have to, submit to a man. That's who you dealing with.
But Ed, you know what I'm afraid of? As this fucking environment gets more harsh, you're going to see these mothers take it out on their fucking sons even more. You're going to see that.
I mean, they're going to take it out on their daughters too. They're going to take, because here's the thing about sons. Sons can be more useful if they got to be.
Yeah, the rise of more son husbands.
Yeah, but well, until they leave. But daughters,
and those are the ones with the damn bonnets.
And truth be told, they can play that game all they want to. But if their sons start, the thing about it is they starting to bring back holding parents accountable legally for what their kids do. So I mean, they can do that all. My thing is, black men gonna have to get to the point where if y'all thrash out and do all of that, you just gonna there's gonna have to just be certain sacrifices. Like just like with this paternity fraud, like these women are jumping up and down talking about what they gonna do to themselves, what they gonna do to their kids, all that shit. Black men gonna have to just be like, okay, you do what you gotta do, but this is happening. You got to, because again, this kind of holding the gun, kids by the gun, or all this stuff by the gun, motherfuckers just gonna have to be like, pull that trigger. But what happens? What did Homeland? Remember what Homelander said to Starlight? Like, let's light this candle. Sure, I won't have nothing, but then I won't have nothing to lose. And then Starlight was like, oh shit, yeah, that's the type of posture black men gotta have, And a lot of black men don't want to have that because they still want to fight for the soul of these hoes.
Yo, guys, I'm about to go take it down. I gotta get my outfit ready for work later on in the day. I'll see you guys later.
Absolutely. Niggas want to fight for.
All right, see you, bro. Yeah, now check out Zoom to Thailand. Zoom to Thailand shit, man. That was awesome too with his video about crazy thick Asians.
It
I'll
don't
check
matter.
that out.
It don't matter because you. Yeah, Tracy Ellis Ross is going out sad. I don't know what midlife crisis she having, but she need to.
This is her second midlife. This is her second midlife crisis. The first midlife crisis any woman has is called menopause.
Basically, what she did was she realized she fucked up. She had all the genetics in the world, all the fucking, nepotism in the world, and somehow she she ended up where she ended up, and she can't really admit that shit.
Oh, that's a come to Jesus moment right there.
I mean, for real, it's like, she talk about, well, I don't need a man. Just because you don't need a man don't mean you should be by yourself. And she's like, shit, that makes sense. Yeah, it does.
Needing a man and wanting a man are two different things. The truth of the matter is they say they don't need a man, but do they want to have a man in their lives?
Yeah, a lot of women, it's a distinction without a difference, though, and that's where a lot of these women get extra fucked up. To them, it's a distinction without a difference. Because
same thing with the whole like sugar daddy and tricking dudes.
So they start projecting their own bullshit. Anyway, yeah, everybody's kind of popping off, so I'm about to pop off. So yeah.
Drive safely. Charles will be back. ABM still there?
Yeah.
Ray, hey, we still chop it off till Charles gets back.
Shout out to the guys that was here, bro. Edward and them, man, it's cool. And man, it's good to have you guys there, man. Chop it over with y'all. I haven't chopped it over with y'all in a minute.
Hey, it's been a while, man. It's good to hear from you anyway.
Yeah, man. Shit, you too, bro. Yeah, what I mentioned about that Beyonce witch. Yeah, I noticed like the meaning behind it, like when I seen that whole video about with the white chick in the denim jeans and Beyonce mimicking that or whatever, and it's like I don't know, it's like she's giving. I'm thinking like, damn, she's giving confidence to black women to basically relaying the message to them, saying that it's okay to mimic the styles of white women because they can do it better. Not saying that they can rock the white women styles better, the Eurocentric styles better. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying as in if that she's saying that to black women. So therefore, that's why you continue to see black women with blonde hair and shit.
I think it's absurd, but hey.
Yeah, I'm like, man, yeah, it's wild. And yeah, DDG, I'm like, yeah, man, just certain shit from him. I'm like, yeah, he ain't gonna take nothing seriously for what we say, man, in the space.
He's gonna have to learn things the hard way, man. That's all I'm gonna say about it.
But the dudes like him, yeah, they gotta learn shit the hard way. And it's 2025, damn, man. A lot of this shit is obvious, and you still wanna be all goof troop about it. Well, don't when you hit that wall, damn it, motherfucker. Don't come over here crying and all that shit. No, you take notes and listen and build yourself up as a man as you should. Damn it, you know what I mean, from afar. Because right now you're still like a high liability because it took you this long and so much of this shit. Has been going on like to where it's too obvious. For you to not take it seriously, like, to act like you've been living under a rock.
That just shows how immature some people are, but DDJ's Gen Z. And a lot of those people, that generation, just like some of the last millennials and the alpha now, they are deep in this technology shit, but they think they could just, freestyle. They can just, learn the basics, just freestyle from that. That's not how it goes. There's rules to this game, yo.
I mean, my thing is though, Diggy, is like, okay, with them guys that are like that, they're adamant about wanting to, stay in this whole beta males synth bitch made mode. I'm like, okay, and you are still aware of, of the fuckery and everything else, you know what I mean, that's going on in our talking points and shit. Okay, that, and you don't want to use it to make a change, to change it within yourself internally, and therefore just stay the fuck out of real man's way. Stay the hell out of the hall of man's way. Man, or nation building. The same man or nation building is the same man down in there come with no modesty, but full of disrespect, jackass, dickhead, bitch made type of mode, then you may get sent home in a chicken pack. So yeah, and because those type of dudes are no good. You know what I mean? They're pillow talkers. You know what I mean? They're the type to bring down operations and shit. So yeah,
they're a liability to a lot of people. But then again, just look at that shit. You're like, should I be surprised by some of the things he says? No. I mean, it's just some drama shit, and I'm just like, everybody quite consider themselves a brand and whatnot. I'm like, I remember when I was young, as much drama as I mean, I'm glad, first of all, I wasn't select as a certain mentor of ours would say, but at least I wasn't caught up in the nonsense like that.
Nope, and hell, and neither was I, bro. And also to our consolation, we can look back now with all the evidence that we received, because a lot of these dumbass hippos that put themselves on blast, we can now laugh with such joy at their dumbass and be like, ha ha ha, that's what you get, bitch. And then laugh also at the man at some of the percentage of the 80% of men whom they don't go after, laugh at them, because the majority of them in that percentage of the 80% are believing that they should be of some kind of court jester with these broad, like be their, comedian and all that shit, go through all these circus hoops, in order to get a whiff of the coochie.
I'm glad I didn't have to go through none of that shit, but then again, I'm also glad, for what it's worth, I lived in a different time. I mean, I lived under different circumstances. Us, especially us older millennials and Gen Xers, because remember, our lives were affected by a lot of things, like a lot of political changes. For example, the war on terror. Now every country was scrambling to find, and identities and violence and everything. Because people forget how violent the 2000s were. Because you started seeing civil wars in certain places and whatnot. I was like, oh, damn. I mean, we've seen enough crises. You saw an economic crisis. You saw, a couple of Ebola outbreaks. People were like bugging about the Zika virus.
Yeah, I was fighting hood boogers during that time frame.
Mm-hmm.
Realize that, man, that all of the men who I've got into it with were of the bitch made clan. They only want to see things through the eyes of women. I always got into it with those kind of dudes. It never worked out. So when a guy shows certain, a couple of red flags, showing that he identifies with that clan, then it's automatic. Ain't no me waiting and giving it time, working with you and all that shit. Nah, I can't do it.
I just learned to keep away from certain individuals out that mess.
I believe I despise a lot of these, them beta male ass men more so than these damn witches.
It is what it is. I don't blame anybody for what they are. I don't fault anybody for how they how they conduct themselves. It's just, you're just showing me who you are. Now I admit I'm goofy. I'm still kind of goofy, but
I mean, for it to still go on like it did in the past, in the long distance past of when when a woman, especially a white woman, could point at a man and a black man and say, an innocent black man, and say he did it, and then the bitch made beta male sit manginas will ban your women with her and shit, and then go against that That black man, yeah. So it's like that shit to me like needs to stop, and I see a lot of that being replicated constantly, and it's nerve wracking.
You get kind of fearful about stuff like that, like especially where I'm from. You get accused of some shit like that.
I made my declaration, brother, a little while back. I was like, look, before y'all think y'all can Jonathan Majors me, you better say your goodbyes to your family members. You better say goodbye because I'm plotting to send a lot of them to their father Satan. Amen.
I'm willing to defend myself, and I knew the dangers also because thankfully for us, it's like because I come from a different culture, and I understand that if you get accused like that, unless you like know some people and know some people that can help you sort that out, you're on your own, and you don't want to be in that position.
Yeah, we can no longer follow this damn system, bro. Like real talk, like believe we trust in the system and shit. When we see that the system is vehemently against men, predominantly black man, so therefore, as right along with them saying that we must learn to police ourselves now, yes, we're gonna have to administrate, the justice, against these injustices under the righteousness of the Most High. Showing that we are not of no wild hyena, Mad Max behavior. Know that we are on some God, family, and country. That's the mode that we're on, and we're rising up against, and we're against those who are coming against that in the guise of that they are for families and shit and all that, but they're actually not.
I just think that some people just need to understand that I don't know, just we got so many people who just been sold a lot of wolf tickets. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and man, I'm glad I wasn't so far deep due to to see some of this shit that's going on, man. Because a lot of the shit that these simps do, I'm glad to say that, man, I never had done that shit at all.
Hey, some of us are reformed simps, by the way. Some of us were once simps, but we've been reformed afterwards.
Yeah, I was too. But I mean, I was a simp too, my God. But damn it, I never bought no bitch no $15,000 purse. Hey, man.
Good move. Hey, it's good you didn't.
Never paid a bitch phone bill. Unless for my daughters, of course.
Only time I paid a phone bill was. Only time I paid only phone bill I ever paid was my grandmother's. But that was because I lived with her. You know what she did to me?
Yeah. What's up?
I'm 23 at the time, I guess. 22, 23.
Yeah.
Was that? Yeah, 22, 23, somewhere around that time. And then, I lived with her, my parents and everything. And I'm working, getting paid and everything. But, for some reason, I just wanted to help out the family. I was like, I paid the phone bill a couple of times. And my mom was looking at me, and I came home with the receipt. She's like, where you been? I said, I went to the phone company. Why? I just paid this bill. I just paid the bill, whatnot. And they look at me like, what?
Yeah.
My father sat me down and said, he and my grandmother both sat me down and they said, son, we're still alive. We're still working. We can provide ourselves. If you want to help us, you save your money and save it for your education as well as for your future. You don't need to be like, we got this.
I mean, well, that's still good because
and also, we were like, and of course, we were also learning to be frugal we're being frugal and responsible with everything, But I was like, I just want to help out, but they're like,
yeah, but what you just said though, right there though, bro, right? Dig it. On both sides of it all, like of the coin of that, it's still what's awesome about it. It's still nation building shit because the steps you took and what you did, you know what I mean, and from your heart that you should, you know what I mean, as family, you know, and which is what God intended for us to how we should be towards one another. That mode that you have right there to go do that, boom, nation building shit. And then what they told you to do right there, what you just said, nation building shit. You know what I mean? That's awesome.
Hey, I'm glad also I went to college because, you know, when I graduated, some of the guys because, you know, through college, I was able to, you know, establish some kind of like network of friends and everything. And we all helped each other out the best we could. Because I remember like when I had to open up my own bank account, there was a couple of dudes I knew worked at certain banks and they told me, listen, this is the bank you want to go to. That's where you got the better deal and everything. When I got there, I was like, you know, hit me up. But then again, you understand everything was like paperweight and everything was paperweight. You had to have a bank booklet because they didn't accept because there were no debit cards, none of that, even now. So everything was straight. Now I remember like making sure like every month I got paid, you know,
I think
a certain amount. I put in the account and I said let it grow.
I think BGS was getting on you. What what was it a few days ago? He was saying something. You mentioned the using from Canada. You from Canada? You Canadian?
No, I live in Norway, but I'm East African.
No.
Okay, I remember because I remember. It was something I said about like I said one way or another, brothers one way or another, motherfuckers gonna pay in this game. And then he went on me and said, you know how the homosexuals are? I said, yeah, they pay with the dick. But I think I got him mad because I know BGS sometimes, and I apologized as usual. And I had to give him the beads, and you know, I'm used to having that foot in my ass. And I respect him for, you know, to pull me aside and like, you know, correcting me like that. But I didn't think I got in his bed. I said, dude, I'm not trying to be confrontational, but I guess, you know, I get misunderstood. I understand that as well. But that's on me. But hey, at least we patched things up. But you know, we're all building. By the way, I like your avatar, Ray. Who's that supposed to be? Ray?
Oh shit! I had my shit muted. Oh no, I'm right on, bro. I hear you, man. But no, that's brother Hama, man. That's shit. That's Baki, bro. Hell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man. Yeah, but shit, I get it though, man. You know what I mean? Hey, what I believe is though with Triple OG BGS, right, is dig this. You know, he may catch this, you know, if it's clipped or whatever or what have you. But dig it. What I get is okay from what I've deduced from being the man on the wall of a lot of this shit. Because as y'all know, like I'm not one that quick to jump up and start yapping, blah blah. No, I like to soak up all the knowledge and my surroundings so I can strip from my awareness, right? And so within that, and what I deduced is this: I believe BGS will continue will respect you guys more on if you stay your ground. Like with some things, say, especially spiritually speaking, you know, I don't know, I will stand my ground. No matter how many of y'all rise against me on it. You know what I mean? Hence my motto, one versus a million. So, you know, I believe that with OGs like him, with triple OGs like him, they will respect you more. You stand your ground, but you know how to do it though at the same time to show that you still have love and appreciation for your fellow triple OG.
I gotta respect my elders.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Because disagreeing with them, you know what I mean, or you know, taking like remaining like steadfast on what your
I was
view is, what
basically
your
saying,
belief
you know,
is. That's not being disrespectful towards BGS when you do that. But
maybe but like I said, sir, I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just making a point. But I guess it just, you know, didn't translate that well because hey,
you will say that. I know that though. You will say that though first. You will say, yeah, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. You know, you will say that.
I'm getting my point across, and sometimes, you know, it just comes off as. I naturally piss off people back, inadvertently or purposely. So I own up to that. I said, yeah, I get it, and I let it go. I'm not being, it's not like I'm being a coward or something like that. It's just to understand, okay, he's the elder. I got to check myself.
Instead of us going into it like trying to, not thinking like, okay, I'm not trying to piss you off, so you got that as your focus. I'll say, take that off of being your main focus and come to the exception, the strong exception that you will end up pissing people off, regardless of what you do.
And I own up to that. I'm a dick. I get it. I've done it my whole life. I've pissed off people purposely or inadvertently. And then there's some people who just want to get pissed off. So I'm like, all right, let me whip it out and aim so I don't miss.
I'll be like, hey, I still disagree with you, brother, but hey, still love you.
Mm-hmm. Hey, my Chinese son's a dog, which is why I have impeccable aim when I do the pissing off,
Man,
hell,
yeah,
I'm such a pisser. Hey, wait.
Yeah.
I am such a pisser sometimes. Like a dog, I look at you like a fire hydrant.
Now that got me thinking a little bit.
Yeah, I'll get you thinking sometimes. I'll get some people thinking about some shit, But hey, it's good that we just, come up here, chop it up, and just have these conversations, man. I need these conversations. It lets me know I'm not going crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, trying to make sense of the world sometimes, But go ahead.
Oh yeah. Man, did you was you one of the ones that was against giving any salute or tribute to Hulk Hogan?
No, because you can separate the persona from the man. And at the same time, I just looked at the whole situation for what it was, because it's a lot more to it than people thought about that clip, Because I can tell you right now, you're a gamer like myself, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when WWE 2K15 came out?
2K15.
2K15, WWE 2K15. That was the first game on PS4, but I got the PS3 version.
Oh yeah, and that was that era when I wasn't really paying attention to wrestling. I stopped paying attention to wrestling in the early 2000s.
All right. Anyway,
so probably 10 years from when the game was made.
Yeah, well, I've been gaming. I've been playing. I got like most. Hang on a second. I got to switch my headset. Moment.
Because then I was hit to games like Metal Gear and shit. Metal Gear Solid.
Oh, okay. So you're a Solid Snake fan?
Oh, you damn right.
Okay. My younger brothers, they played like the first 3 games.
Foxhound for life, damn it. Shit.
When my thing was this, what I realized? When Hogan came back, right? He came back like in 2012, 2013. Because, when the first 2K game that WWE put out, they had to have him in it, because there was a mode called 30 Years of WrestleMania, because 2014, they were celebrating 30 years of WrestleMania with WrestleMania 30, which was held in New Orleans. The following game was called 2K15. That's the first game that was on 7th and 8th generation consoles. And he had his own DLC, even though the featured DLC was of Sting. And it was around this, and then sometime after that game came out, that's when the video came out where he was saying that stuff, and it was dated back in 2015, back in 2005, when he was banging Bubba the Love Sponge's chick. So I was just wondering the timing of it all. I'm not surprised what he said, but I was just looking at the timing of it, and then also realized he'll be back in WWE's good graces once this whole thing then blows over. So he was gone for a year.
Yeah.
2016, 2017, he was back. No, 2016 is when he came back. So yeah.
Dude, like I was surprised because I checked out and tried to share video partially got blocked. So I'm like, damn, Joe Rogan, okay, you doing that now? I'm like, thought you was against censorship and shit. So I guess you can't really share Joe Rogan shit no more. YouTube won't allow you to share his shit no more.
Hey, you remember Prince? He never liked. He was very sensitive about his own material, about his body working samples.
But now what I was gonna say was Hulk Hogan. I never knew this, bro. That basically the senior, the Vince McMahon senior, basically fired him temporarily from the WWF because he chose to, at the time when he was supposed to be somewhere else, for like a wrestling event. He told him, hey, he wasn't gonna be there because he was about to work on doing the shooting for the Rocky 3 movie. So because he went along with the Rocky 3 movie, he chose to temporarily fire him. So I'm like, dang, ain't that?
What year was Rocky 3? What year was Rocky 3?
Dude, I don't know, probably like, I want to say probably like 89, 90.
Hang on, let me look.
1990.
No. Rocky 3, that's the one with Clubber Lang. Mr. T is Clubber Lang, so no, Rocky 3 is 1982, so yeah, okay, I get it. 1982 was Hulk Hogan in that movie? Hang on a second. Let me look at the cast.
Damn, that was like 6 years before I was born, dude. I'm like, shit. And that shit was just exhilarating for me, man, to watch, dude. Like, just some masculinity, dude, that was displayed in that, man. It's just, I just hit those natural manly triggers in you, man. Like, you getting up there, and I remember getting up as a kid and shit, boxing, just shadow boxing and shit. Man.
This came out in May of 1982, which means both Art of Evermore and Charles were already born. I was still a fetus at the time.
Fetus, oh yeah, shit, I wouldn't even thought of it.
No, I would know. My mom was still pregnant with me at the time.
That makes you older than me.
Well, September 1982. That's when I was born.
Yeah. That, man, and shit, there's some other shows too. Like, if I can get it to where, dude, if I see that Rumble will allow me to upload a movie that's like over an hour and a half long, I may end up showing like some old school films, too, some old school black films. The one I want to show that I thought about showing too really been on my mind because I keep coming across interview clips with Michael Jai White when he's talking about this latest movie that he finished that he did of Trouble Man, basically like a reboot of Trouble Man from the older version that when it came out because he was another role model of his, because how he takes action, he's a black man that takes action, and whoop ass and don't play no games and shit. Yeah, I like that shit. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Trouble Man from 1972, the original one. Because Marvin Gaye did the soundtrack.
Yep, so he just finished a reboot of it. Starring him. He's Michael Jai White's directing it, wrote it, and he plays in it. Amen. Awesome.
The original one was Robert. Yeah, he played. The original one was Robert Hooks.
Robert Hooks. Yep. Robert Hooks.
Still alive. He's still alive. He's 88 years old. Who else was in that movie? You had Paula Kelly, who passed away in 2020. And then you had Paul Winfield, who's been dead for 21 years. But Robert Hooks is still around, Marvin Gaye did the soundtrack. Michael Hugo, the cinematography.
So we might as well say it's his reboot of Trouble Man is basically a tribute. A tribute movie.
It is, but you got Mike Epps and what's his name? You got Lala Anthony, Orlando Jones, Mike Epps, Jillian White, Noah Felder, Method Man in that movie with him.
Oh, good shit. Yeah. And he said too, he liked working with Method Man too. Method Man is awesome to work with.
Yeah, for me, it came out. It just got released. Nation. It came out like in the American Black Film Festival in June, and just about a week and a half ago, it came out worldwide.
Man, I'm like, man, why don't they let him get his shit as big as fucking Tyler Perry, man? Because I know Michael J. White was doing some masterpieces.
Yeah, he directed this too. Written by Michael Stratford, produced by Craig Baumgarten, Michael J. White, and Ron Robinson. Excuse me. Wow, Michael J. White still is looking sharp at 57.
Well, yeah, I mean, because it's like you said, like showing basically the examples of him being a true martial artist, and thus as he said too, because what then basically within that's what it means to be a true martial artist. Is to keep yourself up as best as possible, to not like let yourself go, to not let yourself go all the way to where you got periods of where you're looking like a real heavy set Steven Seagal. In which he said, yeah, he don't care for the dude.
Oh man, I remember what was it? I remember watching the show Martin, and like the episode they were talking about. In one episode, they all came home. They returned to Martin's apartment after watching Steven Seagal movie, right?
Yeah.
And then they were like in the kitchen, and what's his name? Carl Anthony, what's his name? Who plays Cole? He was battling a cold in the process, but how did he clown Steven Seagal? They said like, is it me? There was like one of the match. Yeah, is it me or does it look like like Steven Seagal's is getting a little heavy set, and then Martin just like. He's like, oh, come on, man. You don't need to, do sit-ups when you do martial arts. And the next thing you know, he's like sticking his gut out and walking around like you're doing the shitty walk. And then then he does a martial art. This is like a martial art block.
Yeah.
And everybody was just laughing their ass off about it. So but Michael J. White, he's got his own YouTube channel, by the way. And he has given like some good I also remember one thing, he did an interview on Vlad TV, right? He still does interviews on Vlad, but yeah, I know how everybody feels about Vlad, but
I love it. I love it even more, man, when I see him doing interviews as he recently done with him and his wife Gillian White, Miss Gillian White.
Yeah, well, Mrs. White, yeah.
Yeah, because she's a martial artist too. Amen. That's a martial artist too. Amen.
What's her background, I wonder, in martial arts?
Shit, I mean, what the hell? I mean, shit, bro knows some like damn near 10 styles and shit. So yeah, as he spit before plenty of time. So I'm assuming that whatever he knows, for the most part, he has already taught her,
Yeah, well, let's see. He studied under Master Eddie Morales. He learned Shotokan and Goju Ryu forms of karate. He's also learned Taekwondo, Kobudo. That's that's Okinawan bow style.
I think it's one was Goju, something. Well, no,
Wushu, Japanese Jiu-Jitsu, Kyokushin, boxing, kickboxing. And he studied a lot of those. He took up to he holds 7 legitimate black belts in Kyokushin karate, Goju Ryu karate, Shotokan karate, Taekwondo, Tang Sudo, Kobudo, and Wushu. But boxing, kickboxing, he trains. But
best believe his wife knows probably half of that shit. And so,
or some other art, or she must study some other shit. I gotta look up Wesley Snipes. Hang on, see.
And what's so awesome too, right, as I see too, and I've observed, amen. Just God bless them, man. As a married couple, man. Definitely, God bless her too, because she presents her femininity. She lays it out there like so much so to where like she doesn't give off that same like butch energy as a lot of these other female martial artists, these MMA martial artists that shows.
No, she is who she's comfortable as who she is, but she can still whoop you behind you try. But anyway, I'm looking up Wesley Snipes here. He's a 5th degree black belt in Shotokan, having grown up in the Bronx. He's a 2nd degree black belt in the Korean hybrid martial art called Hapkido. He's trained in Brazilian capoeira. I like that. A number of other disciplines like Kung Fu, American at the U.S. Shaolin Temple, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and kickboxing.
Like I went in between them two, and Michael Joe White say, yeah, he don't want to do a movie, or whatever, where he's basically going against him, then there being like some comparison between like who's better or whatever. Like I wouldn't mind it being like somewhat halfway, like how it was with Jet Li and Jackie Chan. Like how they were, for example, like how they showed them like in a movie together, and they have a scuffle, but neither one of them win because they both as the story gradually goes along, it will come to where they both have to like work together to whoop these terrorist asses, with some high martial arts shit, making something like that, boy, and I guarantee you the numbers will skyrocket.
I mean, it was Michael J. White once said this. He got ticked off because he talked about a white filmmaker looked at him and said, "Nobody is going to buy into a black action star." And you know what proved that white person wrong? Michael J. White doing Spawn, of course, but Wesley Snipes' Blade trilogy. Now I know how everybody feels about the last one, but Wesley Snipes and Blade. That was a box office smash right there, son.
Oh yeah, and as it set in stone that his Blade, him playing Blade saved the MCU.
Mm-hmm.
And another big check mark for black excellence. Amen.
Yo, here's another thing. This is where everybody's interconnected right here. If you remember the boxing movie Undisputed.
Yep.
The first one was Ving Rhames, and he was fighting. He would go on to fight Wesley Snipes.
Yep.
The second movie, the main character is portrayed by Michael J. White. So imagine, now Ving Rhames is Ving Rhames. You don't want to mess with him.
Yeah, he's still living,
but
right?
he ain't scared. Ving Rhames is still around, still effective. That dude is. Everybody looks at it as Marcellus Wallace, man. That's Marcellus Wallace, no matter what.
As when it comes to still being around, one of those brothers is still around. I don't know why I get him mixed up with my guy that played in the not 8 Mile, but the Green Mile.
Oh, Michael Clark Duncan, God rest his soul. Yeah.
Yeah, rest in peace. Yeah.
Michael Clark Duncan was like 6'5", 300 something pounds. Built like an offensive or defensive lineman, but hulking muscular. And the brother looked sharp as attacking his suit, especially when he played the Kingpin in the Daredevil movie.
Yeah.
But he's always had that commanding voice.
Yeah.
But he could play comedic characters as well as serious roles. Sorry, he can play comedic roles as well as serious roles. He just had that range.
They
was not afraid.
They were off in terms of continuity. They went way off, man, with the of how Kingpin should have been, in this Daredevil TV series.
Well, Vincent D'Onofrio, he is kind of like he's got his quirks
because he became weak, during like towards the end of the show, like he became weak, and caved in to the woman, who basically in the end wanted to take over the whole operation anyway.
My question is, who are the writers? What were they thinking?
Yeah, so I can say at least, a black man, kept the Kingpin, ended off with the Kingpin now and how it should. So
Yeah, D'Onofrio is still alive, Brooklyn native, born 1966.
Man.
Son of an son of an Air Force airman. Okay, but like I said, it's like those guys are just straight up legit. Snipes and Jai White and White, and
dude,
they
I'm
can
serious,
still
bro.
go.
Yeah,
they can still
come
go
together. I believe it's not too late, man. I was screaming onto the highest mountain, damn in hell, for it to fall through somehow. That both of them icons need to do a movie together, man. It will be huge. And if there's any interference then with it, it will be clear as day that it's part of the beta male, bitch made white supremacist agendas.
Yeah.
If there's any interference, so therefore to say, there shouldn't be no interference with them making this movie.
Backroom politics. Let's just sum it up as that, man. Backroom politics.
Man, I want
because
to see
you
so. Name, I want to see that so bad, man.
I'm just glad. I'm glad I got to see the Expendables 3 because, like,
yeah.
You remember when they had to get him out? Remember when Sly and everybody had to spring him out from prison? Because like he was like, remember he was looking at what's his name? Who was the one with the knives? Was it It was Terry Crews, I think, the one with the knives. No, Jason Statham with that. She said, "Yo,
Jason Statham,
yeah, Jason Statham, because he asked Jason Statham, can I borrow those knives?" And he started shaving his face with it, shaving his beard off with it, and everything. And they asked him, "So what were you in there for?" And he was like, "Tax evasion."
Yeah. That right there. Yeah, I was like, oh shit. Yeah, that was a shot at motherfuckers that they did them wrong, man. They got them hemmed up. So and I know they didn't like that shit. That was an insert. He inserted that line in that one.
You kind of had to. It was funny as hell, but just.
And I like the part too where him and Jason Statham had the knife competition at the end.
Oh man.
Oh boy, woo! And I was like, he showed this thing. He's like, oh, I'm badass. Man. He's like, shit, he's like, this is double OG right here. Shit, he was like, Devin, what? Jason Statham, what? You just came? What? You just been here 5 minutes? Yeah. He's like, Devin, shit. He's like, Devin, he gonna allow you to show him out, Devin. Hell yeah.
It's just interesting how those guys how those guys act and everything. But then again, Snipes has done some drama roles. So he's got that range, just like Michael J. White is.
Wasn't there talk about a damn Expendables 4? What the fuck, man? What the hell was going on? I need to do my research.
I don't think they would. I don't think so because right now, Sly he's doing good with the show Tulsa. He's got Frank Grillo on it and everything. So, and everybody else is doing other projects. So, and Terry Crews, I don't know. It depends on
So
what's going
what
on.
was it? The Tulsa King?
It's called the King of Tulsa, I think, or just Tulsa.
Yeah.
And
So and it has the dude in there that played as Eddie Brock, the Venom in Venom.
no, I don't think so. Tom Hardy?
Yeah, Tom Hardy. Yeah. Oh no, I'm thinking that's Mobland. I think. Yeah, okay.
No, Moblin is Tom Hardy. You know, that's
Okay.
shit.
Yeah,
I mean, you got all these shows on like on Paramount and everything, but I don't mess with that.
I'm gonna check.
It's
I'm gonna
cool.
check both. I'm gonna check both of them out, and I just may give my review on that too as well.
Hey.
I'm definitely
Yo,
giving
while
my.
you at it,
Yeah, go ahead.
if you got Paramount, while you at it, you know, check out a show called Landman. It's about 10 episodes, but you get to understand. But you know, it goes in deep in there. Talks
You
about
said
like the issues, like you know, it's called Landman. It stars Billy Bob Thornton. You got John Hamm. What's her name? Demi
name the
Moore.
network again. The network you named was you said Paramount.
Paramount. That's where Tulsa is on. Tulsa's on
Oh,
Paramount.
I already have that shit. Like I told y'all, my app. I've been and told y'all my app. My movie apps basically have
Okay,
it streams all the networks into one.
you're good. You're good then.
So
But
so
you
I
know,
could so I
look
could
first.
bypass all that. So I could bypass all that subscription and
Yeah. Yeah.
10
Anyway.
$15 a month bullshit.
hmm But anyway, what I'm gonna say is like you check out Landman as well because you get to understand like Texas, especially the oil drill business and how cutthroat like certain like a boom town or bust town is like, you know.
Okay.
And
And
Billy Bob Thornton, you know, he gives you some, you know, and some of the dialogue he does, he gives you some interesting insights.
that's in Mobland, not the Tulsa one, right?
No, this is a Landman.
Landman, okay.
Landman, because you know it's basically these are guys who are involved in the oil industry.
Shit. Man, you had me so when you said them and Billy Bob Thornton's in there. I'm gonna check that shit out.
The oil industry in Texas. Yep. You see, and you know it's interesting. Like you know, cuss a lot and that, but you know there's a point to everything he says. Like especially especially when he gives the lawyer when they're like driving to like a windmill farm where she says, "Oh, you're using clean energy." He says, "No, it's alternative energy," and he gives it a breakdown about like you know about the wind panel, about those wind turbines and everything.
Okay.
Had you thinking? He gets you thinking sometimes. You know, he's like, it's not because like he explains like what it costs to make these wind turbines and why these wind turbines are needed
Oh, okay, yeah,
and
yeah.
how much oil is involved and everything. He gets you thinking.
I like that kind of
He gets
shit.
every. hmm but what really got me thinking is because like at one point, you know, throughout the series, he's also got to deal with other problems. Like they got to deal with the cartel.
Oh, that shit.
Yeah, that was messed up. But
Okay, there's a cartel in every damn country.
yeah, it was an interesting show to look into. I mean, it had a good first season. Oh, and they said they're talking about getting a second season. But you know what? Also wanted to talk about was Daddy's House. You know
What
what
the
Daddy's House is, right?
hell
Daddy's
no?
House. That's Damon Wayans and Damon Wayans Jr.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's just, it's like you know, father and son doing a comedy show, but they got it canceled. But at least one season was good. I'm not sure which network it was on. It's on, but
Well,
I've
they
seen
always
some
like to
clips of
cancel
it.
something black, don't they? Some just black, just for black folks. They like to always be quick to cancel that shit.
Kind of like how they did. That's like how what's the name? WB did the Wayans brothers dirty. Oh, yo, check this out. Um, there's a movie called Goat, as in Greatest of All Time. It's a
Mm-hmm.
horror movie about you know an NFL prospect, and it's by Jordan Peele. and it stars Marlon Wayans. Shit gonna get scary. I saw I saw part of the trailer earlier today, and I was like, was it last night? And I was like, yo, this should be interesting. I'm not sure when it's coming out, but
I appreciate trailers to a certain degree until they keep coming out with multiple ones. Then I'm like, okay, you might as well show me the product now, damn it. Like you passed the teaser point. You know, all I need is just one little trailer teaser or whatever, and I'm good. You know, then I'm expecting it to pop up and shit. And when it comes out, it'll pop up in my app. So, you know, there's some pretty interesting shows too that is out right now, and has some people starred in there that I'm used to, whether they're white or black. And I'm like, damn, I haven't seen it yet, but it's on the list. I'm also going to be checking out that Jack Reacher TV show and TV series.
Oh, that's a good show.
I finished Jack Ryan.
All right.
Yeah, and there was another show too I've seen. No, it was I believe he was in there. The black dude, he played on Waiting to Exhale too. He had a little part too, a scene.
Which one? Which brother we talking about?
Yeah, heavier set black dude. Yeah, in his latest shows that he's been playing in, you know, he plays this guy that don't take no bullshit. So he played that well in Jack Ryan. When he showed he could team him with Jack Ryan. His name was Greer. Greer.
Greer Barnes?
No, Greer. That's his name in Jack Ryan. I forgot his real name.
Let me look it up. Hang on, let me look it up.
Yeah.
Jack Ryan. TV series.
Then I might as well say he's one of the co-stars. Shit.
Oh, starring what's his name? John Krasinski. Yeah, hang on, let me look at it. The cast. Oh, Wendell Pierce.
Yeah. Kind of like the little darker skinned brother, darker you.
Yeah, Wendell Pierce.
Yeah. Yeah, so he played in some shit. I'm surprised he didn't play in The Unit with Dennis Haysbert.
Dennis Haysbert, wow. Dennis Haysbert's cool. That's another brother who's really accomplished.
Yeah.
Then again,
on that masculine shit right there, boy. He didn't play. Yeah, he didn't play in The Unit. I'm like, yeah, that's black masculinity right there. This excellent form right there, son. Yeah.
If you ever notice, like, you know, Dennis Haysbert, he's got this he's very calm and very disarming in the way he presents himself, you know, the way he carries himself in certain roles. Even when he was like president in 24, or like wasn't it the movie where
when they took him out, boy, I was pissed when they took him out, boy. Woo! Man, I would say in part because of him and his relationship with Jack, played by Kiefer Sutherland, that really intrigued me more so. That had me gravitated more towards that show because of that dynamic. And after that, he hardly had any of his. He didn't have the same relationship that he had with Dennis Haysbert's character as the president, with any other president in there. You know, they had a female president in one season, and then lo and behold, damn it, the damn White House got under siege.
I remember the show The Unit he was in.
Yeah, The Unit.
That was a good show. Because you know his the way he talks and everything. He's got a very he's very subtle, because the way he talks to you and everything, it's very subtle but yet commanding.
With commanding and within that voice, you know, that the stern voice.
it's stern,
like
but it's not too. It's not too overpowering. It's just it draws you in. You just
it
you
draws you
hear and
in,
listen.
and
You just
it increases your morale to, like, you know, to do your best at the task at hand.
because, like, you know, what do they say? Leaders have to learn not just to direct, but they also got to motivate.
Mm-hmm. Like yeah,
And you know,
I can't be motivated by somebody from the LGBT clan getting up there in that role, take him out, but put an LGBT member in that role, the alphabet from the alphabet community, put a motherfucker in that role.
There's some guys, there's some dude. I know what you're saying. I know.
I can't see that.
Okay.
That whole. Let's go, guys. Let's see if we don't get this done. Yeah. No.
Right. I can tell you, there's some guys out there who are very overtly masculine in that community, and they got that voice that let you know. Oh, so but I get your point. You know, you don't want no woke nonsense.
Dudes like from that, what, like that PX90 dude that.
Nah. Come on, man. I get right. Come on. But truth be told,
it doesn't have the same spirit, you know, as a straight man. You know what I mean? A straight back black man.
No, I'm talking about some guys who like Terry Crews from Friday After Next, like that. That kind of scary. But yeah, I get your point. But let's leave it there. But anyway, he's in the show Lucifer, where he plays God. That was funny. And he does the voice of the show American Justice right now. He was also he did some voiceovers in a couple of video games, like Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Pandora Tomorrow, Call of Duty, Finest Hour, 24 the game.
He was Sam Fisher's director. Yep. You damn right. He was Sam Fisher's director. I remember that shit because I played all of them.
What, Splinter Cell?
Yeah, I think there was like 4 or 5 of them that I beat it.
No, actually, he was Irving Lambert in Pandora Tomorrow.
Yeah. So yeah, Lambert, was his director, who Sam Fisher's report to.
Mm-hmm.
And he was another one too. That was a straight shooter, damn it, shit. Didn't play no games and shot it straight real to Sam. You know, hey, this is what's what. You know what I mean? So, and he went along with whatever Sam, you know, decided, you know, what was best to do. So.
Yeah, I never did play Splinter Cell, but
because in the events of what was happening, like in the fight against, you know, that kind of level of terrorism, you know, it's like they both was just going on the fly with shit. Like, you know, that shit would happen because there would be developments that would happen, unexpected developments that would happen within the mission that will cause them to go on into another loop.
And this is Ubisoft, man. This is back when Ubisoft was good.
Shit, yeah, man. I mean, I'm like, damn, bring it back. Because their focus has been more so on these first-person shooter games and shit. You know, that's damn near Halo and them adjacent. And I'm like, oh god, Halo and Doom adjacent. It just gets redundant after a while.
Oh, the company's station is in northern France. Okay.
Northern France. Now I didn't know that one.
They're in a suburb. No, actually, they're in the inner suburbs of Paris. Actually, that's where they're in the Saint-Mandé. That's a commune in the Val-de-Marne department of Île-de-France. That's in the high-end eastern inner suburbs of Paris. That's where Ubisoft is headquartered.
Yeah.
Because I played I have remember they got the Far Cry, Assassin's Creed, Watch Dogs, Just Dance. They also you got Prince of Persia.
Oh yeah,
My
man.
brothers,
'Cause
they love the Prince of Persia trilogy.
I hope these scares of these tariffs and shit don't cause for uh decent projects, you know what I mean, from these well known video game studios, these companies to be on a halt, you know. Because
Yeah.
yeah, I don't want a project to be sitting down that's basically a replica of what we're used to, but it's newer and more modern.
I think it's just here's the problem, I think, because everything's become very corporate, right?
Yeah.
It's become very profit oriented in the past decade and a half. Past two decades, past 25 years. I mean, past 20 years it's been like this, ever since like the 7th generation consoles were released. You've seen corporate greed. They become too profit oriented that sometimes they rush the games. And what's his name, Ken Kutaragi, who was like the founder, I think it was him, or was it,
Yeah,
what's his name, no, it's
Game heads
no,
that
that's not
came
him.
from the era like us, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, dude, I believe that, hey man, that say like, me and you was to be blessed to get into these studios being a game tester or whatever. They help them to develop the game, to cause it to be more gravitating from the people. So
And the games were were just a great experience because you had the quality of the game. Because remember, especially,
I say that to say that we will be better than Gen X game testers. I mean, not Gen X, but I mean not Gen X, but Gen Z game testers. Yeah,
because Gen Z, they're too young to remember. Most of them are just too young to remember PS1 games like that.
Yeah, all the classics. Yeah, like Shadow Colossus and all that.
Shadow Colossus. No, Shadow Colossus was PS2, but they're too young to remember. Most of them were probably too young to remember PS1. But our generation, especially those early '80s, because remember we got into it like around when you had the Sega Master System and Nintendo NES, but we really got serious with the Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo era.
Yeah.
And we started coming of age, and that's 4th generation. Then the 5th generation came out with the PlayStation, Sony PlayStation, Sega Saturn, Nintendo N64. That's when we were all coming of age.
But there's
and then when the
bringing it
PlayStation,
back though. Yeah, go ahead.
And then when 98, 2001, that's when the 6th generation started coming out. You had the Sega Dreamcast came out in 98, and then in 2000, the Sony PlayStation 2. Microsoft comes in 01 with the original Xbox, followed by Nintendo with the GameCube. That was the beginning of the golden era, man. That was most kids would probably remember that or the PS3. That's where most of Gen Z are. That's where they at.
No, the Nintendo 64, my game was GoldenEye and NFL Blitz.
All right.
So
that's dope.
Yeah, and Team Ninja. Thank God for them because they're supposed to be bringing back like the hack and slashing that a lot of gaming fans, hack and slashing gamer fans, action packed gamer fans been wanting and missing. Because they're saying we're missing that, like that they're tired of the whole Dark Souls adjacent games, with that gameplay. And though to the degree I didn't mind it when it came to games like Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, where like basically I was like a ninja in that game and shit, and the parrying and and that whole complex. So That
There's
was still,
Neo,
you know, what I
Neo
mean, hey, it seemed
2.
like from
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I see that. But there's Neo 3 is out now. Neo 3 is out,
Okay.
and but the thing is though, it's like with the Ja- Japan, China and Japan definitely is doing it. You know, they're replicating. They're using the same Souls engine. You know, and therefore they create games. And what inspired them to create games, you know, with them using their own mythical creatures and all that stuff in it, is
Mm-hmm.
Sekiro Shadow Die Twice, which basically is filled with Chinese origins. So that intrigued them. Think,
Sekiro?
okay,
Shadows that. Okay. No, wait a minute. Sekiro, that's Japanese.
Yes, Sekiro. Sekiro.
Sekiro.
Sekiro.
Yeah, Sekiro.
Yeah.
Shadows Die Twice. I've seen the trailers many a times. You know, when I've surfed
Yeah.
the the PSN store, yeah, I've seen it.
And so when they seen that, right, like China and them, so when they seen that, they
Mm-hmm.
was like, no, okay, so that intrigued them to basically to make it a 3.0 kind of version of that, basically with all the elements and the whole fast-paced action that they threw in there, which brings it to where like, okay, they use some of the elements from Wukong, the Monkey King video game, so which that also piggyback some of the elements from the Soul Engine. So, but that was a good game too as well. That was awesome to dive into, you know,
Mm.
the Monkey King like that. So yeah, that was decent. So, yeah, and oh man,
Right now, a lot of people are just looking for, are just just hoping that GTA 6 comes when it comes out. It'll be coming out good. Whatchamacall? Battlefield 6 is coming out.
oh
One of
no,
my boys,
Battlefield,
he said he's looking for the battles. Oh shit! Battlefield 6 is coming
Battlefield,
out
damn it.
October 10th. You can get the game bundle
Woo-wee!
October 10th.
Woo!
Because
That's what I'm more
I'm on my
excited
tablet
for,
right now.
man. Oh, so when these games come out the same year as GTA 6, it's going to be
No,
competition.
no,
But the thing is, though,
no,
even
no.
though there's
Wait,
going
wait,
to
wait,
be
wait, wait,
competition, and when it comes to the numbers,
wait. Mm-hmm. Sorry, it's just whatchamacall? Battlefield 6 is coming out October 6th this year. So October 10th this year is coming out. You're
I
getting the
hope
bundles.
they,
They're coming out.
I hope they replicate, you know, some of the shit from from Battlefield 4, because
Hopefully.
yeah, Battlefield 4, yeah, man, because I like that. Well, what I could do with that
Mm-hmm.
shotgun, I could take out a sniper with that Spaz 12. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But May 26th, 2026, that's when GTA 6 comes out. Mafia came out about 4 days ago. Mafia, the old country, came out like 4 days ago. And
And I think Edward, you could probably refresh my memory, but I think brother Edward Anderson mentioned that too about how when GTA 6 come out, a lot of these chicks are gonna really be complaining about dudes not wanting to or check for them and shit because of how it's gonna be most of the time that they could be spending on talking to a chick is gonna be on GTA.
we've been saying that a lot lately, bro. A lot of us has been doing. Everybody's been saying that lately.
I mean, you know, and
We've been
it's
saying
fitting
that for
because
quite some time.
and it's fitting too. In a sense, though, bro, it makes sense
Mm-hmm.
because like cats are already on these games now because they're like, well, because a lot of them looked at it like, well, uh, a game, this game console is not going to divorce me and take half of my fortune.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Nope.
this game system ain't going to nag me to death, trying to shorten my
No,
lifespan.
actually, yeah, the game system isn't going to take your life, but it's going to cost you a lot of money through microtransactions and whatnot. Blame it on the whatchamacall game on the game on the gaming companies.
All the in game purchase and shit. Yeah. That shit
the
kind
in-game
of get
currencies.
annoying.
No, the
I'm like,
microtransactions. That's what it is.
They need to get back. They need to get back to, okay, well, allow that, but bastards, what y'all need to do is not allow that to interfere with one being able to experience 100% of the game. Like, I shouldn't have to resort to your in-game purchases in order to complete the game to its whole totality. You know, that part does get annoying as hell. I'm like, what the fuck I'm playing this game for? I'm like, okay, in order for me to get past this part, I gotta spend $39, $40 for this and that, for this gear and all that. No. Y'all get a
absolutely
bad review.
not.
Yeah, y'all get a bad review for me and a big FU. Shit.
That's why. I mean, that's why. No, go ahead.
Yeah. Now, so now I'm about to shit. Just focus on these shows. Until then, and some of the horror games they come out with, they're kind of all right. They're the latest Silent Hill game is going to be based off of the origins of Japan and their dark mythical creatures.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and
that should be interesting.
It's
wait. That's Konami, isn't it? Silent Hill's Konami, isn't it?
Yep. And
I love Konami. Yeah, I love Konami because
you gonna get it.
No. My reason for loving Konami is because I'm a sports fan, right? Yeah. And I don't mess with EA's FIFA / EAFC. I switched to Pro Evolution Soccer called eFootball. That's the better soccer game. I've always believed that's always the better soccer game for me. And
Konami or Hideo Kojima, the creator for Metal Gear.
Hideo Kojima, he was a creator of Metal Gear. When he left to create his own studio, that he produced what's the name of that game? That game with what's his face?
Last project was Metal Gear 5.
Yeah. Hideo Kojima, because he was a master besides the Metal Gear franchise. And whatchamacallit? Death Stranding. Because after he left, he created Death Stranding, and now he put out Death Stranding 2. So he's been doing okay on his own. He's just that kind of creative person. And he's also said, I think it was he who said it, a delayed game is better than it's better to have a game delayed poorly than to release it in a bad condition. Because a delayed game, he said because people always talk about why are games constantly being delayed and whatnot. I said, hey, it's better to delay a game so it can come out, so it can have additional time to come out looking better, and the payoff will be even greater that way. If you release a game in the mess that it's in, and then you try to patch it up, you're gonna get canned by the critics.
That shows that the studio and the directors and them is making everybody put their heart and soul into the craft.
Yeah, and not be pressured by and not be pressured by management, But you sometimes got to ask yourself, do you really need to have a huge budget like that for these games?
Oh, like GTA 6. I think GTA 6 has the highest budget.
It better. The return should be. I'm sure. I'm sure the return on that one will depend on how good the game is, the graphics, the gameplay. There better be no glitches like what happened with WWE 2K20.
Oh yeah.
Or what?
I can't.
Or who remembers what you call Cyberpunk 2077, and some of the glitches that game had.
There were some complaints of that I've heard of. That because I rarely care for the game. To begin with, even though I'm all for games that give that futuristic Fifth Element energy. Cars flying type of shit. I like to play a lot of sci-fi games, because it makes my mind go into such wonder.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that was a period of when I really, I'm still somewhat am now, but that was a period when I was really heavy, like against the whole first person shooters, because yeah, except for like games like Battlefield, because Battlefield 4 precisely. But yeah, I was just burnt out on them. I think I blame Halo for burning me out.
Let me ask you something. What's your view on EA's Battlefront? Star Wars Battlefront or Battlefront 2?
I don't know. I played a little bit of it, but I mean, I thought about getting it again and downloading it again and playing it, but to give it an actual true chance. But at the time, I was like, I wasn't really feeling it. I didn't have like somewhat of appreciation for Star Wars like I do now.
Mm-hmm.
Because the cats going to war, Star Wars and shit. I'm like, it's like interesting, how it's all broken down. And thank God and God bless Artisan MC. Shout out to him and also BGS too when they go into the lore of Star Wars. It really intrigued me, and made me gravitate more towards the whole lore of it. Even though I'm like I've yet to read the books, but I'm still like very like intrigued. So I am gonna watch the Osaka. I'm gonna watch the one they did of her. I'm caught up with the Mandalorian.
Oh, the Mandalorian. You might as well check out. There's another series because I got a younger sibling who's like really big into that. He's also loves the Battlefront games, but he really prefers the PS2 versions of it. But yeah.
Then I finished Andor. So then that was
Andor. That's the show you were talking about. Andor.
Yeah, that one. I'm waiting for the continuation of that. The next series from that. Yeah, they need to get up on that one because they escaped the grasp of the Empire. You might as well say. So that was after they killed off Luthen character. So the one that was responsible for creating the rebellion. So yeah, that man, there's plenty of other awesome shows out there, man. Like damn, it's just so now it's like, boy, when I'm talking to a female boy, man, she better be talking about business now, man. Cause I'm like, girl, you just up here just babbling, girl. I could be watching a damn decent man show. It would bring me more substance.
That's interesting.
Shit.
And again, me right now, currently, I'm just gotta get my. Right now, Mom, I got a PS4 and the PS3. Both are out of commission right now. Gotta get those repaired. So I've just had plenty of time just to play my PS2, and I love playing NFL Street. But man, I can't stop playing Tekken.
Tekken, in the same time frame that came out, the new Tekken, they came out with the new Street Fighter. So they're both in competition when it comes to the numbers.
Yeah, that's Namco versus Bandai. Well, originally it's Namco, now it's Bandai Namco versus Capcom.
So what I mean, they changed from Namco to Bandai?
No, they merged. It's a merge. It's Bandai Namco now.
Okay.
I think it was like I think it was like by the time when did they switch? When they changed the name to Bandai Namco? Hang on, let me check.
So that's what halted them in creating another Marvel versus Capcom then.
No, that's a separate thing because Street Fighters, the owners of the Street Fighter IP, that's Capcom.
Maybe I
But
gotta look that up too. I know they got some YouTube videos about that. Yeah, I'm gonna check that out too.
yeah, Bandai Namco Entertainment. That's the company.
Oh, it was cool too. I seen and speaking about Michael Jai White, that I've seen recently. He basically gave high props to Van Damme, and basically said, that between him, because dude brought up about Steven Seagal. He said, is there a big difference between him and Van Damme? He's like, yeah, there's a huge, huge difference. He's like, one upholds like honor, the code. You know what I mean? And in the martial arts, and how one should be, showing that he basically is more of a truer martial artist than Steven Seagal, and that upholding the honor and respect, for others. And he said, basically, yeah, that's what Steven Seagal failed in doing in the end. So
oh, that's okay. I'm looking at because I think it was like Bandai and Namco. When did they change the name to Bandai Namco? I'm just looking at this.
and there was something else they created too. And I was thinking about them that I just seen some time ago. Yeah, because I'm also subscribed to some channels that are good about that, with keeping you up to date with the latest
Oh, now I remember. Now I remember.
Latest new coming video games. What you remember?
I think because Namco, I think they changed their name to Bandai Namco no, it was called Namco Bandai or something like that Studios, but they officially changed their name in 2015. That's when they changed their name to Bandai Namco. Because the first time, I remember watching the Tekken games, the first time you see that logo, and then you see Kazuya and Jin throw punches at each other. First time I saw that was the release of.
Well, then who? I'm wondering. I forgot who is producing this. Well, then who them is producing this new Onimusha game? That seemed to be is going to be more badass than all of the Onimusha games that we have played.
Hold on, Onimusha.
Yep, there's a new Onimusha. When you put that in, Devin, that shit should pop up. And that gameplay look decent.
That's Capcom. That's Capcom.
Okay.
They own the IP to that. They're the developers and publishers. Tekken, the publishers are the Namco. It's actually Namco originally been Bandai Namco Studios. So when did they change their name to Bandai Namco? When did the merger will take place?
Shit, right now I've been off of those genre games, and right now I've been gravitating towards a little bit more RPG type of games now, and yeah, one of them there I forgot. Yeah, one of them is called Code Vein, and yeah, and I got that lined up, and right after that I gotta finish. I think it's Final Fantasy 12, and motherfuckers call me lazy, cheating, if you will, whatever. You could take a boot up the ass, motherfuckers, because no, f you. Now we're in the era where these games are in now. Yeah, it's damn near required for you to come do a contrast and compare with a walkthrough. So in a sense, thank God for these walkthroughs. These guys posted on YouTube and all that stuff, all over social media of how basically.
I am not ashamed to admit I used a walkthrough on a few games. You know which ones were my. I came late to get this. I came late to one particular series. You ever heard of the series Infamous? You ever heard of the franchise Infamous?
Yeah.
I didn't get into that game until recently.
Demonic to a degree. Yeah.
Infamous, the original trilogy. I got into that last year. and I used the walkthroughs. And I was able to like go, and then the first run on each game, I did the walkthrough and got the platinum. I'm not ashamed to admit it. It helped. The walkthrough makes it easier for you.
I mean, well, not just that. I'm looking at it like this. Damn it, shit. Fuck the dumb shit. I'm not trying to give a damn game an extra 500 hours of gameplay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because you in these games now, like especially when it comes to games like Hellblade, with that Viking, with that Viking bitch. Yeah. No.
No, she's not Viking. She's not Viking. She's Britain.
It's I forgot what it's called. Yeah, but it's Viking mythology.
What, Hellblade? No, Hellblade is not Viking mythology. It's Britannic one.
Yeah. Huh? Britannic.
It's Britannica because it's set in what is it like Senua? You said Hellblade. Senua is what you call, right? Hellblade?
Yeah. Senua's path, journey, or whatever. Yeah, and then they
Hold on, let me look it up.
They came out with part 2 too.
Hellblade. Senua's Sacrifice or Senua's Saga?
Senua's Sacrifice, yeah.
Senua's Sacrifice, that was exclusive to Xbox. It didn't cross over, and now it's available on PS5, but it should have been also available on PS4 as well. But
yeah,
it was available on PS4. Senua's.
The first one definitely you will get lost. You will get lost if you don't use a walkthrough.
It's Celtic. It's inspired by Norse mythology and Celtic culture because
Norse mythology. Yeah, that's what I meant to say, not Viking mythology.
But Senua is picked. She's a picked warrior from Orkney. That is basically she is.
Right on for the research.
I did the research. Yeah, she was. That's people who lived in what is now northern Scotland in the early Middle Ages. So
yeah, remember
she's from creatures, Orkney.
Those mythical demonic creatures that will pop up and shit. You know, and I like the concept too. It was intriguing because it was new and unique in its own right.
Yeah.
Because it's like
I get it now.
Certain pathways you take in there, you can easily end up missing, and you be wondering like in one spot for hours if without the walkthrough. So shout out to the Rad Brad man for guiding me through that, man, because woo. But at certain points though, like when I walk through to savor it, so you can really full-fledgedly say, hey, you know, and to not feel like you're on some cheater kind of mode about it. But I would like, okay, certain parts I would hold off from the walkthrough and go through and experience it myself or solve it myself. And then, but when I get to certain parts, or even a fork in the road where there's 3 to 4 different paths, I don't want to go down. For example, I don't want to go down one of those paths, and it takes me further into the game, and then those 3 paths that I could have checked out, I missed out on because as I went further into the game, it won't let me go back into that area.
Yeah.
So just in case it does that shit, I use a walkthrough to see what the guys have went through, you know, to see what they discovered in those paths, because in those 3 paths, you can discover like some more money, items, all that good shit. You know what I mean? Unique, rare items that will be beneficial for you against a boss or many other minions type of shit. So yeah.
Yeah. I get it now because I was looking up. She's a picked. Basically, she's from the Orkney Islands in northern Scotland, and they were influenced by both Norse mythology, although the folks were Celtic. So basically, she is from the picked. This game basically deals with, you know, it's a hack and slash. action one, and she's trying to save the soul of her dead lover. It's also talks about, and it also delves into mental health. It delves into mental health and shit, like psychosis and such.
Yeah, which is why they have that warning disclaimer in the beginning of it. That it can mess with you psychologically, which it did. I got past all the whole voices and shit that you would hear or what she's hearing. I got past all that shit. That shit, none of that shit affected me. But yeah, like that, and so basically you can look at it like it's a female version of Dante's Inferno, like that concept.
That's a scary thought. I mean, because I can't play a game like that because I'm like because I got my own head issues and everything, and this is gonna just push me over the edge if I play it. There's a game also that came out in 2018. It's a dark fantasy survivor horror called Agony, where the player is basically a tormented soul journeying within the depths of hell without any memory of who they are, and it's just some scary stuff,
I mean, yeah, that, and I get over that shit to a degree. You know what I mean? Like, I thank God for strengthening my spirit, within him to withstand, a lot of that shit, a lot of evil shit. But but the thing is though, now what I've seen in these games, the Rat Brad what he played, I didn't finish that the watching his gameplay of that because it basically triggered my spirit to the degree, then it triggered my spirituality, to the degree because within the game you can play a Ouija board. And that's when I was like, yeah, I'm cool, dude. I'm like, man, I mean, I know content is content, but damn doing shit for the sake of content, bro. I'm like, not all games are worth playing, and that's not it. And plus, too, it looked like it was a super boring ass game anyway, too. And so I'm like,
okay.
Yeah, it had something to do with like the devil in there too, like the devil guiding you through the game and shit in the degree. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I'm cool. Like you
have you played Dante's Inferno by any chance?
Oh yeah, I played it and beat it. Yeah, I played it and beat it, seen the devil in the end, yeah. And he was trying to save his wife from being the soul of his wife from being married to Lucifer and shit. In his attempts to try to save the soul of his wife.
There was supposed to be a sequel, but that got canceled.
I wonder why. Now that got me a little intrigued now to do my little research to find out why.
Well, it says the game ends in a cliff. I'm reading here on Wikipedia. It says canceled sequel. It says since the game ends in a cliffhanger with Dante reaching Mount Purgatory, it's widely speculated that a sequel based on the second poem in the Divine Comedy, Purgatorio, would enter production. Despite this, it was initially announced that Visceral Games had no plans for a sequel. Zach Mumbach of the studio stated, "I'm sure that if enough people were like, I got $60 for Purgatory or Paradiso, then we would make that game, but I don't know."
I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, where a lot of people can be satisfied and to the degree without there being a sequel. In the same sense of dinner, in the same exact sense when it comes to Hollywood movies, how we feel like, okay, how we believe that, man, hey, if you guys create a sequel, it'll possibly ruin that one shot, So therefore, it's best to just leave it there. I mean, don't make a sequel, that will tarnish it anyway. So it's in the same as that.
Yeah, just like the game's Darksiders. That was a good game.
Yeah, I've seen some of the gameplay of that too. I'm kind of really
the first two. And of course, remember the studio that produced them, THQ. They got folded, and then Nordic Games. They acquired the the license for THQ, and they were able to get some of the IPs One of them was Darksiders.
I see my brother beat it, the one with the chick, the chick in there that you play as.
Yeah, THQ Nordic. That's an Austrian company. Let's see. Because it was actually originally called Nordic Games. They were set in Austria, but THQ they acquired their license, the trademark in 2014. But anyway, Darksiders. Darksiders.
Yeah, with Charles. Charles ain't coming back there and shit.
Darksiders 3. You were talking about the one with
yeah.
It's her character is Fury. One of the four horsemen. Because remember, the four horsemen are famine, death, war, conquest. So she's basically Fury. Because you got war and death. And then there's another game called Genesis that came out like a spinoff a year later. The character in that one is it's just like who is it? What's the name? Who is it? Who plays this? Hang on. Strife, War, Fury, and Death. That's the four horsemen in the game.
Yeah, certain games that may have a big fan base, it just doesn't.
It's a spin-off prequel, though.
Yeah, it doesn't give me a hard on to play it. To take it seriously. Yeah, so it's like, I'm just, I'm like, I'd rather play Sonic.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with playing Sonic. Just like, for me, I'd rather play, either the NBA or NFL or FIFA Street games. Because I'd rather have fun.
Yeah,
I'd rather have fun just doing that because at least you can still be zany, it can still be wild, but you can still have fun doing it.
Yeah,
the fun factor has been left out.
I think GTA 6. I think a lot of companies are going to be pissed because of a lot of people are going to be putting in more game time in because that's what they look at too, and they can't keep track of that too as well. Like it's not just a personal digits that's in your own profile. Like it hopscotches like the networks to get to them so they can see each individual account of how many hours you applied into their game. So a lot of companies I say that to say because a lot of companies are going to be a little pissed because when GTA 6 comes out, a lot of their time is going to be on that versus your NFL games and your basketball games, and we know a lot of these, even though the hood boogers, they'll hop on GTA 6 just as quick, you know what I mean? But their time is going to be spent more so on GTA 6 versus those sports games, and the sports game creators are going to be a little pissed. So.
I don't know because you never know which games we're talking about. Is it going to be the Madden game? Is it going to be Madden, NBA 2K? They might still be able to capitalize if there's like a spinoff with it. Like I've noticed some people would rather just play Fortnite or some other games than to mess with that mess. So it depends on on certain people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, to me, Fortnite can get a little redundant, as I may say, too. But it'll be quickly redundant with me versus GTA 6, or not GTA 6, but GTA period. Like the whole franchise of GTA will intrigues me more so than Fortnite would. The redundancy of GTA won't come as quick as it did when I played Fortnite.
Yeah. Man, we're still live?
Yeah.
Can you believe it? We've been up 7 hours.
Well, yeah, y'all have shit. I just came on maybe a few hours ago.
Yeah.
But
Hey,
man,
it
it's good
shows that
chop
we're
up.
multifaceted in these conversations. But I think when we get off, it'll stop immediately once we get off. But hey,
Yeah, and
this was a good
I love it.
conversation, man.
Yeah, it was, man. And shoot, yeah,
Hmm.
and everybody be there too. Brother Charles, if he gets back, and check this out. Be there when I do cover the show The Sandman, because I'm going in. I'm definitely going in on that too, man, because there's a lot of symbolism of shit, that I've seen in there in that show. Um,
Oh, I gotta check that out. I haven't got a chance to. Haven't got a chance to check that out, or Lucifer. There's a
there's
show I gotta
Easter
check out.
eggs. There's Easter
Hmm.
eggs and meaning. There's Easter eggs and meanings in that show,
Hmm.
bro. That I believe that it went over a lot of people's heads. And there's one um, uh, deep meaning in there that basically was, I would deem it as an attack against the divestors and swirlers.
All right. Although
So
I say, live and let live. You know what I'm saying? Or live and let them learn the hard way.
hey, this shows a great example of that too. I'm also touch on because I'm in the
All right.
latest the new season, so and I stopped at a
All
certain
right.
point on purpose because I want to
All
cover
right.
from the first season to the point where I'm at now, and then do other shows, where I can hit it more concisely on on the rest of the episodes.
All
So,
right.
but yeah. Um, But yeah, I'm about to wind down. I'm about to pick out a show to watch. Uh,
All right.
so I was thinking about what show. Yeah, I'm gonna look at an anime too. I'm already caught up with Don
Yeah.
Don, and I'm about to watch Shield Hero.
All right. Hey,
Yeah,
I don't know if you ever heard of this series. It's on Netflix. It's called Blood of Zeus.
Blood of Zeus. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you. Yes, because that's on the list. That's on the list. I think there's
I've
two
completed the
seasons
whole.
of
I've
it.
completed the. It's 3 seasons. I've already finished. I binge watched season 3, and you won't be disappointed. Um, but that was a great series. I got to see the whole thing, and it was beautiful. But I will not spoil it for you. So you have fun watching it.
Oh yeah, and I appreciate that. Not spoiling, yeah, because
You know.
yeah, I'm definitely
Third,
gonna.
also, yeah.
Yeah,
Also,
definitely.
you got to give me. You got to understand. I'm still recovering in a sense because like last month, I binge watched the Equalizer trilogy. Denzel Washington has me all completely exhausted even now.
Mm.
A month after the fact, I'm still exhausted. But it was a great trilogy right there. So anyway,
I think he came out with part three just to just to show up how female equalizer can be better than male equalizer.
there's no. I don't. I'm gonna. No, I mean, I saw the trilogy with Denzel. Man, Denzel left me exhausted. But Queen Latifah, I'm gonna check that out if
See,
it's available. But still, hmm?
what I was saying is I did a little comparison. I did a little comparison video between Denzel and Wesley Snipes, and I said in the thumbnail, I'm like, Wesley Snipes is you might as well say the original equalizer.
They are two different They are two different. They're two different actors, and
Not when it
they
comes
have
to that
different
genre.
ranges. Yeah, but still, Denzel, he can play both of. I mean, both men can play villains as well as heroes. But Denzel's got can do a lot of drama. Um, but
Yeah, he lost
Wesley,
me.
he's his Wesley's also played some pretty dramatic roles in his career. Like remember White Man Can't Jump.
Yeah, but yeah, I
I
definitely
also
remember that
remember.
with him and Woody Harrelson.
Yeah, white man can't jump, or the white man can't dunk. Either way, white man can't jump. I remember he did that movie with Sanaa Lathan, which was like a dramatic rom. It was a romantic drama or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
He also said like he was he was offered the role of Shaft, but he he turned it down, and Samuel L. Jackson took the role. Look what happened for him. It was meant for him, because
Right.
let's face it, only man who's got a book. If there's one thing I can say about Samuel L. Jackson over Wesley Snipes, Samuel L. Jackson is a 6th-degree black belt when it comes to cussing, especially when it comes to the word motherfucker. He is a 6th-degree black belt in that shit.
Yeah.
And you understand how many times he used the word motherfucker in that movie.
Yeah, but I would say this though. I would say this: any role that Denzel Washington played, Wesley Snipes can play that role just as better.
So you could see Wesley Snipes in Fences. Who would have to replace? Somebody would have to replace Viola Davis in that one. I can't see him in the Book of Eli. I can't imagine him in the Book of Eli. That was not meant for him. I can't see him, with Mark Wahlberg. What's in that one movie?
The Book of Eli, like all he has to do is come with the serious Blade attitude about it.
Right.
Minus the vampire shit, like the stoic, take no bullshit kind of attitude he had in Blade. I mean, which is the same thing, same elements that Denzel Washington, Book of Eli, how he had in that. Like, one thing you can question, okay, maybe remember the Titans. I mean, I could see him being a badass. I could see Wesley Snipes being a badass football coach.
I mean, it's not like New Jack City, but then again, I don't know. Because remember, in the Book of Eli, the character, Denzel's character is actually blind. You don't realize he's blind until later, until like the end of the movie. Because remember, the Bible he had was in Braille.
Yeah, I remember. So let's compare this. New Jack City, American Gangster.
Can you imagine? I mean, Denzel could never be, Nino Brown. That one. Could you imagine? Could you imagine him trying to say, "Sit your five"? Could you imagine him going like, "You better sit your $5 ass down before I make change"? It doesn't sound right. Doesn't sound right.
But no, but they're going to show you like, hey, the prowess of when it comes to our brother Wesley Snipes, that that he can easily play the roles that Denzel Washington has played in, versus Denzel being able to play well the roles that Wesley Snipes played in. He can't do it. But Wesley Snipes
you cannot have. You can't have you can't have Denzel play Simon Phoenix from Demolition Man opposite Sly Stallone. It's not going to work. It's not going to work.
Hell no, son. No, you're right about that one.
I mean, could you imagine? I mean, first of all, could you imagine Denzel Washington with blonde hair?
No. He damn near was. His ass down there was and shit. You might as well say, damn it, in Gladiator 2, kissing all them white man's hands and shit.
Well, that was part of the role there. But then again, here's another one. Could you imagine?
I did not care for his role in that at all.
All right. Could you imagine Wesley Snipes as playing Denzel Washington and John Q?
Oh, you damn right. You damn right I could.
All right.
Because he could bring that same level of seriousness, you know what I mean?
like that fatherly seriousness.
Yeah, like that father that's on the edge, you know what I mean, to do whatever it takes, you know, to save his
To
son's
save his
life.
son. And you know that, of course, that movie talked about like the issues with insurance companies and everything. That was like, you know, what the hell?
That type of shit gets you the title of father of the century with me, damn it. Shit.
What father? I mean, what fathers will? Because like, remember what he said at the end. Because remember what he said when he went to the hostage negotiators. He said, "I'm not going home to bury my son. My son is going to live, and my son is going to bury me."
Right, man.
That's one of the most. That's one of the most powerful lines in that movie, man.
I mean, I wonder, like, did he? Damn, I forgot, man. Did he die? Like the actual real story? Did he die in prison? Like, did he ever get out to reunite with his son? Please tell me he did.
He did. He did.
Oh, praise God.
Because it was like, remember, somebody, because what was it? Somebody was killed in a car accident, and it turned out they were a match. So, you know, they were able to get that heart, and he was able to undergo a successful heart transplant. So his son lived, and he lived as well.
Praise God, man. That gave me a joke.
Amen to that.
Right there.
Amen to that. Amen to that. I'm just because remember, because also I forgot the name, the woman who played his wife in that movie. Even though she didn't agree with what he was doing, she was 10 toes. She stood 10 toes down with him.
Right. That's woman right there, damn it. Now that's woman right there.
Because remember, her son, because you know her child is dying. Yep. Their son is in need of a transplant, and she's like, "Do what you can. I understand why he did it, and I don't agree with it, but I'm gonna stand by him because if it's the only thing we got to, if it's the only way to save our son, so be it. I'm willing to do what I would have done it as well."
I couldn't even imagine like hardly any other females that would do good in playing her role. Maybe an Angela Bassett, but
would Angela Bassett taking the role?
Yeah, like a playing a serious mother role and willing to not like do shit that will go against like, you know, the father and his wishes, you know, and his direction.
Right.
So
you know,
and a girl who played that role, the lady who played that role, that sister, God bless her, she did a great job in that one.
Yeah, I think she's the one that. Yeah, she played Cece and set it off.
Yep.
She played Cece and set it off.
Yep,
because she was also in Diary of a Mad Black Woman, was an angry black woman.
Yeah,
you know that Tyler Perry movie. Yeah. But yeah.
And
see, we see right here. We don't dump on women. We praise them when they need to be praised. Here, we don't hate women in this space, folks.
Yeah, just
we give women their props.
Yeah. We're heavily against the chaos gospel stuff. Yeah.
The chaos, the nonsense, because we about that real. We about the real. Just like in Sinners, just like what's his face said in Sinners. Michael B. Jordan, when he played Stack, when he said to 80-year-old, 80-year-old Sammy, he said, "We got all your records, man. We don't really like that. We don't really mess with that electric stuff, but we love the real. The real. You know?"
Yeah, and I'm wondering what and I'm gonna look that up too though. Find the new reports in articles about that, about of his if there's any new projects, you know, that he's considering. It's not working on. Ryan
Coogler, hey, give him a minute to breathe, man. I understand that you're only as good as your last film or you're only as good as your last role, but take your time, you know. You can't just be working from one project to another because, you know, you gotta take care of yourself in the process. Because remember, Bernie Mac, he had sarcoidosis, that autoimmune disorder that affected his respiratory system.
Yeah.
He was working too damn hard that it took a toll on him because he has an autoimmune. And the next thing you know, his immune system's compromised. He ended up with, he got hit with pneumonia, and that's when he croaked.
So
You got to balance it up, because when he was relaxed, because he worked too hard, it would just take a toll on him. So I'm just saying, just like, manage your health, take your time in between projects.
I'm in total agreement with that.
Yeah, enjoy the moment, man. Just savor the moment. You had a smash hit. It's doing well. And yeah, you're probably working right now, writing a new project, but take the time off.
There's still so many
in between.
ideas. There's so many just very creative ideas out there, that he can draw from, to create like a masterpiece, man. Like,
yeah. Just don't make a sequel to this. There doesn't need to be a sequel to this. This was good as it was.
You're talking about the Sinners, right? Yeah, there's no need to be a sequel.
Yeah, Sinners, no need for that sequel, because Sammy is already dead. Is already making peace with the fact that he lived a full life and he's had enough. He doesn't want to be immortal. Not like that. And he's just gonna be like, I'm good.
I mean, because I believe there's films that he can create, whether it be modern or even sci-fi, that shows like a great example of of a strong Black family, of the woman, following the lead and directions of the husband and not treating the husband, and having him being in a bitch made position.
There should be. Just like the animated series for Good Times. I'm just gonna watch it just for the hell of it, but I know it's I know it's BS. But I also want to see but when you talk about like strong families and whatnot, that's why 90s sitcoms were the way they were. Remember? I mean, you had the Cosby's in the 80s that opened the door. Next thing you know, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Family Ties, they come out. Rock was a good show.
There was others that came out to try to replicate that image of the Cosby's, but just as the
Yeah. Look at this. Almost 7.5 hours.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah, we better wrap this up.
Shit.
Charles, thank you for having us up. It was a lot of fun just having up here. You have a good week. And Ray,
it was too, man.
You have a blessed week. Love you, brother.
You too, bro. Yeah, you too, man. Love you too, bro. Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for chopping it up, bro. Yeah, it's time to head out. So, all right, you guys. Peace and blessings.
Peace and blessings, everyone. Good night, y'all.
Night.